will go ahead and get started. Welcome to the Lincoln City Council meeting of March 6, 2023. In accordance with LB 898, please be advised that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is posted at the back of the chamber by the northwest door. Let us all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a brief period of silent meditation. The order of business of the City Council is as follows. The clerk will call the items listed on the agenda. Under public hearing, anyone wishing to speak on an item should come forward after the clerk reads that item. The council shall require any member of the public desiring to address the council to identify themselves, the name of an organization or group, including an address that you may be representing by such person or group, unless the address requirement is waived to protect the security of the individual. The applicant may then make one short rebuttal. Each speaker should begin by stating their name, address, organization, or group, and whether you are speaking in favor of or in opposition to an item. Testimony is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. As we move into the public testimony, we'll go through some of these items again. After public hearing, council will vote on resolutions and items listed under third reading. On the second and last Mondays of the month, immediately prior to adjournment, anyone may speak on any issue not on the agenda for that date, nor planned for a future agenda. Will the clerk please call the first item?
Our first item on the agenda today for March 6th, 2023 is the Mayor's Award of Excellence.
Hello, Mayor.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Beckius, members of the council. It is so wonderful to be back and before you today. I'm so pleased to be here to share with you the winners of the Mayor's Award of Excellence for January 2023. The award is going to 3 different individuals who are members of our Parks and Recreation and Urban Development Department teams. Lauren Roberts, Mike Fallon, and Lori Gruber were nominated by Lincoln Parks and Recreation team member Denise Pierce in the categories of productivity and customer relations for helping to create and implement a grant-funded pilot program from the ground up. And that new program is the city's ash tree removal and replanting program, which is enhancing our urban tree canopy by helping low and moderate income homeowners remove at-risk trees from their property and replace those trees on a one-to-one basis. This new program helps ensure the safety of our residents. It advances the value we place on equitable service delivery, and it's also supporting our greenhouse gas emissions reduction goal as we continue to depend on our city's urban tree canopy to help us with natural carbon reduction solutions. Launching a new solution-oriented service like this one takes an innovative mindset, an analytical skill set, and a dedicated work ethic. And we are grateful to each of our 3 awardees who embody these qualities, and we're grateful to them for the key role they have played in the success of this new program. Lauren Roberts is a housing rehabilitation specialist in our urban development department, and she served as the face of the program. She interacted directly with applicants, explained the process, and assisted with applications as needed, often volunteering personally to go pick up those applications from homeowners. And Lauren's, quote, can-do attitude, kindness, and compassion, unquote, inspired the team every step of the way, according to their nominator. Mike Fallon, a park planner with our Parks and Recreation Department, organized the program's replanting efforts. He identified and coordinated a team of volunteers to assist homeowners with both transporting and planting the replacement trees. And having recently changed roles within the department, Mike balanced the demands of learning new responsibilities with the challenges of launching a brand new program with, quote, grace, patience, and humor, unquote. And then Lori Gruber, also from our Parks and Rec team, she served as a tree expert. Lori made this program a priority, even though the community forestry team that she manages has a significant workload always. As you
That's
know.
mild, yeah.
As you know. As an advocate for ensuring the health of our city's tree canopy, she recognized the program's value not only to the participating homeowners, but to our entire community. So thanks to their collective efforts, this program has already helped 47 different households across our community remove 65 at-risk trees, and has since become a model for other communities to replicate as they look to preserve their urban tree canopies. In describing this gifted trio, Denise Pierce wrote, quote, "They are truly a talented, creative, dedicated group of problem solvers, and I look forward to continuing this work," unquote. So will you please join me in congratulating Lauren Roberts, Mike Fallon, and Lori Gruber for their truly excellent work. And I'd now like to invite up Parks and Rec Director Maggie Stuckey-Ross to share more about this amazing team.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Council. Maggie Stuckey-Ross with Parks and Recreation. You know, our department is full of programs that change lives, that provide resources, that provide solutions in a creative way to help people live active, healthy lifestyles and enjoy our quality of life. But our programs are nothing without the people that run them. And the greatest strength of our department is our people, and the greatest strength of the city is our team. And it's been a pleasure to get to know Lauren through this process and work with her. I'm so proud of Mike and Lori, proud to have them represent our department every day, and really appreciate the recognition for this innovation that probably has a few more chapters yet to write. So thank you so much. And I'll invite my colleague Dan Marvin up.
Well, Mayor took my words out of my mouth. The can-do attitude of Lauren, I mean, she's a person that, these are added tasks that she has to do during her day. And on top of that, I know Lauren has worked with Community Health Endowment on a variety of different initiatives that they have. She volunteers her time, and I want people to picture in their mind someone who is struggling and has a dead tree on their property in their backyard. It's the cost of removal is, you know, pretty catastrophic. And this program, which is a pilot program, but this and now nationally recognized, helped remove 65 trees that otherwise would not have been able to be removed, and were hazardous as well. So those are great efforts by Lauren and the rest of the team. Thanks.
And then any one of the awardees is welcome to speak, but I know that they had at least nominated Mike to speak for the group. So Mike, come on up.
Oh, Mike.
Thank you. I want to extend my thanks to the mayor for the award, for the recognition, and really just kind of express how fun this program has been to work with the citizens of Lincoln. You know, we get a lot of calls that are not on the positive side of things, but when I go to these houses and meet with these people, it's really cool to see the impact that we're having and the amount of positivity that we're able to bring to the citizens. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I guess I just want to ask if any of you want to come up and recognize any family members who may be with you here today. Anyone have family here? No? Come on up. Wonderful.
Well, my name is Lauren, and I would just like to recognize my husband, CJ, that is somewhere over there that he can support me. Kids are in school, but I also would like to say thank you to the Nebraska Forest Service, and then also to the Lincoln Community Foundation that entrusted their funding to us, and that gave us the opportunity to benefit our community and then take that burden out of their shoulders, because most of our applicants were elderly household folks that they are struggling on a fixed income, that they can't afford to remove a tree that will cost between $3,000 to $12,000 depending on the size and risk of that tree. So it was one of the most fun and rewarding programs that we've had in the city. So thank you, Mayor, for the recognition too.
Thank you.
And I also want to recognize our leadership, Denise, Gwen, Dan, and Maggie, of course, for always supporting us and their continued trust in us. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you for this time. I don't know if
Thank
we'll-
you.
Okay, we'll head out for some photos.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Congratulations. Yes. We'll let them filter out for just 1 second, then we'll move on. Madam Clerk, whenever you are ready.
Next on our agenda is the consent agenda, sections 1 and sections 2.
Is there anyone here wishing to address an item on the consent agenda listed under item 1 or item 2 today? Please come forward. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, council members. I'm Melinda Jones, the city controller. I'm here representing the finance department. I'm here to introduce Jeff Kimball as a nominee for on the procurement appeals board. Jeff has served on the board in the past, and he comes to the city with many years of experience in purchasing. Jeff is currently with the Kawasaki as a senior purchasing procurement analyst, and he's here today if you have any questions.
Jeff, do you want to come up and just give us a little brief bio?
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Kimball. Been in procurement, primarily in private procurement for around 25 years, mostly with Kawasaki, other organizations here in Nebraska. Like Melinda said, I've served on the board before, found it to be a rewarding experience. Consider myself a civic-minded individual and thought it should be another chance to resume again, possibly.
Beautiful. Questions for Jeff? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much for your service. We appreciate it very much. Anyone else here to speak on any agenda item on the consent agenda, and that's under 1 or 2 on today's agenda? If there's anyone that'd like to speak on those items, please come forward. Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk.
We can now vote on those items. Item 1A, appointing Jeff Kimball to the Procurement Appeals Board for a term to expire February 27th, 2026, introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Suarez. Any comments? Seeing none, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Suarez,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes,
Motion carried 4-0.
thank you.
Item 1B is approving the Flood and Water Quality Protection Manual updated to reflect City Council changes from January 9th, 2023, introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second.
Second, Washington. Any comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes,
Motion carried 4-0. Item 2A is introduced by Schob.
So moved.
Second.
any comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Schob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes,
Motion carried 4-0. That concludes our consent agenda. We shall move on to Section 4, our public hearing resolutions. Item 4A, accepting and approving the report of new and pending claims against the city for February 1st through February 15th, 2023.
is there anyone here to speak on item 4A? If so, please come forward at this time.
And
Anyone here to speak on item 4A? All right, moving on.
Okay, and as a friendly reminder for those that just joined us for our city council meeting, we do have sign-in sheets on the back of the chambers by the entry doorway. If you plan on speaking on any item listed on the agenda, please sign in. And when you come up for testimony, please state your name and address. Item 4B, approving a contract for the operation of a Keno-type lottery between the city and EHPV Lottery Services LLC for a 5-year term.
Is there anyone here to speak on item 4B? Mr. Christie.
Good afternoon, Yohansi Christie, City Attorney, 555 South 10th. This is we've contracted with EHPV for a while. This is, it's time to renew the contract, another 5-year term. It's a general update to contract language and insurance. We have updated the business hours to reflect that they can be open when liquor can be served. We have a renegotiation clause that if the funds fall by 10% or more, that the parties agree to come and renegotiate the contract. And I know that we do have representative from finance if there are any more technical questions, and legal counsel for EHPV is also here and can answer questions and hear and support.
All right, very good. Do we have questions on this item for any of the above-mentioned parties?
I do not.
No? Nope. All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Christie.
No, thank you.
Appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
I'll be calling, excuse me.
I'm sorry, was there anyone else who wanted to testify on this item? I apologize. Item 4B, before we move on. Anyone else to testify on item 4B? All right, very good. Thank you.
I'll be calling item 4C, amending the fiscal year 2022-2023 CIP to authorize and appropriate $2,500,000 in QCT Affordable Housing Grant Funds for Pershing Building demolition.
Director Marvin.
Good afternoon, Dan Marvin, Urban Development. This is an award that came about, we informed council about this probably in December of last year. And the award came about because we applied for ARPA grants through the state of Nebraska, specifically to be used for demolition of the Pershing building. That award has since come through, and the vote today authorizes those dollars to be used through a CIP fund. So basically, we're transferring funds. We would expect that the bid package will go out shortly, a matter of weeks, could be a month, and that we would be able to retain a contractor to do the demolition of the building sometime yet this spring.
That would be exciting news. Questions for Director Marvin on this item? See none. Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to come and testify on item 4C? All right, very good. Let's move on to 4D.
Item 4D is amending the fiscal year 2022-2023 CIP to authorize and appropriate $1,150,630 in QCT Affordable Housing Primary Class Grant Funds of $4,108,801 in Home ARP Grant Funds for Permanent Supportive Housing.
Director Marvin.
Again, Dan Marvin, Urban Development, didn't give my address, 555 South 10th Street. At the same time that we were pursuing ARPA funds for the demolition of Pershing, we also pursued additional gap funding for a permanent supportive housing project that we had received HUD dollars in the amount of approximately $4+ million. And these ARPA dollars will be in companion to that to be able to build a probably about a 24 to 26 room permanent supportive housing for homeless folks that currently have no place to reside in Lincoln. We've had early meetings with an architecture group and a small committee to kind of go through what the programming document would look like, what this building would need to be able to provide. That's an early step. The next step that we are going through is a programming document that would explain the financing for a building like this. Once we have gone through both of those steps, we would probably go out for an RFP for an architect, an RFP for operators of these buildings. That is yet to come forward. But what is before you today is, again, to be able to approve these dollars to fold into a CIP fund so that we would be able to be authorized to spend these dollars at some point in the future.
Very good. Any questions for Director Marvin? All right, thank you. Anyone else here to make comment on item 4D? Anyone else here to speak on 4D? All right, very good. Madam Clerk?
Item 4E is to authorize and appropriate a developer contribution towards the South of Downtown Rehabilitation Program in the amount of $285,000.
Director Marvin?
Dan Marvin, Urban Development, 555 South 10th Street. The item that you have before you, again, is another CIP-related item. 4F is related to it. What we have created is a rental rehab program in the SoDo area. This process has been a multi-year effort to try to upgrade the housing stock in south of downtown without impacting the rental rates that these buildings would be, that the landlords would be asking. So we've created a grant program to help facilitate upgrades in some of these buildings, modernize them, HVAC systems, windows, doors, roofs and insulation in some cases, partnering with other program that are currently available, whether it's our lead-based paint program at the City of Lincoln or through additional funds through Black Hills Energy or Lincoln Electric System. I'll stop there and answer if you have any questions.
Any questions for Director Marvin on this agenda item, 4E? All right, see none, thank you. Anyone from the public wishing to testify on item 4E? 4E. All right, seeing none. We'll go move on to 4F.
Item 4F is amending the fiscal year 2022-23 CIP to authorize and appropriate $1,500,000 in tax increment financing for the South of Downtown Rental Rehab Program.
Again, this is related to the previous item. A couple of items that I left out. This is a 10-year program. We're estimated to be able to provide rental rehab funds for the next 10 years in the south of downtown area. Our first year, we expect to be able to approve over 100 units for rental rehab. Thus, typically we're going to award $15,000 per unit, so 100 times 15,000 would be $1.5 million.
100 units.
Well, I try to what is it? Under promise and over deliver. So our goal would be a minimum of 100. We actually have 130 units that are available, and we've approved.
I think those are both amazing numbers. So, any questions for Director Marvin? Counselor.
I do. Thank you, Director Marvin, for coming down and explaining both of these items. I know that this rental rehab program in the south of downtown is really a pilot program, and I am very interested in seeing this program expand if it's successful. And do you have a forecast for how long the pilot will run before we can reassess and expand it?
Well, I think our goal is we've started from scratch, so we have legal documents. We have if you receive $15,000, then there would be a lien against the property for that amount for the contracted length of the period of time. I think there's some additional steps that we need to be able to test out. And then we have to do some follow-up due diligence on the recording and record-keeping work. But our goal in SoDo would be this fall to do a phase 2. And I think after we get those bumps worked out, our goal would be able to go citywide. The dollars that we have in SoDo are area specific, so some of the resources that we would use to be able to do this more system-wide would be the resources that the council's approved, the affordable funds, housing funds that council approved, or the in lieu of dollars that we receive on some other TIF projects that we've done would be a resource that could be used to emulate this kind of a grant program more system-wide.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for Director Marvin? All right, very good. Thank you, sir. Anyone else here wishing to speak on item 4F? Item 4F. All right, very good. Madam Clerk?
We can now vote on these items. Item 4A, accepting and approving the reports of new and pending claims against the city for February 1st through February 15th, 2023, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second?
Second, Suarez. Any comments? Very good. Madam Clerk?
Shob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0. Item 4B is approving a contract for the operation of a Keno-type lottery between the city and EHPV Lottery Services LLC for a 5-year term, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second?
Second, Suarez. Any comment? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Washington,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0. Item 4C is amending the fiscal year 2022-2023 CIP to authorize and appropriate $2,500,000 QCT Affordable Housing Grant Funds for Pershing Building demolition, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second?
Second, Suarez. Any comments? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Suarez,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0. Item 4D is amending the fiscal year 2022-23 CIP to authorize and appropriate $1,150,630,000 in QCT Affordable Housing Primary Class Grant Funds for $4,108,801 in Home ARP Grant Funds for Permanent Supportive Housing, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second?
Second, Washington. Comments? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Suarez,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0. Item 4E is to authorize and appropriate a developer contribution towards the South of Downtown Rehabilitation Program in the amount of $285,000, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded by Suarez. Comments?
This has been a long time coming, and I'm so glad that we got here.
Anyone else? All right, very good. Madam Clerk?
Washington,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Motion carried 5-0. Item 4F is amending the fiscal year 2022-23 CIP to authorize and appropriate $1,500,000 tax increment financing for the South of Downtown Rental Rehab Program, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second?
Second, Washington. Comments? All right. I will just take a quick moment to thank Urban Development and its staff. We have a lot of good projects coming to fruition through these series, these last 4 that we've talked about. Taking Pershing down is a definite step in the right direction in renovating that block, in addition to permanent supportive housing and rehab of south of downtown. These are big changes for the city of Lincoln and moving in the right direction. So, Madam Clerk?
Washington,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0. Okay. That concludes section 4 of our agenda. We shall now move on to section 5, public hearing ordinances, second reading, and related resolutions. Item 5A is change of zone 22040, application of Scott Sullivan for a change of zone from R4 residential to R4 residential with landmark overlay on the property generally located at 2980 Holdridge Street.
Is there anyone here to testify on item 5A? Anyone here to testify on item 5A? Hi, Scott.
Hi.
If you could just start with your name and address.
Sure. Scott Sullivan, 2101 Wilderness Ridge Drive. As mentioned, I'm the applicant for this. This church has been off and on for sale for a few years. It currently is a church. My interest in this property as an architect is twofold, one for the neighborhood, one for the building. The goal here is to simply have more viable options for the redevelopment of this property. The changes include options such as housing, daycare, adult services, even some limited businesses such as art sales, those sorts of neighborhood complemented uses. The intention is to simply follow historic guidelines for the exterior renovation of this building while doing a complete renovation of the interior of the building based upon whatever final uses come to fruition for the project.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Any questions for Mr. Sullivan while we have him here? See none. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else who would like to speak on item 5A? All right, very good. Madam Clerk?
I'll be calling item 5B, approving the lease agreement between the City of Lincoln and the Department of Administrative Services on behalf of Department of Education Vocational Rehabilitation Services for the lease of space by Department of Education Vocational Rehabilitation at 1330 N Street from January 27th, 2023 through December 31st of 2029.
Is there anyone here to speak on item 5B?
Good afternoon. Dylan Wren, 1330 N Street, American Job Center. This lease agreement is for Nebraska VR. They provide essential services to help individuals with disabilities enter the workplace. These services are very complementary to the services that the city provides at the American Job Center as well. So happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Dylan? See none. Thank you,
All right.
sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on item 5B? 5B. All right, seeing none, let's move on.
I'll be calling item 5C, approving a real estate sale agreement between the City of Lincoln and Q&L LLC for the sale of city-owned property generally located at 2201 South 84th Street.
Good afternoon, Michelle Backemeyer with Urban Development Department. Before you is a real estate sales agreement for the property located at 2201 South 84th Street. We also refer to this property as former Fire Station Number 12. The city advertised the property during the process, received multiple offers, and this is the one we chose, and we'd like to get the property sold.
All right, very good. Questions for Michelle? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else here who would like to comment on item 5C? 5C. Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, I don't know if you want to take a moment to get our sign-in sheets, but I'll talk a little bit here. So we have sign-up sheets in the back for folks that want to testify on items 5D, 5E, and 5F. Generally speaking, the Lincoln Bold project. If you would like to testify, we have sign-up sheets in the back, and that's how we're actually going to be taking our testifiers here today. So if you want to testify, you will need to sign up in the back. We're going to try to keep this moving as quickly as possible. So what we're going to do is I'm going to call one person to come up to one side of the podium, a person to come up on the other podium, and we're going to go back and forth. So Madam Clerk will actually be calling two people at a time, one who is coming to speak and the next who is on deck. And so that's how the public comment process is going to work through this. And once again, if you want to make a public comment today, the sign-up sheet is in back. So with that, we'll call item 5D, hear from city staff, then we'll hear from the developer themselves. We will then take public comment, and then we will ask counselors will ask questions after that public comment process is done. Seeing as we are meeting at 3:30 in the afternoon, what I'd like to do is try to get people, if they are busy, in and out as quickly as possible to make their comments. We will not be voting today. The voting session on this item is next week. So if you want to make your comment and leave, that's fine. The voting session actually takes place next week, not this week. So with that, Madam Clerk, do you want to go ahead and call item 5D when you are ready? We'll give our clerk just one moment. Madam Clerk, 5D, whenever you are ready.
I'll be calling items 5D, E, and F. 5D, approving the Lincoln Bold redevelopment project redevelopment agreement between the city and Lincoln Bold LLC relating to the redevelopment of property generally located at 205 North 9th Street and adjacent rights-of-way, and the related fiscal year 22-23 CIP to authorize and appropriate $24,150,000 in TIF funds for the Lincoln Bold redevelopment project and $721,000 in private contributions to in lieu of affordable housing project and the related tax allocation bonds for the Lincoln Bold redevelopment project in the amount not to exceed $24,150,000.
Director Marvin, when you're ready.
Chairman Beckius, Dan Marvin, Urban Development, 555 South 10th Street, and with me is Hallie Salem, who is our redevelopment manager and has a little more history on downtown development than I do. I started in 2019, so I think Hallie will be able to work through some of the history that got this parcel to the condition where it is today. But I would say that sometime last year, we had been in contact with the developer. They'd identified this as a location that was available, that it met the height limitations, didn't need any zone changes, and they were proposing to do 100 units on site with some office and additional amenities. We entered into discussions about parking, about the site plan, and we've moved forward to the point where we are today. I would say that this project checks off a lot of conditions that are in the downtown master plan in terms of trying to turn the downtown more into a neighborhood with more residents. This checks those boxes off. And the comp plan goals of being able to do more infill development, this is an exceedingly dense, if you look at it on a per square foot basis, this is like one resident per every 106 square feet. So the lot size is 10,650 square feet. It's an incredibly dense project from that perspective. And so we wanted to move ahead with this project, and what you have before you is the fruits of those conversations that have taken place over the last year.
And I'll talk a little bit more about the project. It's a $116 million project with $91 million private investment, $24 million in TIF, and $721,000 in an affordable housing in lieu of contribution. Before I get into some additional detail about the public involvement on this project, I'd like to take a step back and think about the designation, because we've had a lot of questions regarding the designation of the historic Haymarket and what came first. So in 1982, the historic Haymarket district was designated Haymarket Landmark District. And in the research completed for that historic Haymarket district, specifically this site was noted as not being included. It was a non-contributing building to that district, and therefore the 9th and P. Bentley Cars site was removed from the district for consideration as part of the historic Haymarket. In 1984, it received certification from the National Park Service as the equivalent of a National Register district. So we've been looking at redevelopment and preserving this district in the area for a long time. Many years later, after designating this area eligible for TIF and as a redevelopment area, the planning department conducted a study of the South Haymarket neighborhood plan. And that plan afforded some changes to zoning as well as building height limits, things like that in the area. And as part of that review, the Mellicars site was reviewed in terms of its maximum height limit of 275 feet. There were several other parcels that were reviewed by Planning Commission and City Council, as part of that, and there was a proposal brought forward by the planning department to reduce the height limit on this site from 275 feet to 75 feet. As you may remember, this was then considered by and discussed by Planning Commission, and in the end, it was that change from 275 feet to 75 feet was removed from language for that text amendment, so, and the height amendment. Again, it was taken to council February 13th, 2017, where it was debated by city council members. And again, there was discussion about this, both at Planning Commission and City Council, that this Mellicars site was more representative of the 9th Street corridor than it was of the historic Haymarket District. And therefore, that height limit was retained, that maximum height limit of 275 feet was maintained. When we get into the more recent history about this project went to both Urban Design Committee and Historic Preservation twice. The architect took it to Historic Preservation Commission in September, and then again in October, and then Urban Design Commission in October of last year, and then again November 1st, 2022, where commissioners voted, or the committee voted 5-0 approval of the project, subject to some of the committee's comments on materiality and scale, which I believe they addressed with additional detail about the materiality of the project. The project went forward as a plan amendment to the Lincoln Center redevelopment plan to Planning Commission on November 2nd. And that Planning Commission meeting, we advertised that Planning Commission meeting, legal ads required by state law. And at that Planning Commission meeting, there was a finding of conformance 9-0 for the project. In between some of these Planning Commission and council meetings and other meetings, we were also holding meetings with the individual property owners of the block. So we had a meeting on November 14th with the adjacent property owners to begin discussing alley improvements in this area. So that included utilities, undergrounding of utility lines, and some other potential resurfacing of the alley. Then Lincoln Bold went to City Council on December 19th for a public hearing, and it was approved. The project was approved at City Council at that public hearing. We did have a follow-up meeting February 9th with the adjacent owners, also to talk about the alley improvements. We're hopeful that we can work through some of those details, but with some of the timing of, for example, transformers and other issues around the site, as well as some of the property owners have raised issues with garbage and parking access and other improvements in that back area adjacent to the alley. That will be a complicated matter, and so we're still working through some of those issues.
With us today is the development team of Danae Kalkowski and Mr. Glenn, and I think we would wait and be able to come up and answer questions later as well.
Yep, I know. I think that we'll go ahead and invite the developers forward now and hear from them, and then we'll move on to the public testimony right after that. Danae, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the council. Danae Kalkowski, appearing this afternoon on behalf of Lincoln Bold, LLC, 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 105. Also with me today is one of the principals of Lincoln Bold, Steve Glenn. We're going to let Steve talk, maybe give you a little bit of overview of the project, some of the history of the work they've done on the project, and then I'll follow up with a few details, and then we'll be available for questions you might have.
Thank you very much. My name is Steve Glenn. I'm at 1212 O Street in Lincoln. And I'm very thankful that I can be before you today for the project that's been called Lincoln Bold. This project actually started 6 years ago, and our goal was to build a bold structure that would provide for an urban housing for a dynamic, high-tech industry that had started in Lincoln. These people that we're trying to attract are living in New York, Chicago, Silicon Valley, and LA. They live in an urban environment, and they want to live in an urban environment. And they're well paid, and they're tremendous people to try to attract to our community. So that was our goal, and also to supplement small businesses and entrepreneurs. Almost 2 years ago, we looked at 4 locations in the city. We looked at 2 that were south of O, 2 that were north of O, and then we brought in a feasibility study, and that feasibility study said this is the site. This is the site that would attract not only the people that we want to attract to live there, but also the capital to invest in it. From that point in time, we secured an architect, Leo Daly, out of Omaha, to start the design process because they had done other high-rise projects. And you really have to have somebody that's very good with that process. Our direction then was to them was simple: design the most beautiful building between Chicago and Denver. We also then looked for local family investors that would invest in this project. These aren't people from Chicago or Houston. These are 9 Lincoln families that said, we want to invest in Lincoln. This is our home. We love it. This is a great community, and we're proud of it. And we want to show how proud we are with an investment that will be a striking addition to our skyline and to our community. We have no out-of-town developers. The building name is actually 9 Lincoln Park. The developers group is called Lincoln Bold, but the building is actually called 9 Lincoln Park. And we have, at that time, we have met with almost 70 people throughout the last year going through issues and concerns. Some of those obviously will be here today. We've not only met with them, but we listened to them, and more importantly, we tried to address those concerns. Today you will probably hear some of those, but one that keeps coming over and over again is parking. The Haymarket's short of parking today without this building, and we've got other residential units going up. But this building is 100% valet. If you live in this building, you have to valet your car. We're not going to allow you to use those street parking. The other thing that we heard was that during construction, the construction area would cover up businesses on the north side of P Street. So with that, we said, what if we come up as a solution? There are actually 17 parking stalls on the north side of P Street. We said, what if we could put in free valet parking? So if you drove up there, they literally could drive up, go to these businesses. When they're done, show us the receipt they were there. We go get their car, and it's free parking. So there are 17 stalls on the north side of P Street. We hope that we can actually scrunch down our construction area so we only take 11 of those 17 stalls. We also hope that instead of covering up 6 businesses, we can only cover up to the half block, which will only cover 2 businesses. The 4 businesses on the west side of the block would be uncovered and literally still have street-facing parking. I'm a small business. The people that come up here today, they're concerned because of the unknown. I have a passion for small business people. These people fight every day to try to make a living, and I respect that. So I'm not diminishing what they do and how they do it. I'm I have this passion that I want to make sure they're not affected negatively. That's who I am. I'm proud of this project. I think people in Lincoln will be very proud of this project. And I think we'll be able to attract tremendous people for our community. I also want to say special thanks before I leave. Our urban development group here for the city has just been outstanding to work with. They are problem solvers, and they try to look at projects very professionally and with a passion to do it right and with leadership. Also, we've been working with the Downtown Lincoln Association, and they have just tried to come up with solution after solution. And also the Haymarket Development Corporation. They're saying, how do we find solutions? How do we help small business? How do we grow our Haymarket and make it powerful, even more powerful? So I would compliment them all. And it's an honor for me to stand before you, and exciting for us to be able to hopefully put a shovel in the ground this year on this dynamic product.
Great. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you all.
So I'm going to hit maybe a few other points. As Hallie mentioned, and a reminder, we have no separate land use actions going along with this redevelopment agreement. The project site is zoned B4. The B4 allows a building up to 275 feet by right. Somebody could come get a building permit and build a 275 foot tall building. We're limited because of FAA constraints to 254 feet. So from a purely zoning standpoint, the building is appropriate for the site. In December, of course, the council approved the amendment to the Lincoln Center redevelopment plan that added this project to the plan, determined that this project would promote the general health, safety, and welfare of the community, and authorized the use of tax increment financing for uses that are permitted under the Nebraska Community Development Law. So because we're using TIF, the city gets some input on this, which is a great thing really for our community. Because we're coming in with a project that we want to utilize TIF funds for, both the public and the private sector get a benefit from that. And one of the great benefits is that there was a lot of public input on the building design, right? Hallie already mentioned our architects from Leo A. Daly and the Lincoln Bold team attended, actually we attended 3 different meetings for the Historic Preservation Commission, asking for their input because of our proximity to the historic Haymarket District. But the actual determiner of the site approval or building approval was Urban Design Committee, because we are outside of that Haymarket District. We were in front of that group 2 different times with unanimous approval at their November meeting. The final meeting with both of those groups expressed thankfulness to the architects and to the development team for a willingness to make changes to the building design plans that allow us to end up with a building that does really fit the site, recognizes the proximity to the historic Haymarket, but also that we're on an entryway corridor into downtown and surrounded by larger, taller buildings as people are entering our city from 9th Street. The streetscape plans, at that time we didn't have them. We have since prepared them, and we're using the same designer that the city's using for their downtown streetscape project. We're not going to take those to Urban Design Committee until this fall, when the city takes their larger plans for the downtown, because we want those plans to be consistent. But Urban Design was very, upfront that they wanted to see those plans, and we need to take those plans back through and have them approved at the same time. So they'll be going back through. At the redevelopment plan amendment hearing, we committed to meeting with individual stakeholders to work out the details on how to minimize some of the impacts that this project might have on our neighbors. As Steve mentioned, the Lincoln Bold development and construction team have held multiple meetings with individual business owners and representatives, some more than one meeting, to try to address their questions, their concerns, and construction considerations that we might take into place with the project to address those concerns. Presentations were made to the LHDC board and also to the DLA board, and both of those boards have expressed support for the project. Continued to work with the contractor on a number of construction details, including what are the needs for construction staging around this site. We've worked really hard at that. One of the very first things this development team decided, at one point they had been pursuing the potential for connecting this project to DEC services, because there could be a real great benefit to doing that. But that would have involved extending the service along Q Street and would have torn up the whole south side of Q Street during construction. And it was determined early on that would just be too much impact to the neighbors, so that was taken out of consideration, which then limits kind of our impacts to basically 9th Street and P Street. And I will say the construction team's been working hard with LTU on iterations to try to minimize the impact, particularly on P Street. You're not going to see a plan attached to the redevelopment agreement because it's still an ongoing process. We're still working through that. We're still making adjustments. As of 1 or 2 weeks ago, we made an adjustment to try to pull it back on P Street in response to an idea that had been floated. And I think there's been some conversations with neighbors about trying to do that. So LTU and urban development are very passionate, as are we, about trying to minimize the impact, particularly on P Street. And so we're going to commit to continuing to work on those issues with respect to the construction staging area. We also listened to the businesses about, and agree that there'll be some impact during construction, right? So what can we do to help minimize that impact during construction? And Steve mentioned in his testimony, they brought forward the idea of trying to operate a valet service around that 8th and P area that would be operated during the busiest times and busiest days to help serve the Haymarket businesses, and would particularly provide free valet services to those businesses on P Street that are most directly impacted by the project. We've entered into a memorandum of understanding with DLA and with LHDC. Both of those entities like the idea, would like to help us come up with the details to implement it. Along with the valet parking is a commitment to advertise not only the valet parking, but the businesses that will be able to utilize the valet parking. That memorandum of understanding, they're really holding our feet to the fire, but a minimum investment of $250,000 toward the valet parking and the advertising. So we're looking forward to working with those two entities on trying to put in place a system that will help minimize the impact, make it easier for people to come down and visit those businesses. And so that's, I think, an important step that the developer's trying to take to address some of the impacts. I guess finally, maybe I'll talk just a brief minute about the redevelopment agreement. And we continue to hold weekly meetings with the Urban Development Department, thank you, to work through the details of the redevelopment agreement. Probably, one of the most important items is the TIF, the amount of TIF and the uses and sources for the TIF. This agreement specifically identifies that with respect to the money that will be used by the city for right-of-way and streetscape improvements, and the money that the private developer will be utilizing for streetscape improvements, that over $3.2 million of the TIF will be used directly in the city right-of-way, a large portion of that for streetscape improvements. So this will be a huge shot of influx of money for the city to be able to implement some of these things that they're studying right now on the downtown, streetscape design process that's going through. We also addressed parking for the building in the redevelopment agreement by securing 200 parking stalls in the city marketplace garage at 10th and Q. That's where the valet service will park the cars. And we have Been working out the details of that internally, of how that will work for the building, but there will be parking available. There's also been conversations between our contractor and the city about having stalls in that garage during construction to keep the construction parking in there also. And then finally, I think one of the important things, besides the $3.2 million of TIF that's going toward public improvements in the right-of-way, there's also a $721,000 contribution being made to the, for affordable housing for the city. So another big investment into a really important issue for the city because of the project and because we're going through the TIF process for this project. I think in conclusion, this is an exciting project for downtown, and particularly that 9th Street entryway, into the city. It's permitted under the current zoning, and with the utilization of the TIF funding, it'll provide substantial public, and private benefits to the community. Efforts have been taken, and this developer is committed to continuing to make efforts to minimize the impacts in any way we can to our neighboring businesses. They're important to us. We want them there to be able to serve, the users and homeowners who live in this building. So we'll do what we can, and Steve is definitely committed to doing what we can to help minimize that. So we would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for coming down. I think that we will probably save our questions until after testimony so that we can get people through that process as quickly as possible. So thank you both.
Perfect.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As stated earlier, if you would like to testify on these items today, there's a sign-up sheet in back. The clerk of the city council of the city will be calling people up 2 at a time to testify. We'll have one person approach on the left, one person approach on the right, and we will go back and forth. So like I said, she'll call 2 people at a time, and we'll proceed in that fashion. So Madam Clerk, would you like to call our first 2 testifiers?
As a reminder as well, everyone has a testimony time of 5 minutes. 4 minutes will be timed. The first timer will go off, and I will let you know of your 1 minute remainder, and then I'll tell you when your time is up. First for testimony is Bob Krieger. Next up would be Mike Martin.
Okay. Bob, if we could have you on this side, and Mike, if you want to go ahead and come up, we'll have you take a stand over there. You're fine, Bob. You're good over here. And then we'll go ahead, if you could just start with your name and address whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Members of the council, my name is Bob Krieger. I appear today as counsel for the Save the Historic Haymarket LLC. My business address is 1601 Old Cheney Road in Lincoln. The LLC was actually formed in response to the Lincoln Bold project. It was formed so that the like-minded businesses in the Haymarket could actually speak with one voice. And it was also formed in response to what I believe to be good faith efforts on the part of the developer to have individual conversations with individual owners on individual sites, but with no necessary consistent theme or no coherent points being made at any point in time, and without any conversation that resulted in a specific agreement to do a specific thing. So although we applaud the effort to communicate, which is what good governance is all about, the organization felt it would better if at least identified businesses could speak with one voice on the topic and could be the point source for negotiations or discussions. I can represent that the district, the Haymarket district that is in the LLC, represents about 50 businesses and property owners and residents in the district. I have submitted a letter to the council that I've circulated. I've given a copy to the clerk to make for the record. 5 minutes, I can just simply say there's a lot of points in the letter that we would like to discuss or develop, but I'll leave my comments to some broader things. But before I discuss summarizing these issues, I'm reminded of several proverbs or saying that I find applicable in resolution of complicated disputes. The first one is, unlike in geometry, in life, sometimes the shortest distance between 2 points is not a straight line. And the second one is perception is reality. And if you can figure out how to resolve those two questions, if you can figure out how people identify their self-interest and whether they're right or wrong, perception matters, you can kind of work through with me my group's problems with the project. And as a litigator, I always get asked the question, well, what happens if we lose? Can we sue? And I'm sure that's true for both opponents and proponents. The potential of litigation in probably one of the largest projects of its kind in one of the most sensitive areas of downtown Lincoln, with the dollars that are involved, it's almost impossible to conceive of how this project is going to make it all the way through to digging dirt without somebody challenging something somewhere. So if the project is a conception at one point and digging dirt, as the developer said, at the end point is the object, then maybe speeding to dig the dirt is not the best solution. And why we believe it's not the best solution is because there are a couple of issues that we can't satisfactorily resolve on our side of the equation. The principal concern is how this project came about, how notice was actually given to affected property owners, and how the district actually learned about this process. I knew nothing about this as a private citizen until I got called by the district, and to members of the district, none of them heard about this until they saw it in the newspaper. So, and that seems to be a universal refrain amongst these people. Public record says that no one attended the hearing. I'm sorry, the largest project with a significant amount of TIF money. How is it that no one attended the hearing? I suggest in my letter to you that the notice was totally inadequate, and you'll probably hear from people today who would have liked to have this discussion before the Planning Commission. Parking, all right, that's the big issue. Valet parking to the limited space that's already in the Haymarket. I'll be happy to take advantage of the valet parking, but it's got to go somewhere. And every new spot crowds out an existing spot. It's just math. And unless you're building more spaces, you're hampering parking, which, according to the information in the materials provided, that's a #1 issue down there. There's an irony in all this. Decades ago, someone had the idea for a Haymarket, and they took substantial economic risk. They used their creativity to make something that I didn't think was possible in my lifetime actually happen. We have a Haymarket district that's vibrant.
Time.
If you just want to finish up, I'll
Yeah,
give you 10 more seconds.
And it's so successful that it invites projects like this, which is a bold project. But it comes at the expense of the success of the people who are in the district. This process needs to be better. There needs to be more opportunity for people to participate, and that really can only occur if the information available to the county is further developed and the city is further developed to the Planning Commission. So our principal objective is to just ask for more time and to encourage this council to seek more information and input from the public before it makes its decision. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Bob. Any questions for Bob?
I have one. In your note, is there any laws that you feel like were broken or any ordinances that were broken in your response or in your
Broken
statement?
is a legal phrase I'm
Yeah.
not familiar with. The concepts I'm familiar with, I think there are concepts about notice that were broken, if that's the phrase you want to use. If you just ask yourself, the statutory notice is narrow and it goes out to people that are affected largely by economic interests, but not one notice to an adjacent property owner. When the comprehensive plan speaks about community involvement and notice to the members of the community, I'd like to know what notice was given to the people directly affected by the plan. So I think that's broken.
So what I'm hearing you say is that in your opinion, it's the concept, but there was actually no like specific ordinances that were broken.
Just the context of the plan, the comprehensive plan that requires notice to the affected people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Bob, sorry. Before you go, was there any difference between what was handed out to some council members and your email that was sent out earlier
No.
today? Okay, I just wanted to make sure we all had the
It
same
should
information.
be a PDF version
Yep.
of the letter I just gave
Okay,
to the clerk.
perfect.
so-
Just want to make sure we all had the same pieces of information. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you please call our next two?
Yes, next is Mr. Mike Martin. Next up after Mr. Martin is Troy Heath, and then on deck would be Kevin Witcher.
All right, Troy, if you want to come on up. Floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, councilors. My name is Mike Martin, 1925 Dover Court. I come representing businesses in the Haymarket of Leadbelly and Fleetwood. As an employee, business owner, patron, and supporter of the Haymarket for the last 27 years, I have some concerns with the proposed Lincoln Bold project. How does it conform to Lincoln's comprehensive plan? How is it going to affect traffic flow into and out of the Haymarket during its 3-year construction timeline? Where are the additional parking stalls going to come from to accommodate the 22 floors of not only tenants, but also other business owners and their vehicles? But my biggest concern in both the short and long term is the economic impact of this project on not only the businesses in the Haymarket, but also in the city of Lincoln itself. It's been discussed amongst the Haymarket businesses that we saw a significant loss of revenue during the construction of the Harris Overpass, a street that does not technically provide direct access into or out of the Haymarket. What will the economic impact be when we effectively close off the major arterials into and out of the Haymarket during the 3-year construction timeline? With, of course, the decreased sales to the businesses comes decreased sales tax revenue. The Haymarket is not an area that's not already providing sales tax and property taxes to our city. Where's the economic impact study quantifying the city's loss of revenue during the construction period due to the Haymarket's loss of revenue itself? Urban Development Director Dan Marvin has been quoted as saying, "The owner of the site currently pays $8,900 a year in property taxes. Once the 20-year TIF payback period is over, its projected property taxes will be about $2 million per year." That to me doesn't describe a bad deal. That seems like a good deal to the taxpayers. My question, how is deferring $1.9 million in property taxes for the next 20 years good for the taxpayers? The Haymarket is already a viable economic area of Lincoln, and I think the developers of Lincoln Bold will attest to that. Could it be argued that another developer would happily snap up this property, redevelop the land without the required TIF financing, as the developers right across the street from this project did, and begin paying increased property taxes immediately or in less than the 3 years? I certainly think that it's worth a conversation. When I apply for a liquor license, I'm required to place a sign on my property alerting the public to my intentions. Yet little to no notice was given to the business owners, the property owners, or the tenants of the Haymarket regarding this project. In the developer's own words, this is the largest request for TIF funding in Lincoln's history. And it's my opinion that it deserves more economic analysis and discussion with the concerned parties that it's been given to up to this point. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming down. We appreciate it. Questions for our testifier? No? Very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk, our next two.
Yes, next up is Troy Heath. I'd call Kevin Witcher up to the podium, and on deck is Russ Baer.
All right. Troy, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Troy Heath. I represent Remedy Counseling and Assessment located at 140 North 8th Street, Suite 430. So I'm a mental health therapist with my office on the 4th floor of the Apothecary building in the Haymarket area. I've spoke with some of you by email. I'd like to thank Councilmember Shope and Washington for corresponding back, making me feel that my input has been heard. So I represent a quiet little corner of the Haymarket. So when people think about the Haymarket, they think about Buzzard Billy's, they think about Lead Bellies, they think about all these businesses, the mill, all these great businesses on the ground level. There's a lot that goes on second floor and above in our Haymarket. And I'm here today because I don't know if those concerns are being heard. So our little office has 3 therapists. We've been there for about a year and a half. We've seen over 430 clients in that year and a half, and we've provided over 1,700 mental health sessions. So we don't qualify our business in dollars and cents. We qualify it in people that we can serve. So we serve those people on Medicaid. We have a contract with the Department of Health and Human Services helping people make the transition from programs at the Lincoln Regional Center to life in the community. But in many ways, there remains a stigma surrounding mental health services, and our clients have come to respect our ability for anonymity. You have to take an elevator to the 4th floor in the apothecary building. There's no stairs that really openly lead up there. You have to have a purpose to come to the 4th floor. So they're able to come and quietly access those services, free from the stigma, free from the wandering eyes of people that might see them coming and going and wondering what they're doing there. Our hours are from 10 to 6, so we benefit from the availability of parking during the day, which includes the on-street meter parking. The change in this parking balance. So there's a nice balance downtown. During the day, you can come, you can find meter parking spots. You can't find those in the evening. You can find them during the day. So you can come, they can park at a meter, plug it for an hour, come into their 45-minute session, be back down their car, and be left. But also, they might stop at the mill, they might stop at Crescent Moon. They might help those other businesses down there on the ground level. This change in parking balance, where construction workers being down there during the day, where are they going to park? They're going to be taking up some of those parking spots that someone on Medicaid can barely afford to pay the meter to come up to our offices. As such, I'm opposed to the current luxury development being planned for by Lincoln Bold. In short, it just does not belong in our area. It doesn't. Anyone that I talk to is like, does this make sense? Does it pass the SIF test? They're like, what is a 22-story glass and steel construction? Looks totally out of place next to a 4-story brick and mortar construction that's been there for 100 years. So I just don't think that it meets this Lincoln-Lancaster County comprehensive plan. And when we talk about TIF financing, I mean, sure, there's $700 and some going to affordable housing, but you're giving them $24 million. So I don't know where that comes from, but.
1 minute.
Then also in the paper, they talk about valet parking. So I'm a mental health therapist. I have ethical and moral obligations to keep my clients' confidentiality important. I don't give them receipts. I give them a bill maybe once a month. I don't give them receipts. How are they going to use that for valet parking? That question has not been answered to me yet. In conclusion, I feel this project is not the best interest of my business, the historic Haymarket, or Lincoln in general. There's a large, exclusive luxury building catered to the rich and powerful on the backs of everyday taxpayers. Granting it the largest TIF funding of any project in Lincoln is an insult to everyday taxpayers that are my clients. In short, this is the wrong project in the wrong place at the wrong time. I encourage the council to at least hit the brakes on this development, have real studies on its impact completed, and review what the real public sentiment is behind this project before approving any TIF or redevelopment agreements at this time.
Time.
Thank you. Right on the mark.
Right on the mark.
Right on the mark.
Good work. Thank you so much, Tori. We appreciate it. Any questions? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Next is Kevin Witcher. I will call up Russ Bayer to the podium, and on deck is Amanda Martinson.
Kevin, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kevin Witcher, and my business address is 803 Q Street, Suite 150. I'm a small business owner, restaurant owner in the Haymarket. Been there for 5 years now. So coming through COVID, surviving COVID, this kind of feels like a second wave of COVID coming for us right now, in my opinion, because the same, to a large degree, depletion or decretion in my business is going to happen over 3 years of construction. So we talk about valet parking and providing valet parking for people during this project. Valet won't matter because they won't come. Lincolnites will listen to the news and they'll hear of this massive construction project and they'll just stay home or they'll go somewhere else. So whatever valet spots are going to be dedicated to trying to valet business people, it's not going to have any effect because they just won't come. The developer talked about attracting New York, Chicago, LA. I don't know who he's talking to, but they're not moving to Nebraska. They don't want to live in the winter. They don't want to come here. That's not who's going to be in these buildings. What we're going to end up with is wealthy folks from the small towns in Nebraska who want a space to go to for football Saturdays. And they won't be there all the time. So they're not bringing a lot of revenue to us anyway because they don't live there most of the time. They live someplace else. They come in for football games. I keep hearing them say, we're going to minimize the impact, or we hope that we can minimize the impact. There's a lot of hoping, but there are not a lot of solutions yet that I'm hearing of how we're going to do that. So what that says to me is we're going to keep talking in these circles. Then once it's approved, we're going to say, well, we did the best we could, but this is what we came up with, and it's not going to be very minimally impacted on our businesses in the end. And at that point, we're going to have nothing to say about it because it's going to be done. So maybe we stop and not approve anything until they can give us concrete decisions on how they're going to minimize this. What are we going to do? Finish your research, finish your talks, finish whatever you're doing, and say, this is our plan. This is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to minimize the impact on the businesses in the area. And then we can discuss what that plan is, the actual plan, and not just we're going to do our best and we hope that we can. In the end, it ends up kind of biting the small guy because let's be honest, this project is going to make money for them. Is gonna. So in the end, who's protecting the small people? And I think that's you guys. So I hope you're listening to what we're saying and taking our input to heart, because the Haymarket has a lot of considerable issues already. It does. It's a challenging area for small business already. I don't think this is the solution. I think there may be better solutions that can actually help the area, things that will bring people. This isn't going to bring people down there to enjoy the Haymarket. It's going to be a hindrance because they're going to see it as more traffic, more people, less parking. And the local people who live here, who are the ones we count on for consistent and regular visits and revenue, they're going to come less. They just are.
1 minute.
I'm done. Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions for Kevin before he goes? Yes, Councilor.
I have a statement, then I think I have a question. First of all, I love Screamers. Excellent restaurant, excellent establishment, and also thank you for hosting CASA for a fundraiser to help support the kiddos in the system. So thank you for that. And I don't even know if there's necessarily an answer to this, but one thing that I'm hearing a lot from folks is that there is going to be a ton of, it's going to take over a bunch of parking in downtown Lincoln. And then I also hear from the same folks saying that everyone that's going to live here is going to be from out of town. And so I'm struggling to kind of reconcile both of those things, right? If everyone's from out of town, are we going to have this huge parking issue? Or is it that there's going to be a lot of people down there that will be down in the Haymarket, right? Like I'm hearing both of those things, and so
Yeah.
I'm just trying to reconcile those. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. The way I see it is you're gonna have both, because what's happening and the people from out of town aren't flying in. They live in western Nebraska. They're gonna drive in, so they're still gonna bring their cars. They're still gonna park, or they're gonna have their families meet them from Oregon or Ohio, whatever, coming in for the big football celebration. They're gonna drive in. So you're still going to have an influx of a lot of vehicles. But even without that, we already have a parking disparity anyway. So even if someone said perception is reality, right? If the locals perceive that there's less parking when they already think that parking is a problem, whether there's cars or not, doesn't matter. They're still not going to come.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Other
Thanks,
questions?
guys.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Next for testimony is Russ Bayer. I will call up Amanda Martinson to the podium. Okay. And then on deck is Melinda Martinson.
Russ,
Go ahead.
whenever you're ready.
Thanks. Good afternoon. My name, excuse me, is Russ Bayer. Along with my wife Gwen and our family, we own the Huber Building, have for 25 years, located 803 Q Street. One of our tenants just was up here, Kevin. Love them dearly, and glad you've gone and visited them. They're great. The other tenant is from Nebraska, James Arthur Vineyards. And then we have 6 private condominiums on the second floor who occupy our space. And for full disclosure, we receive TIF, tax increment financing, for the project, the development project we started in 2019 to bring those condominiums to downtown Lincoln. You've already heard from a few folks about their concerns. You're going to hear from some more folks about their concerns. I'm here to tell you a little bit of a different, more personal story. And it's a little bit about process and a little bit what I learned a long time ago. In 1989, I was appointed by Mayor Harris to the Lincoln-Lancaster County Planning Commission. It was a great honor. I had the opportunity to have, as one of my first meetings, a presentation by an organization that wanted to build a big box store at 84th and O Street. Don't jump ahead if you already know this. I've got a little surprise. If you think that you have heard from a lot of people about this particular project, I can empathize with you regarding that particular project back in 1989. As I vetted the project, I reviewed the reports, talked to the proponents, talked to the opponents. It kept crossing my mind that this wasn't a great place for this big box store at 84th and O. But the proponents kept telling me that if not there, then nowhere in Lincoln. Some of you know me, I'm a development person. I like development in our community. I support it. I voted for the 84th and O project. The project was ultimately not approved by the city council. Must have been a slow day at the Lincoln Journal-Star because the editorial was about Russ Bayer, the new young naive planning commissioner who voted for it. They're right. I was naive. I believed everything the developer said, but never wrote down. 4 years later, Walmart opened a store on North 27th. They opened a store on South 85th. They opened a store on North 85th, and then they opened one on South 27th. But they never put a store at 84th and O Street. A better, smaller project went in at 84th and O. The system worked. I learned a lot, but the system worked. The Planning Commission may have seen it one way. The City Council has the opportunity to see it a different way. The point of the story is pretty clear. As you deliberate this, please consider that this location is not the best location for this project. If the current developer tells you that they're not going to build anywhere else, they're probably telling you the truth. They may not be, but they probably are. But when you vote no on this location, if it is such a great project, and if it is so great for the city of Lincoln, and Lincoln Bold decides not to build someplace else, someone else will. Someone will come in and someone will build someplace else, and I think we can all wait for that. It doesn't need to happen in the next 90 or 120 days to start the project. We can wait. Please help
1 minute.
to save the historic Haymarket. Thank you for your service, and thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today.
Questions for Russ? Counselor.
I promise I won't have questions for every single person who comes up. As someone who's received TIF and someone who's a developer, do you think that the people who've been involved with this project and, in support and in opposition, do you think that there's an accurate representation of what TIF is to the general public right now?
No, and I'll be honest with you. To the general public was the key of that. And what TIF should be used for. I don't think it's clearly understood. And as much as I thought I knew about things in this town, it was an attorney I hired for something completely different with regard to this project that said, why aren't you applying for TIF money? I mean, we tuck pointed the building, exterior improvement building. We put all new windows, circa 1930 type of windows, so it would bring it back to that type of time period. We did other exterior projects to the building. I didn't have a clue. And so if your question is really educational, I think we got a little ways to go to understand. And I'm thankful to my attorney. Now listen, ours was a mid-6-figure number, not a 8-figure number that we were talking about. So a little bit different. And I don't think there's a strong understanding on how TIF could be used.
What do you think is the biggest, as it relates to this project, what do you think is the biggest myth that folks may have about TIF?
Well, gosh, I don't know how to answer that. I don't know what folks have. What I know in our case, we could not have done our project but for the TIF money. The TIF money became the money we would earn over the next, in our case, 15 years, not 20 years. And the project would have failed miserably if not for TIF.
Would you say that TIF dollars is essentially the city writing a check to a developer?
Well, the city does write the check. The question is, where does the money come from? And in my case, the money comes from the taxpayers on our building. And I haven't read their 90 or 100 page or whatever it is document. I assume there's some similar things to mine. And one of those things was, you cannot protest the valuation of the building until it reaches a certain level in order to cover the funds that the city will distribute to you. So the money is coming from, in fact, the 30 condo owners, and I assume through the businesses that are going to be there. It's coming from that property back to the developer. They're basically going to receive, and maybe in their case it's the same as ours, they'll receive their surplus or their return on their investment, better term, over the next 20 years from the building and their property. Doesn't mean that money can't, the TIF money can't be used elsewhere around that building. I think I heard streetscape mentioned earlier for the first time. Doesn't really help anybody, but those of us driving by and saying, oh, that's really pretty. And so that's good. I'm not here to contest on how they're using the money, because I didn't read every line on how they're using it. I think some other people may bring that up, but does the citizens know what TIF is about? Your first question. I think there's a lack of understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you for your time.
Other questions for Russ before we let him go? Very good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Madam Clerk?
Up is Miss Gwen Bayer. I will call Amanda Martinson up to the podium. Melinda Martinson on deck.
Hi. I'm actually speaking for myself, Melinda Martinson, and my daughter Amanda, because we own the same business. So,
okay.
Yeah. I'm Melinda Martinson at 140 North 8th Street, Suite 10. And my daughter Amanda and I, we own Crescent Moon Coffee at that location. So I'm going to give you a little history on Crescent Moon real quick. Crescent Moon has been operating in the Haymarket for 22 years. It first opened in the Delray Ballroom in the front space in 2001. Then in 2005, the former owner moved to the Veith building. That's where the Tavern on the Square currently is. After purchasing the shop in 2007, we ended up having to move across the street to the lower level of the Apothecary building in 2010. That's where we're currently located now. When we first purchased Crescent Moon in 2007, we had every intention to stay in the Veith building. We love the attached courtyard. We spent many nights there enjoying music with customers, other events, and we wanted to continue that. Unfortunately, our first year as business owners turned out to be our worst sales ever. And much of it had to do with the Harris Overpass construction project that began the end of that year. The end of 2007, I think, is when it began. The Harris Overpass reconstruction project severely restricted access in and out of the Haymarket for several years. People completely avoided the Haymarket, and our sales suffered tremendously. It almost put us out of business. You will even notice, if you go back and read articles, that the detour routes that were enabled through the construction project completely avoided even driving past the Haymarket. I mean, it just completely avoided the Haymarket altogether, and thus people did, okay? We fell behind on our rents at that point, and we couldn't catch up. We were planning to close permanently in May of 2010 when our landlord offered us a fresh start in the lower level of the Apothecary building, which is again where we are right now. While the reconstruction of the Harris Overpass was a necessary project at that time, this project before you is not. There are many luxury condos and apartments already in the Haymarket and in the downtown area that sit empty. The folks that can afford these luxury condos and apartments will most likely not be full-time residents and will only utilize these units for events such as Husker home games. In our opinion, TIF funding should be reserved for affordable housing, housing that is accessible to all people in our community, okay, even those in a lower income bracket. The amount of money that the city will get from providing this TIF funds does not outweigh the potential risks of all of the small businesses and local events that are hosted in the Haymarket. We are just now seeing pre-COVID numbers, just this year, okay? And it's difficult to know what a 2 to 3 year project will do, and it will severely limit access to the Haymarket. We don't know what this will do to our sales, okay? We support growth in Lincoln and in the Haymarket, but to us, this project doesn't make sense in this location. I ask that you vote no on the TIF funding for this project as proposed. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for our testifier? I see none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Right. I will call up Crystal Meister. Up to the podium next was Joel Shawshaw. On deck would be Matt Morrissey.
Floor's yours.
I'm Crystal Meister, and I manage the Apothecary Lofts and the Ridnour Room, which are event venues at 140 North 8th Street. As it's been noted, parking in the Haymarket is already extremely limited, and it's even worse when there are events taking place at one of the many event venues in that district. The Lincoln Bold Luxury Condo Apartment Project provides no parking for its future residents and will constrain parking for existing businesses, employees, and customers during its 3-year construction period. Lincoln Bold will eliminate numerous parking spaces during construction. They'll need 150 plus spots for construction workers and will need hundreds more following completion. The $24 million in tax increment financing requested by Lincoln Bold should be used to build parking garages, not luxury condos and apartments. Lincoln Bold needs to relocate to a more suitable site so that they can provide secure parking for their residents and office tenants. Lincoln Bold should not be allowed to steal parking from existing Haymarket employees and customers, including attendees of the hundreds of activities that occur at the event venues located throughout the district, which include the Graduate Hotel, the Lincoln Station, the Apothecary Lofts and Ridnour Room, the Jasmine Room at the Grand Manse, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Delray 817, Embassy Suites, Courtyard by Marriott, and the Hilton Garden Inn. Again, who does the city prioritize? That's all. Thank you.
Any questions at all for our testifier? Good. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Next is Mr. Joel Shawshaw. Matt Morrissey is, I'll call you up to the podium. On deck is John Camp.
Sir.
If I could answer
Councilperson Bauer's question.
Start with your name and address, please.
Joel Shasso, McKinney's Irish Pub, Tipsy Tina's Taco Cantina, 151 North 8th Street. Without counting against my 5 minutes.
You can do whatever you want. You have 5 minutes.
On the question about if people are coming from out of town and parking, currently they have 200 spots reserved at the marketplace. So if they have those spots reserved, it doesn't matter if they're necessarily being used or not. But it's not even just that small. The new hotel is taking 120 spots out of the Haymarket garage. They're taking 200 spots out of the marketplace. The Atmosphere wants 200 spots in the marketplace. And I get that there's other parking further west in the Haymarket. I would like to see them use those spots and leave the closed spots for customers that are coming and going. Okay, that's that. For me, the biggest thing is seat at the table. No one, as a business owner owning McKinney's Irish Pub, just right down the street, less than a block away from the development, I've never been contacted. I own Tipsy Tina's Taco Cantina. Again, fairly close. Will be definitely impacted by sanitation issues. I know they've talked about moving trash cans to parking spots on 8th Street or on the sidewalk on Q Street. That's my biggest drawback is that, and I've made phone calls to Lincoln Bold and I've never gotten a phone call back. Give us a seat at the table. I hear them say we want to be neighborly, we love small business. At least 48 of those 50 businesses that are talked about downtown are small business owned, and local people work their business every day. I mean, we're the ones that are in those businesses working daily. Give us a seat at the table. Talk to us all. Don't talk to the 6 people that are directly impacted. I had never been contacted. I had no idea that there was a previous hearing. I did read it in the newspaper. And that's when a group got together and started to say, we need to have a voice. And we need to have a voice. Mr. Glenn needs to sit down with us. We're open to suggestions. We're not just blindly against this project. We think there are things that can be done. And I think if Mr. Glenn would sat down with a lot of people in advance, we wouldn't even be here talking today. We would have worked this out amongst ourselves. We wouldn't have had to come here. We would have been able to come to agreements as long as those agreements are binding. Something that we can say, yes, this is how it's going to happen. This road is going to be closed for 18 months or 2 years or whatever. And these business operators are professional operators. They all have budgets. They all have forecasting, and they run their businesses off of those. They need to be able to be proactive. And I hate to bring up what Kevin said about COVID, but that was out of the blue. That was something that was unexpected. And we had to be reactive in our businesses. We like to be proactive when running our business and see those challenges coming so we can address them in advance. And we can, you know what, I'm gonna have to let off 5 people. I'm gonna have to take 5 people off the payroll, or 2 or 3, or different businesses might be more. So we can proactively address it without having to have things dropped on us. And then we're like, oh no, we're behind the 8 ball. We've got way too much inventory. We've got $30,000 worth of inventory, and our St. Patrick's Day event is canceled the next day. That's reactive, and that's what COVID was. This can be proactive. This can be proactive. We just need to be communicated with on every single thing and have a seat at the table. Want to move on to investment. Everybody down there has made an investment in their business. We have made it, and we're in business to make money. I mean, I don't want anyone to be under the impression that that's not why we're here. We're here because we're all concerned about our businesses and making money. And for me, it comes down to the special events.
1 minute.
We do the St. Patrick's Day event. We do the Cinco de Mayo event. Those are part of our brand. And I've been given the impression, Shane maybe can talk about this, but there's a chance over the next 3 years we don't get to have those events because they might not be approved because the road is shut down. There's not going to be as much access in and out. Hey, you might not be able to have your event. That's part of our brand. And we've invested a lot of money into that brand, and it's a lot of lost revenue over 3 years not having those, not potentially having those events. And that's what I'm getting at. Give us a seat at the table. let us know. And I have a lot more to say. I'm so sorry I didn't get anywhere close to everything that I wanted to say. Investment in the community. Every single one of these businesses, we are highly into the food bank. We donate so much to the food bank, and all these other companies do the same thing. Owners do the same thing. We might not be able to do that if we have reduced revenues. That might not be in our cards. Thank you, Sonny.
Yep, time.
Thank you very much for coming down. If there was, well, let me start here. Do we have any questions? No? Yes, Counselor.
Was there anything that is critically important that you could tell us in the next 1 minute?
Critically important in the next 1 minute? The valet. I just want to see specifics. We're going to do this, but there's no specific plan to anything. There's no specific plan to when the road is going to be shut down. There's no specific plan as to how the valet is going to work. There's no specific plan as to what the parking is going to look like after it's done, if it gets approved. I think we're going to have a bigger parking at the end than we'll have during, because we're not adding any parking, we're just adding more users.
Very good. Any other questions? I was just going to mention, if there's anything else that you wanted to add that you could not get in just now, please feel free to email us. That is always an option as well.
I was going down the list.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for coming down. We appreciate it. Madam Clerk.
Okay, next is Mr. Matt Morrissey, calling John Camp up to the podium, and then on deck is Brian Kitten.
Matt, the floor is yours.
My name is Matt Morrissey. I'm with Ferris Engineering. We're located at 818 P Street, right off of Haymarket Square. This gentleman right here is my landlord. I've been with him for 22 years down in the Haymarket. I've heard a lot of discussion here today about P Street. I'm here to talk about the alley that runs between 8th and 9th, between P and Q. It runs east and west. Okay, we've also got a parking garage. Speaking of parking, that's a big topic.
Sure.
We have a parking garage that has access through that alley, and that's the only way we can get in and out of that garage, and that's where we park during the day. So, some other things I wanted to talk about, though, is the utilities in that alley. That alley seems to get quite a bit of traffic, and nobody wants to talk about the alley. But we've got a 100-year-old sanitary sewer running down that alley that we have had problems with in the past, plugging up and flooding basements in that alley. It's been cameraed, we've checked it, it's still over 100 years old. And we have added additional sewage capacity from Atmosphere to the east, that is on the east side of 9th Street. Now we're gonna put this high-rise up there and add more capacity to that sewer. Are we gonna be flooding basements because of the additional sewage capacity? That's a concern of mine. The other thing that we have going down that alley is we've got all the electrical power from LES, and that is run on poles. All of the transformers are up on poles in that alley. And LES needs access to that alley to maintain those transformers and the conductors. We've also got data lines, both buried and on the poles down there, that need access. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, we can't, this alley needs access from both 9th Street and 8th Street. We cannot close it down. The other thing that I wanted to bring up about utilities is water mains. Now, the water mains are not in that alley. They're out in the street, out in 9th Street. But this is a high-rise building. It's going to have a fire pump. It's going to require 1,000 to 1,500 gallons a minute out of those water mains. It's going to challenge them. And this is just something else that needs to be looked into. Some other issues with this alley is access. Access to the parking garage that I rent from John. I need to get in and out of that, and we've only got one way in. And that's why it's important that we be able to get in through that alley from 9th Street or 8th Street, because there are deliveries in that alley daily to all these restaurants that we have to, juggle around. And we do it at this time. We've also got garbage dumpsters lined in that alley that need access from the garbage companies. And we don't just have one garbage company, there's 3 or 4 of them. There's a recycling company that comes in and picks up recyclables. We've also got grease holding vacs that need to be cleaned out, and a truck coming in, and that's a pretty big, good-sized truck. And I've already mentioned about LAS needing access to their equipment. Those are about my concerns, and I'm an engineer, so I look at the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Matt? Very good. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
John Camp is up next for testimony. I'll be calling Brian Kitten up to the podium, and Tom Haley is on deck.
Honorable John Camp, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, I kind of missed being up there for after the 20 years, but good afternoon, Vice Chair Beckius and members of the council. First, I would like to ask for a few extra minutes, if you would, please. Thank you. But I will try to be specific on things. This has been enjoyable for me today to listen to the testimony because I'm learning a lot. I've now heard from Hallie Salem, there's, I believe she said, a $116 million project, which jumped from originally 87 million to 90 million and keeps going. And then that's what TIF is based upon. I also want to thank a couple of comments by prior testifiers talking about the lack of details. And that's a big concern we've had. We meaning those of us in the Haymarket, there really haven't been meetings. It wasn't until November when we started prompting things. When I say we, my son Jonathan really got some people together, and it was amazing at that first meeting, and a couple of you I think were there, most of the people there didn't even know about the project, and it's right in the neighborhood. And so communication, we talk about notice, and I appreciate Mr. Bowers, some of the questions you had for Bob Krieger on the notice and so forth. I also, before I forget, want to thank also you, Mr. Bowers. You asked some great questions on parking and the residents there, and you said, well, if they're out-of-town people, then the parking will be available. One of the things I'll get to again, but I'll hit it right now on the parking, this redevelopment agreement before you dedicates 200 full-time, 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, 365 days of parking to Lincoln Bowl. Forever. 200 parking spots taken out of only 1,296 parking spaces in the Haymarket convenient parking area. That's 16% of our parking is going to leave. And actually, it's equivalent to about 240 to 250 spots, because when you don't have dedicated parking, you have the opportunity that people come and go, and so there's a multiplier effect that parking gets utilized more. But morning, afternoon, evening, wherever, it's Lincoln Bowls under this agreement. That's a severe blow to our parking inventory. So again, thank you for asking about that, and I just want to clarify, even though they're out-of-town people, that parking's there. Okay. I want to talk, when I ran for council, when I was on council, I had the mantra of John Camp, asking the questions Lincoln wants answered. In fact, it was suggested to me for my second campaign, my third campaign came around, and they said, John, you're still asking those questions. So John Camp asking the questions Lincoln still wants answered. So I kind of use that as a topical thing here, because I really appreciate the questions you ask and they get asked along the way, because that's how we communicate. That's how we learn things. This hearing, again, as I said, I've already learned some details I didn't know about. So asking questions, I think there are a number of questions that should be on your minds, and they pertain to equity, parking, and economic detriment. Let's talk about equity. You know, Lincoln Bold is asking the city of Lincoln to be a partner in this project, a partner to the tune of $24.15 million. And now I'm wondering, with the increased value that Ms. Salem said, maybe it's going to go up. You know, a couple weeks ago, it was only $23 million. It was not until Friday, 10 days ago, on February 24th, that this redevelopment agreement was publicized, or was published on your agenda. 10 days ago. Yet for over 6 months, Lincoln Bold and Urban Development and other city staff negotiated on this behind closed doors. That's what's frustrating to us. We have 10 days to finally get some information in writing. All along, you know, we've heard different things. The valet parking came out, no details. We're gonna
1
spend-
minute.
I think I asked for a
Yeah,
little
I
bit more.
know.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But, you know, so we're trying to figure out here in 10 days all these things, and where they had 6 months. And so things were hidden, but we didn't know about the 200 parking stalls. Before, they had kind of said, we're going to ask for 150. Ask. As another person mentioned, the Atmosphere Project here on the old Lincoln Journal-Star proc has 800 beds, and it opens this August. They have 91 parking spots underground that they're providing. They have the right to 61 parking spots in the Market Square Garage, which is because when the Journal-Star sold that land to the city for the Market Square Garage, it retained the right to 61 parking spots. It pays for them, but it has that right. The Market Square Garage has 385 parking spots. So let's see, 385, 61 already gone. So we're down to 320. Lincoln Bold in the next 3 years wants 200, so now we're down to 112. But Atmosphere told us at one of these hearings they're going to apply for 200. Well, we're now underwater. We're underwater August because they want that. And they still have 800 beds, so they still have 500 unsolved parking needs. Where are those people going to go? I have no idea. But that's the constraints that we're getting on Haymarket. So to now come with 200 dedicated parking spots for a little 10,000 square foot plot of land for people, dedicated 24/7, that's unacceptable. So the parking is big. I was talking about equity though. What are the Lincoln Bold 9 partners putting up? How much cash, how much skin do they have in the game? I'm not talking about the condos. Each of them has pledged to buy a condo. And those condos range from $900,000 to $2.7 million. Speaking of those condos, if you take $24.15 million of TIF, that works out to be 27% of the $90 million that's in the redevelopment agreement. 27% of this project would be funded by TIF. There's actually another $8 million, which represents the 200 parking spots they're getting, because if you could build another garage with 200 spots, it would cost $8 million to acquire land and build it. But let's just stay with the 24.15 million, 27%. Those condos are priced at a total of $46 million. It's the price sheet from Lincoln Bold. 3 of them are over $2.6 million. So for these $2.6 million condos, 27% is being paid for with TIF. That's $725,000. Do you think the citizens of Lincoln want to subsidize a 2.6, actually it's 2.665 or something, condo to the tune of $725,000? And that's for those top 3. Overall, again, they got 46, or they have the 33 condos. The total TIF is going to be over $12.6 million subsidizing those condos. $12.6 million. Thinking in the global perspective too, here's Lincoln Bold, and they're being nice. They've negotiated with urban development that they can avoid putting affordable housing in. They just say, we don't have to do any. We'll give the city a check for $721,000 for its affordable housing fund. Well, that sounds really generous. Oh, but wait, in return, the city is going to give them $24.15 million in TIF. $721,000, $24.15 million, plus 200 parking stalls, that's worth $8 million. What a deal. I mean, that's incredible. That kind of subsidy for a building with 33 luxury condos, 70 luxury apartments, 36,000 square feet of executive Class A space, a party room or club on one of the floors. This is a beautiful, grandiose project. None of us really deny that. But locating it where they want to, constraining the parking, constraining the economic impact both during construction. They really keep floating around. They will not tell us where the construction area is going to be. You don't build a 22-story skyscraper without space to lay out your materials. You know, it's often said, well, Lead Place, remember the nice tall one there by the Lead Center? What they did, they never, well, on a rare occasion, they closed down Q Street, but Q Street was 4 to 5 lanes wide. Did you know that Lead Place rented the top deck of Q Place Garage? The entire deck, and they would crane up materials there to avoid taking it on the street. Their construction site obstructed 0 businesses. 0. On the south side of Q Street, there were no businesses affected. On the other hand, Lincoln Bold, in the latest, they've told us, they're going to close down half of 9th Street, part of from Q to P. They also want to get some of Q to R. Imagine a football game's coming in. They want to close down 8th and P intersection for 3 years. In fact, under the redevelopment agreement, that will be 42 months, 3.5 years closing 8th and P. And we're not sure how far down P Street they're going to go. They've got a crane to build this, 2 cranes actually. They've got to put those up. And in the meeting we had, the gentleman from Hausman Construction said, yeah, we're going to close down 9th and we're going to close down P because we got to construct those cranes. Well, I don't know if they put a lot of thought into it because I don't know how you close down 9th Street being a federal highway, but closing down P, and for how long? A week or 2 at a time. My God, it's so disruptive. This is just not the right location. Let's put it elsewhere.
Mr. Camp, if we could, I've given you a lot of time
You've been
here.
generous.
And I want to be fair to other testifiers.
Okay.
If you could just look at your notes
Yeah.
and wrap up in the next minute, that would be great.
I thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You have been generous. What I would say is, and I suggest this in an opinion editorial that was published in the paper last week, there really are a couple of good sites. I mentioned one down that the city owns on M Street between 9th and 10th. You know, earlier today you had a lot of monies, millions of dollars going into the South Haymarket plan. Wow, this could be a phenomenal catalyst project there between 9th and 10th. And you also take the Nelnet Speedway project over by the park. Wow, you talk about kickstarting South Haymarket. They could put parking, secured parking. They could have dog runs. They could have landscaping there. Phenomenal. And the city owns that. And it wouldn't cost, well, I've got to point out, this TIF agreement has $3.6 million to acquire the Phillips 66 station. $3.6 million. The county assessor values that land at $447,000 now. On top of that, the TIF would give $500 and I believe it's $30,000 to remediate and demolish the building. That's $4.2 million. That is the highest by double or triple square foot real estate costs in the city. That's $300 a square foot. $4.2 million for that little plot of land. Do you know where that's going? Has anyone said, where's that come from? That's a number on page 61 of the redevelopment. But where is it? All those other numbers are just estimates. We don't know specificity. But I would say just that one item, paying that kind of money for that land, someone's getting a hell of a deal. And it isn't the city and it's not the taxpayer. So in respect of what the chair has asked, I would say please do ask questions. I would say that you do have a couple opportunities here for future action. I think you have an opportunity to do the right thing. And when I say that, you have 2 choices. One, you can vote against the redevelopment agreement, period, next week. Or 2, you can send this matter back to the authorities for a complete review based on facts, based on giving public notice, and follow the due process. As a side note, I would also say that during my 20 years on the council, when we had a project, we never had any this big, but we had I guess Pinnacle Bank was close, but regardless, when we had projects and it was in a council member's district and that council member was unavailable, we would delay action so that he or she could be present to have the public hearing and also to vote on it. And I would suggest that maybe since council member Tammy Ward will be out today and next Monday, that this could be delayed before you do that vote if you go that far. So Thank you. I'm going to leave copies here for each of you, sort of outlining what I had, and I give you some numbers there it's extraordinary. Here's one for legal counsel. And again, thank you so much for your time and listening. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Camp?
I expect they'll be answered.
Okay. And, oh, you know what? I forgot to put my email number. Listen, I'll send you my email. It's johncamp@lincolnhaymarket.com.
Thank you,
24
Mr.
hours
Camp.
a day. Thank you very much. And
Appreciate
thanks for
it.
your service.
Madam Clerk.
Next is Brian Kitten, and I will call Tom Halley up to the podium.
Thank you. The floor is
Well,
yours.
my testimony's over now, so. No, John made some very, very good points. My name is Brian Kitten. Address is 201 North 8th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. I own and operate Brewski's in the Haymarket, along with other locations in town. I've been down in the Haymarket for about 20 years. And I still feel like I'm the new kid on the block when I see some of these old-time businesses that are down there. And unfortunately, this project is going to affect several of those on the north side of P Street, and really just all of P Street. I am going to talk about a couple issues. One is notification. I find it kind of interesting that if I approach the city to close down 8th Street in front of my establishment for 4 hours, I literally have to get a piece of paper signed off by every affected business on that street where the closure takes place before I can proceed with that. And they have to sign off on it, or I don't get to close the street. But here we have a project that's going to take 3.5 years, possibly 3 years, 3 to 3.5 years to build, and they're closing a street for that length of time, and the adjacent properties were not notified or not brought to the table. And I'm not even talking about myself, although I think I should have. Clinton Neighborhood Association was notified of this project, but the Haymarket business, we weren't notified. I just find that very hard to believe why that and how that happened. It's oversight? I don't know. It seems like that shouldn't have been an oversight. The other thing has been brought up about parking. You're going to hear this theme throughout. It's tough down in the Haymarket. You've got a new hotel that wants 200 parking stalls in the Haymarket garage. There's already, I think, 150 to 200 reserved for a hotel, the hotels that are already there. There's tenant parking. And granted, when the hotels aren't busy, those stalls aren't being used and our customers can use it. It's kind of a malleable number there. But housing is a different dog. I mean, it is 24/7, 365 days a year. We do not have access to it. None. We don't get it. So when you start all these developments that you guys are proving, atmosphere, and I'm not talking about don't do housing in downtown Lincoln. I want it. It's just got to be done in a wise manner. We can't keep putting these units or these complexes up with 700,000, 800,000, 400 beds and not require them to have parking for their tenants. They need to have it. And then lastly, is district events. I think it was spoken to earlier, with Tipsy Tina's and can't even think now. McKinney's shutting down the streets. What happens with European Bike Night? What happens with farmers market? Nobody's. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I guess it just seems weird that the businesses the people that are most affected by this project haven't even been talked to. And I did have a meeting with Lincoln Bold, and I sat down with nobody from Lincoln Bold, but there was the developer, the project manager, and the construction company. I mean, yeah, we had a discussion. I mean, I brought up, well, what about this? What about that? Well, we can't do that. Well, why not? Well, because that would add 6 months to the project. So what? If your project goes through and it's less impact on the businesses downtown, then why wouldn't you do it? If they really cared about the businesses down in the Haymarket, then they would make some of those changes.
1 minute.
So with that, I don't have anything else. I thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I'll take any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Brian?
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, when you are ready.
Go ahead, Mr. Tom Haley.
Start? Okay, my name is Tom Haley. I own a condominium in the historic Haymarket District at 803 Q Street. I'm here today as a concerned resident, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I urge you to do the right thing. Vote against the Lincoln Bold Development Project. Vote against granting Lincoln Bold TIF or public funding of any kind. Send the Lincoln Bold project back to the Planning Commission. In its proposed location, Lincoln Bold is a bad project for at least 4 reasons. 1, parking. I've heard a lot about that. The project has insufficient parking. Parking is already a problem in the Haymarket. Parking for Lincoln Bold will crowd out parking for Haymarket businesses. And that parking issue is not only a business problem. Crowding out these wonderful small businesses will forever change the Haymarket amenities that residents like me use and rely on, and that draw both residents and visitors to the Haymarket. Reason 2, the Lincoln Bold 22-story ultra-modern glass tower violates the historic design and character of the historic Haymarket District. It is clearly an egregious violation, totally outside the historic character of the Haymarket's 120-year-old brick buildings. I've seen excerpts from the Lincoln Development Plan with words such as appropriately placed, fit inside available capacity, respect historical patterns, and preservation and renewal of historic buildings. The Lincoln Bold project fails every one of those objectives. I believe city planning has failed us. World-class university towns thoughtfully develop their historic architecture and character. Why wouldn't Lincoln, Nebraska aspire to be such a place? Today's historic Haymarket District is a great foundation to build on if its historic character isn't ruined by projects like Lincoln Bold. Reason 3, Lincoln Bold is a terrible use of public funding. It does not add any affordable housing. As a substantial taxpayer, I resent my taxes being given to such an abominable project. It amounts to taking from the little people and giving their money to million-dollar condo developers. Shame on you if you approve a single dollar of public money for this project. Reason 4, the process getting to this point has been inappropriate and perhaps unlawful. Evidently, there was a public hearing on this project on November 2nd. I never received notice for that hearing. My condo association never received notice, and I've heard dozens of other Haymarket residents and businesses say they did not receive proper notice. Think about this. Today, there's a Save the Historic Haymarket effort, a petition against this project signed by 2,500 individuals and businesses, a GoFundMe site to help with legal fees to fight this project. Yet, I am told no one showed up at the November 2nd public hearing. That should say a lot about how bad the notification process was for the November 2nd meeting. Council members, I implore you to do the right thing. Deny any public funding of Lincoln Bold.
1 minute.
Send the project back to the Planning Commission. A voice must be given to those most affected by this project. You've heard this over and over again. And their issues must be legitimately addressed by changing this project. It can't just be one-off conversations by a Lincoln Bold rep and all of our issues waved away by valet parking. I spent 35 years in industry. I am generally pro-development. This is just a bad project in a bad location. The alternate sites we talked about, all the parking needs could maybe be provided there. Bold's residents could still walk to the Haymarket. Maybe relocating this project could save it without causing all these damages. You can shape a much better outcome if you'll deny the funding and demand a process that hears and addresses the concerns of the people. So I ask you, please, do the right thing. Stop this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Haley, I think.
Haley,
correct?
yes.
Correct, very good, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Haley? All right, very good,
Thank
thank
you.
you. At this point in time, staff has requested a break. So we're gonna go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We will reconvene at 5:30. Please note, if you would like to testify today, there's a sign-up sheet in back, and that is how you testify on this item today. Thank you. We will reconvene at 5:30. Perfect, thank you. We will go ahead and reconvene our meeting of the Lincoln City Council of March 6th, 2023. Madam Clerk, would you please call our next testifiers?
Sure. Okay, our next testifier coming up is Matt Taylor. Call at the podium. Cody Schmick at the podium, please. And then on deck would be Jonathan Camp.
Mr. Taylor, the floor is yours.
Hi, Tony. I think I've run it a couple times. I think I'm at 5 minutes and 20 seconds. So if I can get 1 minute, I'll go quick.
Okay,
though.
here we go.
Hello and good evening now. I think they call that icing the kicker. My name is Matt Taylor. I'm at 816 P Street. I own Tavern on the Square and the other room. Tavern on the Square opened in 2010 and the other room opened in 2013. So I've been down there for a while. I want to talk to you about three things today. First, I want to put another face and name to what this project's going to do. Second, I want to discuss procedure and notice and lack thereof. And then lastly, I want to hold each of you accountable, what you campaigned on your civic duty. First, a little story about our business. As someone else mentioned, we're still reeling from COVID. We are just back to 2019 numbers. Last year, we started approaching those numbers. You know, this first quarter that we're in, we're starting to see what 2019 was again. When forced closures happened during COVID, I fired myself right away. I got taken off payroll. I stayed off payroll for 18 months. All my employees at that time were hourly employees. I put them all on salary. We retained all of them. So for, 18 months, I worked all but 8 days. I worked every day for free. My employees got a raise. We retained all those employees. I was lucky to get some PPP money. I couldn't make up for the tip money they lost in sales, but I could keep their lights on. And that was really important to me. Since then, my life has changed a little bit. I have a 17-month-old son now. But erecting a 7-foot fence and scaffolding in front of my front door for 3 years, maybe 3.5, this keeps getting longer, would severely impact my business, my staff in an unprecedented way. I'm really not sure that our business could survive this. This would lead to the job loss of 27 people. It feels like eminent domain, but it's a private company and there's no compensation. The quote I keep using is, "You have the liberty to swing your fists. It ends at the tip of my nose." This is a project that's bloody in a lot of noses. I don't know who said that. It's hard to be attributed, but I heard it from my civics teacher when I was a sophomore in high school. So, Miss Forsyth, I guess. Notice, we received none, nor did the businesses or property owners anywhere in the area. However, Clinton School District somehow did. When Brian Kitten closes the street, or Cody Schmick doors, or Alicia from Wax Buffalo closes the street, they need signatures from everyone. They're closing it for 3 years. We didn't get a letter? This, at the very least, seems odd to me. Procedure. Our business has 4 core values: attitude, hustle, GAS, which stands for give us something. But the most important one to me is communication. I think communication with this project has been poor, and I think it's been poor by design. No one spoke for or against this project at the first planning meeting. This is one of the biggest projects we've ever done. If we grant this is the most TIF money. There's a lot of concerns from business owners and property owners. If we were involved in this process, a lot of this could have been disregarded today. We wouldn't need to be here. The important vote you're entertaining today sets a precedence. Lead Place received $5.7 million in TIF and used a portion of that for parking. Bold's request is over 4 times that amount. It's not a small increase. This project adds significant more hardship to surrounding businesses and no parking. TIF is a good tool. We need to be smart about how we use it. I've had the opportunity to meet with some of you council members in small groups. Vice Chair Beckius, first of all, happy birthday. Nobody's told you this yet. Happy birthday. I don't know if people knew this or not. Your background in county planning, tied with your kind heart, should lead you in this vote. I urge you to deny TIF for this location. It does not meet the comprehensive plan, and more people have spoken on this. Bowers is not here yet. Suarez, thank you for spending your time with us during the neighborhood meeting. My mother was a teacher, and as a new father, I can't tell you how important teachers are.
1 minute.
You're exactly what we want. This tells me you have a kind heart, and geez, you're appointed to something you didn't run for. This must mean you felt a calling and want to make a difference. This is an outstanding chance to do that. Councilwoman Washington. I've had the privilege to spend a lot of time with you. You're thoughtful, kind, and you speak for people that don't have a loud voice.
You're exactly what we want in civic leaders. This is a moment you can stick up for what's right. Let's slow this process down. Let's discuss solutions. And no offense to anybody else, but you're my favorite council member.
Hey, hey.
Happy birthday.
Councilman Show. You got a happy birthday out of the deal. Councilman Show, professor in criminal justice. You think by the book this would make him a square. He's actually pretty funny. I don't know if you guys knew this or not. Benny, I appreciate you. You've been involved from this process since the beginning. Obviously, you know where I want you to vote. You've been open and approachable and generous with your time. Do the right thing, friend. Councilman Ward, who isn't here today, represents the Haymarket District, and she needs to be here for this vote. This is very important. It sounds like she's not going to be back next Monday, but March 20th sounds like we should at least kick the vote till then. I want you to consider the impact this has on entrepreneurs in the Haymarket and their teams. This is something only you guys have control over. Send this back to planning. This area is not blighted, but this project can make it so. Thanks for your time. Sorry I ran a little long, Tony. Any questions? I'm ready for them.
Any questions for Matt? Yes, Counselor.
I'm trying to take notes as fast as I can.
I was trying to go
but
fast.
I missed the first of your 4 core values.
Attitude.
Attitude. Thank you.
Yeah, first one's actually communication. For comedic, I left it at the end.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Matt? Okay, very good.
Thanks for your
Thank
time.
you, sir. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
Next, we have Mr. Cody Schmick. Up to the podium, I'm calling Jonathan Camp. On deck would be Samuel Volkmer.
Cody, the floor is yours.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Cody Schmick, 201 North 7th, Kincaid Brewing and Beer House Moschiller. You all see me up here plenty, so I'm going to keep this short and sweet. My colleagues have done a great job making some great points today that I hope you will consider. I am here as another name and opponent to the Lincoln Bold project. I love the Haymarket. I believe it is the best place in the state of Nebraska to do business. It's fun, it's safe, it's an unmatched downtown area in like-sized cities, not to mention the electricity in the air on game days and other event days. Help us protect it. I'm the new kid on the block, but I've invested heavily into the district, and I want to see it thrive for years to come. I am here not to try to kill the project, but to ensure that the Haymarket small businesses are protected during the building phase and beyond if this project proceeds. I own 3 businesses downtown and 2 of those in the Haymarket. As of today, I have not been given notice by mail or in person of Lincoln Bold's proposed project. I love growth, I love the excitement for the city, and I love the Haymarket. I believe it's worth doing our due diligence to protect it. I believe most, if not all, of the small businesses here and in the Haymarket would breathe easier if Lincoln Bold would come to our group and make a commitment in writing as to what exactly they are going to do to ensure our beloved businesses don't have to be the price we pay for a skyscraper. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for Cody? Cody, that was so brief. Thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, I know we have Jonathan next, and then who's after that?
I'll call up to the podium Samuel Volkmer, and then on deck would be Alma Coretta.
Mr. Camp, the floor is yours.
Everybody have their
Not
handouts? Not quite. I'll wait until.
Okay.
And I would ask for just a few minutes of additional time. I know there are some state statutes, Nebraska 18-2115 subsection 2, that should permit me just a few. I'll be polite.
Mm-hmm.
It's just there. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Sounds good.
Mr. Camp?
All right. Good evening, council members, city attorney, city department representatives, and concerned citizens of Lincoln. My name is Jonathan Camp. I reside at 3340 Grimsby Lane, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68502. I am part of the historic Haymarket redevelopment team, Haymarket Square, a team responsible for the revitalization of the historic Haymarket district, which started over 4 decades ago. It has taken many years to fulfill the vision and the goals of the historic Haymarket redevelopment, and I'm proud to be part of this wonderful district and the great community that comprises the city of Lincoln. Today, the City Council should focus on 3 key topics during this public hearing. 1, was the community involved? 2, is this redevelopment right for the area? And 3, how do we move forward together? Was the community involved? Those most affected did not receive adequate notice or the opportunity to meaningfully participate. I've handed to you a copy of the Policy 47, Civic Participation, which is part of the Lincoln-Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, which has been adopted by the City Council and thereby incorporated into its policies. If you'll notice there under Section 10, it says specifically, notify surrounding property owners, interested groups, and other appropriate agencies of formal development applications. So to answer Councilman Bauer's question about whether there is something that was violated, yes, there was. These affected parties did not receive fair treatment. They certainly did not receive the level of advocacy that Lincoln Bold has been afforded by urban development, the city itself. Our city failed under its own adopted comprehensive plan to so much as notify surrounding property owners and businesses of Lincoln Bold's plans, development applications, planning commission, public hearings. You'll notice the second handout there is a list of the provided addresses and names to all those who were notified of the planning commission hearing on November 2nd. You will notice that not one member of the Haymarket property owners or businesses is included in here, and I do not see DLA nor do I see LHDC included in this either. In your third handout there, this is the introduction to the Lincoln Lancaster Comprehensive Plan. In the introduction, there are 2 underlined passages here for you. The City of Lincoln's present infrastructure investment should be maximized by planning for well-designed and appropriately placed residential and commercial development in existing areas of the city with available capacity. Second page of that specifically talks to historic preservation. Preservation and renewal of historic buildings, districts, and landscapes is encouraged. Development and redevelopment should respect historical patterns, precedents, and boundaries in towns, cities, and existing neighborhoods. You can also find in your handout the P37, the Policy 37, that specifically pertains to historic preservation. And then there is a comprehensive list of all of the other sections that that Lincoln Bold does not conform to in the comprehensive plan. I know that at the December 19th meeting, I did hand out a similar handout to all the council members. So you should have, those generally in front of you. Tonight you heard from several members of our collective historic Haymarket community. They informed you about the issues and concerns they experienced with the process, how the proposed development will affect their business, residents, employees, or customers, and the underlying effects of the proposed redevelopment. Each individual has more knowledge about their particular situation and the impact that this will have on the Haymarket than any city department or the developer. Is this the right decision? Over 2,500 concerned citizens have resoundingly expressed their opposition to the location of this project, and those were signatures collected just over the past month. The 4 major objections expressed in their feedback are: 1, concern for the continual existence of Haymarket District businesses; 2, concern about the traffic, street closures, and parking problems presented by this project, both short and long term.
1 minute.
3, concern about the historical integrity of the Haymarket District and its vital importance to our community and those who visit. 4, concern about how TIF is being used to subsidize projects that don't have actual systemic economic benefits to the community. Urban development provided no meaningful economic benefit or economic cost benefit analysis on this project. No meaningful traffic study, no meaningful parking study, but the Haymarket District stepped in to fill in the delinquency. The economic impact of this project includes $14 million in lost revenue to Haymarket District businesses, over $1.3 million in lost sales and occupation tax revenue. Certain businesses will close, including lost employment for citizens. 0 additions to property taxes for 20 years, which help fund our schools, emergency and police services, and enrich our communities with libraries, parks, and public enhancements. I've been intimately involved with parking in the Haymarket for the past 34 years. We manage approximately 200 parking stalls in the Haymarket, from football to farmers market, monthly rentals, employee and residential parking, evening and weekends, daily users, PBA events, and other special activities. I consider myself somewhat of an expert in the subject. Our parking is closest to most historic Haymarket locations. It represents over 10% of the parking in the historic district. We have it for a reason. People need parking, and they want it close to where they work, live, and entertain.
Time.
Currently,
Let's do 2 more minutes, then we'll be done.
thank you. Currently, all of our lots are full and on wait lists. Pre-COVID, the city garages were too. This project will shut down 60 of our parking stalls. Where will those parkers go? Who will compensate us for our loss? We are the barometer for the Haymarket, and I'm telling you with all confidence that we are headed for a nightmare parking situation. Can you even make a decision, let alone the right one, without knowing the facts? How do we move forward together here? You don't have to decide on the merits of this project today because you don't have the facts necessary to judge the merits. It is well within your powers and certainly your duties to see that all the facts pertinent to this redevelopment are ascertained. This is the only way this council, as the governing body, can truly deliberate on the matter. The information provided by Urban Development and Lincoln Bold is insufficient and requires studies that have not been adequately conducted, as required under Nebraska State Statute 1821-13. It should cause sirens and alarms to sound from the haste in which this project has come before you and other city departments. Rash decisions come about quickly, but leave a burning feeling of doubt, questioning, and eventual remorse. As our leaders, we ask you to simply correct the errors that have occurred, allow the development process to unfold according to the best procedures and practices as intended, with full and proper civic engagement. No one can fault you for making the right decision. Include those most affected by the project who were left out of the process. Ensure the most complete set of facts are available for you to make your deliberation. Guarantee that all council members, especially Councilwoman Tammy Ward, are present at the public hearing and for the vote. Are you willing to gamble $24 million in TIF on a project which has been shown to be overwhelmingly opposed by the public? A project which will cause substantial economic harm to the Haymarket District and city as a whole? This project, for so many obvious reasons, must go back to the Planning Commission with a fully disclosed agenda and public hearing for all concerned to attend. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Very good. Any questions for Jonathan? Councilwoman, yes.
Mr. Camp, you were moving really quickly when you talked about the economic impacts, and I think I got $14 million lost revenue, but I missed the lost occupation tax.
Yes, so that the $14 million in lost revenues would equate to $1.3 million in lost sales and occupation tax collections by, yep.
Sales and occupation?
That's correct. So the occupation tax is 2% for the bars and restaurants and the 4% for the hotels. So, yep.
Thank you.
So combined number, yep. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Camp? All right, very good.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you call our next two?
Next is Mr. Samuel Wolkmer. I'll call Mr. Todd Ogden up to the podium, and on deck would be Adam Peterson.
All right, very good.
Is there Alma Soretta?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I missed one. Excuse me. Alma Coretta would be coming up to the podium. On deck is Todd Ogden. Excuse me.
Whenever you're ready.
Just for everyone's reference, I'm using the tax increment financing policy guidelines from Lincoln, Nebraska 2022. It's publicly available, so you should be able to find it if you need it for reference. My name is Sam Volkmer. I live at 2323 Dudley Street. I'm speaking on behalf of my business, Mana Games, which I co-own at 701 P Street in the Haymarket. We're a newer business, been around for about 15 months. So I wanted to talk about a couple things. Primarily, I know a lot of people have been talking about parking. I'd actually like to talk about office space. I did just some quick kind of back of napkin numbers, just kind of searching for available office space in the immediate Haymarket area, like literally just the boundaries of the Haymarket. And there's currently between 65 and 75,000 available square feet of office space of varying grades, but it is all currently available and has been available for a year, 2 years, 3 years, depending on the property. And it is available in quantities as large as 28,000 square feet. So this project proposes adding 36,000 square feet of office space to that, we'll call it a glut of office space that no one is currently interested in renting because thanks to 2020 and 2021. There's a lot more remote work going on. So I don't know, and perhaps the developers can give us some more information on this, on their theoretical, new resident that's going to be coming in to occupy this office space, this new business that they hope to attract. I guess I don't know who's theoretically going to occupy this enormous amount of space that we're adding. And then in reference to the TIF qualifications, I'm referencing specifically page 4, core area project criteria. And I'm not cherry picking here because some of these don't really apply, but I do want to talk about some TIF guidelines that I don't think that this project is having a good time meeting. We've got redevelops a building or site that displays a preponderance of substandard conditions or blight as defined by Nebraska state law. This isn't a defined blight zone, but this is currently a functional business. It's in decent repair. Some people even like passing, the scoreboard that they put up on their sign. It's not like this is an empty lot, dilapidated building of any kind that people think is an eyesore. Redevelops a site that has displayed a pattern of declining real property values assessments as measured by the Lancaster County Assessor's Office. I don't have those exact numbers on me on exactly, where the property assessments are going, but I imagine they're probably going up because there has been a lot of other development in the area. The rail yard, Pinnacle Bank Arena, Huddle, Olson Buildings, Canopy. So I can only imagine that real property values are probably increasing. Shows exceptional potential to attract additional reinvestment in adjacent blighted or substandard areas. Again, see above. Other people are already developing in the area. We've talked about the Lincoln Journal Star development that's going on across the street. It didn't need any TIF money. It's doing just fine. Developers are going to find space to develop. And then supports the location of a new business or the expansion of existing businesses that adds to Lincoln's existing tax base. Again, see above. Do we have someone that's going to move into this office space and contribute to the tax base, or is it just going to sit empty? Are we going to have another empty storefront, another empty office space in the city that arguably could be an eyesore of its own, that just sits there empty, and people pass by and wonder if someone is ever going to start a business there? And I know as a local business owner, you look for spaces that are open, spots that you can fill. And then lastly, I do want to address, so I have a business degree from here at UNL. So I, am aware of how economics works. I had to take some classes on it. So when we talked about, the hand of the market and how businesses will find and create value, they'll find something of low value and basically restructure it so that way it makes more value, and that's how they make their money. So if in an open market, someone is going to find this property and they were going to make it more valuable, and I guess I don't see why a city government, and of course businesses don't like, city and government interference, why, why we need to pledge, and it's essentially a subsidy of $23 million, now 24 something and change, in order to help this business out, that without this money, they're not going to be able to build this building, make this development. Again, I guess I don't understand why they need assistance. If they don't end up building there, someone else will redevelop this space and they will do it without a price tag to the city. Additionally, and I didn't know this until I came here, we got 4F with the South of Downtown Rental Rehab Program. They've made do with $1.5 million in TIF, and it sounds like they're going to be able to touch something like 130 current residents, domiciles, and help people in the city that are already here now. So I guess I have to wonder how 23 million is going to translate to about 110 new units. I mean, why can't we use some of that TIF elsewhere to help current Lincoln residents, live better lives, stay here, and especially in proximity to downtown and the Haymarket. I thank you for your time, and I guess, do you have any questions?
Any questions for Sam?
Oh, my councilman's here.
None. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Madam Clerk?
Next is Elma Coretta. I'll call Mr. Todd Ogden to the podium and Adam Peterson on deck.
Floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Alma Soretta, and I'm the co-owner of Mana Games, a board game cafe located at 701 P Street in the historic Creamery building. I'm here to speak in opposition of the proposed redevelopment by Lincoln Bold. Our business finally opened in January 2022 after the COVID-19 pandemic put our plans on hold for 2 years. We have found early success thanks to our wonderful location in the Haymarket. We are incredibly grateful that we are surrounded by so many other locally owned small businesses on P Street, and we all work to support each other. Our community has thanked us for opening an inclusive space for them to reconnect with friends and family since the pandemic, and many people appreciate that we offer a late-night sober alternative to the various bars in the area. One major challenge that we face in our current location is lack of available parking, especially during Pinnacle Bank Arena events. Our customers tend to stay away on the nights that they know the garages are going to be full. Lincoln Bold has proposed a building that will add 110 living spaces and 36,000 square feet of office space without adding any additional parking. During construction of this building and in the aftermath of completion, the already tenuous parking infrastructure of the Haymarket will be stretched beyond its limits. This will have devastating consequences for the businesses like us that rely on publicly available parking garages for our customers. In addition to creating an even greater parking shortage, the construction period for this building will cause traffic issues for those working in and visiting the Haymarket, closing a portion of P Street for years and thereby restricting the major route that people use to access our businesses could mean the closure of many loved local businesses as our customer bases can no longer conveniently make the trip downtown. For many of us, relocation is not an option. Our success is tied to our Haymarket locations, and closing would be our only choice. It does not fill me with confidence that the developers claim they are still figuring out how to deal with the many valid issues that have been presented to you today, but the vote is supposed to be next week. I do not feel like the developers have the community in mind when I, as a business owner who makes my livelihood in this community, did not hear of the project until Troy Heath and Jonathan Camp came into my business to inform me, and I thank goodness that they did, or I would not have even known to be here today. I appreciate your time and for allowing me to speak on this issue that is of great importance to me. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. We appreciate it. Any questions?
I just wanted to say congratulations on being a Business of the Year nominee.
Oh, thank you.
With Star City Pride. So congratulations on that. I just want to take that opportunity.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Clerk, who's next?
Todd Ogden. I'll call Mr. Adam Peterson up to the podium. And on deck would be Theo Burris.
Todd, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, City Council. Todd Ogden, Downtown Lincoln Association, 206 South 13th Street, Suite 101. And I'm here today on behalf of DLA and our board and LHCC as well, with the understanding that this development has been deemed acceptable in accordance with the Planning Commission, Urban Design, Historic Preservation, and the Comp Plan. We have information light today too, so we will want to confirm that it is still in accordance with the Comp Plan. If it is, we've also re-examined our 2018 Downtown Master Plan and confirmed with our consultants that this project is consistent with the core values that were put in the plan. So with that said, and knowing this, our board tasked us staff with working with the city and the developers to do everything we can to mitigate and try to solve the problems that arrive with the development like this. You've heard a lot of problems. We've heard every single one of these as well. We so appreciate everybody coming out here and coming to us. That's what we need to know. That's what you all need to know, and appreciate your time putting that, because we have to hear the problems to find out what the solutions are. So just really appreciate that. And, you know, we've met with over 100 groups and individual meetings. I've been to the Haymarket meetings at Apothecary, been to some other meetings that we've had. And yeah, we have a lot of perspective. So for us, we are an organization that has to be a representative body of all of downtown and the Haymarket. So certainly represented a lot of those businesses today, including all the ones that talk today, because you've heard their perspective. We have other businesses that are also for it. And some board members that are for it. But at the end of the day, nobody is for hurting the businesses. And let me be clear, there's no way what we do can 100% solve, if this project goes in, what's going to happen with construction. And that happens always in downtown with construction. And that's always just something that we have to continue to figure out, how can we get better. So we want to take this example and continue to figure out ways we can do better and keep trying to help these businesses and help the properties succeed moving forward. We certainly could have stayed completely out of this, but I don't think that would have solved anything. So we're here. We're here to listen. If you have problems, continue to take it out on me, please. And again, we have a lot of dedicated volunteers who have been working on a lot of stuff in the Haymarket, and just really appreciate their time. So again, our job is to hear problems and find solutions. So some of the main things we've heard about today. We're going to start talking about some of the solutions we're going to try to push to work on moving forward. Parking, certainly that's been brought up a ton. That's always brought up. I've been at DLA for 17 years, and all those years, that's always the number one problem you hear. We're not special. That's every single downtown, so that's always going to be issue number one. For us, though, the first thing we did was talk to the parking group to verify what are the numbers, what do we have, and we have found we don't have a parking numbers problem. We have a parking perception problem, and we have a parking utilization and balancing problem. So that's something we're always striving toward, moving to figure out how do we balance these garages. Park and Go told us we have spaces in this Haymarket district. We actually have more spaces in the Haymarket than any concentrated district like this in the entire country. So if we have these stalls, let's figure out how to best use them moving forward. And so that's the first thing we talked with the developer about. What in the future of downtowns, we could add 10,000 stalls, but at the end of the day, that doesn't fix when we have a busy night that you can guarantee when you're going to Vincenzo's that you're going to be able to park in that meter right there. So what are things we can do? One of them, as they brought up, is we talked about valet parking. We have a lot of details we have to work out, and we want to continue to do that. I'm really pleased with LHDC and the new Lincoln Haymarket Business Association. We want to talk with them to figure out what are the common things you want from this. We already heard receipts. That's something we thought of right away. It's not going to work if you give receipts. You got to have something like a token or something to work that out. This is the kind of thing we want to continue to figure out if we're going to have this. And so LHDC and DLA knowing, okay, you do have developers say certain things and you want to hold their feet to the fire. One of them is we've worked out a memorandum of agreement to guarantee a minimum of $250,000 to subsidize free valet parking and advertising for the businesses. That's something we historically have not been able to achieve.
1 minute.
And that is something we want to continue to try to figure out. How do we best get this to work? And again, I'm really pleased with the new group that's come out and LHDC willing to talk to us, and we want to continue that discussion moving forward. The aesthetic, we've seen a lot of problems about that, where the initial design had a lot of issues that people had. We have seen improvement on the aesthetic, and if there are any ways you can continue to make sure it fits within, especially on the P Street Haymarket side, that's what we want to do. So we have seen change there. TIF, our concern is if there isn't TIF, then we don't have any way this can benefit the Haymarket, guarantee that this benefit at least partially benefits the Haymarket district. A lot of the Haymarket district has been able to be rehabbed based on leftover TIF. So we want to ensure as much of the TIF as possible is used for the most public good we can possibly use it. So that's also what we want to ensure, that we utilize that to support it. Things like bollards to help the streets, and when we're closing down streets, we need to make it easier and not have as much red tape to get through when we're closing down streets, doing these events like Euro Bike Night, like Cody's event that he just had, the Winter Market. Can I cite Jonathan's camp? Same thing that whatever Cody said to get another minute or two.
2.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Sony, 2 more minutes.
Yes. So. Yeah, I mean, that's important too. These are the kind of things we want to continue to work on. We have been and we will continue to do so. Construction, we keep on hearing multiple things that are issues on construction. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that we continue to talk with the businesses in the area when construction plans are formed, that if there's an option A, option B, what's the option you want that best helps construction and where it's at? Do you want scaffolding? Do you not want scaffolding? And that's something that, again, we want to continue to urge the developer to look at. Don't go away. If this goes through, don't go away. We still want to talk throughout the entire process of the entire 3 years or however long it is to make sure we're talking about what we're going to do about the construction, how do we advertise it, and so far I've been happy with them listening to us. Again, whether it happened when or not, all I care about moving forward is we continue the discussion and continue that moving forward. And notification, same thing. I think we need to make it guaranteed in state statute where organizations like ours are officially informed, and that's something I think that could help because we do have our business newsletter. We have over 900 businesses in downtown in the Haymarket, and we have a business newsletter that goes out and say, hey, here's all the opportunities, here's how you can put a news story. It's really hard to be proactive with the businesses. We have to be reactive to what their needs are. So if we have another thing we can add to that newsletter, say, hey, this is a construction project going up that we know about, we can send it right on there, and all the businesses that we have on there can get as advanced notice as possible. So things like that are just what we find very important. And like I said, at the end of the day, we're tasked with, we're going to be here before and after this, whether this project happens or doesn't happen. I think moving forward, I'm really pleased with the new groups coming together to find a common solution to understand if this project happens or doesn't happen. Downtown and the Haymarket are amazing right now. I'm so happy after the pandemic that we're complaining about parking. If we're not complaining about parking, that means nobody's coming downtown. I love that. That's a much better problem to have. But it is a problem. It's a perception, and we want to make sure to push that perception that people have a way to park in the Haymarket, but we need to continue to make it easier for them to do so, because certain people don't want to park in a perimeter garage. So we have to find that pedestrian acceleration. So things like that, we're here.
2 minutes. Thank you, Todd. I appreciate it. Any questions for Todd? Yes, Councilor.
Yeah, and I'm not going to start up my habit of asking questions after every person, but you said something that was really interesting to me, because I didn't know this, that the Haymarket has the highest concentration of parking in the country.
Yeah, so we task some of our international downtown associations. So we have a poll that comes out there that they do some research on parking numbers, and we looked at total stalls inside public stalls inside of a district. And so far, all of those that submitted have not been as many stalls. Again, like I said, it's not a numbers problem, so that doesn't solve the solution. But now we know we have these numbers that we want to work around. But we still want to advocate for more stalls. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
Like, we need as many stalls as we can get. But if we have stalls available where people are coming in and building it, let's figure out how best to balance it moving forward.
Cool. I'll call you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just for more
Yeah.
information. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Next is Adam Peterson. I will be calling Theo Burris to the podium. On deck would be Scott Sullivan.
Adam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Adam Peterson. I'm the president of the Lincoln Haymarket Development Corporation, address 335 North 8th Street, Suite B. I'm here on behalf of the Lincoln Haymarket Development Corporation in connection with the proposed development at 9th and P Street, known as Lincoln Bold. The LHDC was formed in 1985 by the Haymarket business and property owners alongside the community leaders to apply for participation in the National Main Street program. Upon selection, this led the district and LHDC to development of a broad-based plan for an underused area. Currently, LHDC has a board of directors that includes 20 representatives from the Haymarket and surrounding areas. We facilitate multiple different events to promote the district, including the Haymarket Farmers Market. LHDC has a broad representation on the board that includes business owners, residents, and community leaders, including the Downtown Lincoln Association and the City of Lincoln. This representation has allowed us to work closely with the DLA and the City of Lincoln to make sure that our concerns are being addressed and we are included in significant conversations. On February 27, 2023, after thoughtful discussion, the Board of Directors of LHDC voted conditionally to support the Lincoln Bold project so long as the developer continues to work with the LHDC and the DLA. LHDC was particularly concerned with the impact on businesses in the Haymarket during construction. After various discussions, the developer provided the attached memorandum of understanding that you guys were all given, outlining its dedication to LHDC and the DLA to address the concerns in the area and evidence its responsible effort to reduce the impact to the area during construction. Thank you for taking time to consider this project. We hope the long-term benefits from such project outweigh the temporary challenges during construction and are encouraged by the developer's willingness to find solutions.
Perfect. Thank you, Adam. Appreciate it. Any questions for Adam? All right, seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Next is Mr. Theo Burris. I'll be calling to the podium Scott Sullivan. On deck would be Bob Krieger.
Okay. I'm going to short simple. I try to prepare for beach. It'll take me a while. My name is Theo Burris. I own the Hat Killer Barbershop at Square, Taffer Square, as it's located between 8th and 9th Street. When I opened my business for 5 years ago, I was excited to be a part of a historic Haymarket area. Still fit me into with pride to see my sign hanging in Haymarket Square. I was proud to provide a service and different type of customer experience for the people who work and live downtown. But what I quickly found is that people were coming from all over Lincoln and even surrounded by town, sometimes far as York or Seward, to get an experience of a classic barbershop. Over the last 5 years, I have to work hard to build up a client based on a loyal customer. So much of the identity of my business to tie my location. I Convenience located for a student at UNL, people who work in Haymarket at the business like Huddle as such. And the people coming from downtown are looking for a unique location. My first experience for a haircut. If this project approved at the proposed location, I will be forced to move out. I will be severely hurt my financially. I will lose the moment I have to build up after pandemic relocating. Will cause a harm to my livelihood as my small business will likely not survive the next 3 years. I support the growth of downtown area, but it should be done with a consideration for the extent of business that have a value to Haymarket. I am respectfully asking the City Council to reject the proposed location for this project. There is a better way forward to support growth and help a small business that have made the Haymarket what it is thrive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Theo. We appreciate it. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much.
I'm calling Scott Sullivan to the podium.
Scott was here earlier for another agenda item. I think he spoke on. I'm not sure that he's here any longer, so let's move on.
Bob Krieger to the podium.
Bob already spoke as well.
So we will call up Miss Rosina Polini.
And then who's on deck?
On deck would be Heather Sticka.
Okay.
Heather, if you are here, you can move up to the podium. On deck then after Ms. Sticka would be Richard Halverson.
Very good. Go ahead.
Thank you both. I'm Rosina Paolini, 1850 Dakota Street. These are a couple of questions we used to hear about quite a bit. There are a few of us that might recognize the question. Is the development cost efficient? What is the real cost of a development? Some of us will remember. Those are the words of the first one, Chris Beitler. He used to say it all the time. Is the development cost efficient? And praise Cecil Stewart would say, is it the real cost? What is the real cost? The process, we've been hearing it over and over again. Have we seen this scenario before? To answer somebody's question who isn't here, you have to look on the website and make sure that the agenda hasn't been changed. And then there are, in the public notices, small readings. And if you keep track of that in the public notices, I can kind of pay attention to what's going on with the Planning Commission and what's going on. And then some people help me and they let me know that it's actually been delayed, and then I'm really glad to know that also. So the process, how's the outreach? We've been hearing about the outreach. Expert engineers, hydrologists, and so on. The day-to-day traffic, the people who are on the ground, the people who have to pay for parking when they are on a probably minimum wage. And then, well, we've discussed proper notice at length. But these are things I've been hearing in developments over and over again. We've got a great representation today. We've had really good representation before. We've had hydrologists and experts, not in our silo, not in our planning department, not in, right? But these are well-known people in their field. They get dismissed. So I hope, if for nothing else, We remember that these are all business owners, which means they're taxpayers, which means they probably own a house. And I heard some of them have kids. So if things don't go well with the development, we've impacted a lot of people. And then we can talk about the people that go to those businesses. You might not know it, but I actually was one of the first employees at the mill when they opened up down in the Haymarket. It got me through college. The only other business down there was the oven, and that was fabulous because we were both a little bored in those early days, and I got to try out whatever it was he was cooking that day. And we got to do coffee drinks but that was the beginning of the Haymarket, right? Now it's grown. Can we be satisfied with what we have? Do we have to have more? Who is it going to benefit? Because you've lost a bunch of people's trust. And we seem to be doing this over and over again with the developments. Same process. Lack of notification. Didn't speak with the people. I acknowledged yesterday, I've done that. I gotta be careful, man. I've gotta do a reality check. Did I really speak with the people? Do I understand if I'm being representative?
1 minute.
It's a really important question, especially right now. 9th and O, 8th and P, 9th and P, all of that area is super congested. We can talk about the parking. How are you going to get in and out? We've got plenty of spaces. How congested is it going to be getting in and out? What happened? I ride my bike downtown. I don't drive a car most of the time. How safe is it for me as a cyclist to navigate that area when we put a big high rise right there in the middle? Things to consider, but more than anything, not just this development, folks. I've showed you a picture last week, and the looks on your faces were like, oh, that's across from Claire McPhee. That's disappointing. So please, please, let's really get back to the process.
Time.
Any questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Heather Sticka. I'll be calling Mr. Richard Halverson to the podium, and then Kay Logan Peters on deck.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Heather Sticka. I've lived in Lincoln for 25 years. I reside in the near South District. I'm also an artist at 719 P Street in the basement of the Burkholder. I waited 25 years for my life and the Burkholder to line up so that there was a space that fit into my life as well as just being available in general for my budget. And everything happened, and I was very excited, and I'm very happy to be there. Out of the 25 years I've lived in Lincoln, almost 20 of them I have worked in the downtown area, and over 20 of them I've either lived in the South downtown area or near South. I can tell you about how I have a disability, and when my nerve pain is bad, I don't get to go to my studio because I have to walk more than a block. And yeah, I don't look it today, that's why it's an invisible disability, but on a bad day, I can't go down the stairs in my apartment. So think about that when you're parking. How many people are there like me who don't have anything bad enough to get a handicap little tag for their car, but who have it bad enough that they have to count their spoons before they leave the house to determine on whether or not they can go to work? After working in the downtown area, mostly in service jobs, most of them being low paying, but being ecstatic about it because I loved what I was doing, I was willing to walk at those times because it was for my job, and I loved being a barista at the mill. I loved being a cook at Buzzard Billy's and at Laszlo's and at Misty's. Like, that was my thing. And then when my back went out the rest of the way, it wasn't my thing anymore. But whenever there is an event, you can't just talk about downtown. You cannot just talk about the Haymarket. Yeah, there's parking in the Haymarket. Those 4 buildings that nobody uses because they're all the way over at the edge. Nobody cares about those. The only things get used for those is Pinnacle Bank Arena. Let's be honest. Yeah, they're there. Nobody uses them. Nobody cares. That's the end of it. I don't care how high our concentration of parking is. If it is not convenient to use, then no one will use it. Let's talk about who is using the parking garages and all of the parking downtown. Everybody says nobody wants to work anymore. Nobody wants to work, even though we have 3% unemployment, which means 97% of the people who want a job have it. How many of those people are getting paid an amount of money where deciding between parking in the garage, paying $10 because there is state basketball tournament, or putting meat in the pasta for their kids that weekend? How many of those people are waiting on your tables? How many of those people walked 6 blocks because they have to park in the residential area so they can wait on your table? How many tables do they have to wait on to pay for that parking over the course of a month? And I'm not talking about just when there's events. I'm talking about everyday parking, when the difference between $5 for parking in a stall during the day can make or break your decision on whether or not you can afford to go into work that day. Because there are people that are just like me, who have the exact same income that I do, who have to make that decision. So now we've got people who cannot afford to go to work unless they park in residential, and those people are parking in the residential areas. Where do the residential people park? Do any of you want to walk 3 blocks to get to your house because somebody's parked in your garage or in your parking lot?
1 minute.
Do you want to do that? What if, to get to work here today, you had to park in the Haymarket garages? How would you feel about that when it's 2 degrees outside and the wind pushes the ice into your skin? It's not fun. I know that the developer says that they're going to call in people from New York and Chicago. Nebraska's experiencing historic brain drain. I'd like to know who is coming from other states to reverse that. And as far as parking goes, well, if all these people are going to be there only on the weekends when they're there for games, well, then there's going to be parking during the week because they're only going to be there. No, they're going to Airbnb all of those apartments. And that's going to be money that's not staying in Lincoln. That's going to go to the people who are renting those apartments who live in those small towns. Parking's still going to be a disaster. And none of those people, I guarantee, are going to want to park in those garages.
Time.
I just want you to consider that the Haymarket isn't the only people that you're going to be affecting. The lowest income neighborhoods are closest to downtown, and you're going to push all of those people out. Where are they supposed to go? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Heather?
Richard Halverson, 6311 Himmerman Road. And yeah, I'm against this project for all the reasons stated: disruption, the parking, the excess, the amount of TIF. Valet parking, it sounds good in theory, but you drop your car off, and depends on staffing, what do you got to wait to get it back? You got to wait, what, 15, 20 minutes? Depends, you know. It will depend. And if that happens, people are going to sour on that. I know it's one of the student housing, they have a parking lot out by Salt Creek, and they bus their people back and forth. But if you're paying $100,000, well, hundreds of thousands of dollars for a condo, you're going to say, I'm not taking a bus to my car. So that won't work for these apartments. But the main thing I'm here is for a procedural area. I don't think this can go forward because it's not in the comprehensive plan. You say, well, no, wait a minute, we had a hearing on that. Well, yes, you did on December 19th. But the address, how do you, whoops.
Will come up.
It won't come up?
It'll come up in just a second.
Okay.
You gotta turn it back on. You turned it off, I think.
I hate this Martech. It's not that modern even.
I think you turned it off by accident.
Yes, you had a public hearing on December 19th. Well, maybe I have to take my word.
Here we go. It's on.
Oh, okay.
You want to turn it to the side, Richard?
But as you see.
Nope.
Oops. We'll get this straight.
Thank you.
Oh, I got an expert here with me.
Not really.
As you can see, it was for a 22 mixed-use building, generally located at 205 South 9th Street. Now, South 9th Street is a tire store. And actually, I think that would be an excellent location for this building. You know, it's got a parking lot across the ways, you know, but again, it's not. Now we're talking about something here on North 9th Street, 205 North 9th Street. And I'm not an attorney, but I once took out a small loan, and they honestly did not cross the I or dot the I, and they rewrote the whole loan package for a simple dot. So I would think you would have to send it back. And I was at the meeting, and I did not hear a motion to amend at any time during that meeting, which maybe you could have done then, but I did not hear a motion to amend, and you went and voted on to put this comprehensive plan for this building to be located at South 9th Street. So again, I think you have to at least send it back for that. Thank you.
Any questions for Richard? All right, see none. Thank you, Richard.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk?
Are you Ms. Peters? Okay.
Yep.
Kay Logan Peters is up. I'll be calling, Ryan Curtis to the podium, and then on deck would be Laura Espiel Rangel.
Brian, if you're here, come on down. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to come tonight. My name is Kay Logan Peters, 916 Fall Creek Road, and I'm appearing today as the president of PAL, the Preservation Association of Lincoln. PAL is a nonprofit, self-supporting organization primarily focused on the preservation of historic buildings, neighborhoods, and sites in Lincoln, Nebraska. Excuse me. I would like to state that PAL does not support the construction of Lincoln Bold, and a majority of our board of directors believe this project will be detrimental to the historic Haymarket District. PAL believes that the scale of this building is inconsistent with the Haymarket area. It has been described by the developer's representative as a vibrant, inviting, and attractive gateway to the Haymarket and downtown. I could not disagree more. In this case, we believe that this building at 22 stories will not enhance the entrance to the district. It will dwarf it. It will generate additional traffic turning off and on 9th Street, and our current view down P Street looking west into the Haymarket will be obscured by this incongruously large structure. People appreciate the Haymarket area for a host of reasons, but one of its main charms is the scale of the buildings and the intimate spaces they provide. People appreciate the Haymarket's historic structures and the fact that they are part of a district, not just one building. And I know that people often go from a restaurant to a bar to a coffee house in the course of an evening. I digressed and now I've lost my spot. This area is pleasant and inviting. Buildings are mainly 2 or 3 stories, occasionally 4, and they're constructed of brick. The building immediately west of Lincoln Bold is a bit larger than many Haymarket structures, and it is 3 stories tall. Renderings of the Lincoln Bold building make it clear that this old Chicago building will be dwarfed by Lincoln Bold, as will other buildings on that particular block. The urban development staff openly acknowledged that this building will drastically alter this corner. Is that really our goal? Wouldn't a new structure that was more in keeping with the scale and materials of Haymarket buildings be a more suitable addition to this corner? Putting red brick and smaller windows on the south side of this proposed building is like putting the proverbial lipstick on a pig. This building will be a 22-story monster. Frankly, this building is a remarkably poor option for this site. And I mentioned this red brick and smaller buildings because that was one of the solutions offered by the Historic Preservation Commission to add to the south side of the building, not the east side. So then you get an even more incongruous looking structure, in my opinion. I'm going to skip TIF and parking since that's been covered by John Cook in an excellent way, as well as many other people. But I would like to repeat some of the comments included in letters that were sent to some of you and to other city officials that I found interesting. These are all quotes. I want to remind the City Council that the average Lincoln voter does not think that We need more downtown luxury apartments. Another quote, a glass skyscraper is not unique and it will not be visually appealing. A third, it seems that city administrators consider any development as good development. The entire official review process for this project has failed in understanding the complexity of the impact and its ramifications, and it needs serious change. And finally, my personal favorite, this project may be legal, but it isn't right.
1 minute.
Please consider what this building will do to this immediate corner and what its impact will be on the integrity of our historic district, and please vote no on Lincoln Bold. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for coming down. Any questions for Kay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Ryan Curtis is up. I'll call Laura Rangel. Thank you. Sorry. And then on deck is Casey Ogle.
Brian, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Ryan Curtis, 16717 Marcy Circle, Omaha, Nebraska. I'm a Nebraska-Lincoln graduate of the Architectural Engineering program, and I'm working on this project on transparency with Lincoln Bold and the developers. I'm not here to talk about the project, though. I'm here to talk about urban design and development and infill. I sit on the Technical Advisory Committee for Omaha by Design, which studies development in our cities like Omaha, Lincoln, and in the state. When we look at infill and density in cities like Lincoln, Omaha, Des Moines, Kansas City, Denver, Minneapolis, Chicago, we look at two things to make them beneficial to a downtown urban core. The first one is, does it bring density to the core? And that's people. And this project is doing that. So please understand that this is density and what's desired for cities like Lincoln in the Midwest. The second one is, does it mandate a new parking garage? And I say that with the explanation of that, if it does, that's not good development. We do not need more parking garages or spaces, we need more density. So we can have a parking garage or a stall be replaced by a person or two. Density and living, that's the recipe for good development in the urban core. And I say that because the honesty is that the transit is changing over the course of the next couple of years, 10, 20 years. Multimodal transportation will be continuing to evolve in time. Also with increased parking, that's maybe tandem with the development, that does yield to oftentimes higher rent. And that causes your apartment dwellers or those who could be in this building to have to spend more money to live in that space, because to have parking in addition to the development of living spaces that cost more money. We don't need more parking, we need more density, and so we're seeing that in cities in the Midwest, and that's what this project is doing, is providing you new density. It's not just condos, it's apartments. It's also going to be stimulating the economy, and obviously I'm not here to give education on TIF, I'm not an expert in TIF, but there's a lot of misperceptions on what TIF is used for and how it's used, but it does grow the tax base, and that's a benefit to the city of Lincoln. Cities have more than enough parking as it is. New York City is the exception to that. The data and the comments that mentioned earlier from the Downtown Lincoln group here spoken is true, and so I hope that is a benefit to you hearing that from the design community and how it benefits the downtown urban core, specifically this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Brian? All right. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Laura is up next. I'll be calling Casey Ogle to the podium, and on deck would be Bree Buser.
Laura, the floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. My name is Laura Espejel Rangel. I live in 3340 Grimsby Lane. And I am here as a concerned citizen about Lincoln Bold project. I have found it very interesting that we haven't really heard much from the developers about their project. I've attempted visiting their website many times, and every time I visit it, it requires a password just to get more information about the project, which I think is odd. I know if I were building a building that high, I would want to scream it, let everybody know about that project, and I don't see that excitement from them. I feel like that should be a red flag to everybody. They talk a lot about these feasibility studies. I haven't seen any of them. I'd be interested to know about them. I understand that they're trying to cater to a different market. I just find it really difficult to believe. I was born in Mexico City, and we still need parking. You know, it being from a big city, my dad just moved from there. When you buy whatever it is, whatever the price tag is, you want to have a parking for your car, because there may be weekends, there may be special events that you want to get somewhere. And I don't think our public transportation, I mean, I have only taken it a few times, but it's very difficult to get to places in a fast manner. So in my mind, coming from a big city, I find it difficult to believe that people would want an apartment without parking. I do understand that a lot of people in big cities don't have a use for a car, but we're talking about Lincoln, Nebraska. If they want to go get groceries, how are they going to do that? Now, maybe they're going to be very affluent, that they have other people do that job for them. It's kind of what it sounds like. Again, I feel like it is very foolish that they are requesting so much taxpayer money. I'll admit it. I'm not an expert on TIF, so I might have a misconception on how it's used. So I do want to admit that. But besides that, I just don't think it's right that taxpayers have to, you know, give money, or I don't know if give is the right word, but authorize money for somebody else's luxuries. This building is a luxury. And I don't understand how, if you ask any taxpayer, how they would be happy by just seeing a fancy, beautiful building. I don't understand. It could be used for our streets, for our schools, for our libraries, for people that actually need this money. I'm sorry, I believe that is all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for coming down and testifying. We appreciate it. Any questions? All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
Casey Ogle. Up to the podium next is Bree Buser, and then on deck is Ellie Bryan.
Casey, the floor is yours.
Hello. My name is Casey Ogle. I'm the staff attorney for Collective Impact Lincoln, which is a partnership between Nebraska Appleseed and Civic Nebraska. CIL, or Collective Impact Lincoln, works with residents of 6 Lincoln neighborhoods to build community, develop neighborhood leaders, and take action on policy that is responsive to their needs. CIL advocates for better housing quality, more affordable housing, and fair rental practices for low-paid Lincolnites. I'm here today to oppose the use of tax increment financing for the Lincoln Bold redevelopment project. Almost a year ago now, I stood here before you all, with the exception of Councilperson Suarez, and introduced you to Collective Impact Lincoln's Equitable Development Scorecard. The scorecard was designed to provide a uniform way to evaluate whether a housing development will ultimately benefit our community and address our need for affordable housing. I noted last May that over the previous year, as housing developments proceeded through this council for approval, there had often been significant opposition from members of the community, and the same has remained true over the course of this last year. Building additional housing is important, but it is not enough to build development that does not meet the needs of our community. It is important that new housing developments are done in a way that centers the needs of our neighbors. While Collective Impact Lincoln has not had the opportunity to analyze all aspects of the Lincoln Bold redevelopment project with our Equitable Development Scorecard, we have had the chance to examine its score in the area of affordable housing. The criteria in that area accounts for 50% of the overall score that we assign to any housing project, and includes requirements that 1/3 of units in any development are permanently affordable for residents making 60% of area median income before TIF funding is awarded to the project. A generous scoring of this project in the area of affordable housing, because of the in lieu fee paid by the developer for future development and promotion of affordable housing, still results in only a 13% score in that area. That is, out of 15 possible points, at our most generous, we can only give this development 2 points. I want to put some of these relevant numbers into perspective. This council is considering the approval of $24.15 million in TIF funds. That number represents 21% of the overall cost of this project. In exchange, the developer has agreed to pay $721,000 to a fund for the future development of affordable housing. That is only 0.6% of the cost of this development. Collective Impact Lincoln was glad to learn that the city had adopted a policy for the use of TIF that requires housing developments to either set aside some of the housing units as affordable or to pay an in lieu fee, as the developer has agreed to do here. But this project is a perfect example of the problem with adopting policies like this administratively without a chance for public input or oversight. TIF is a public subsidy so any significant investment of TIF should come with a significant public investment. Additionally, TIF is intended to channel funding toward development in areas where development would not otherwise occur. Building luxury housing in the Haymarket and throwing a pittance at an in lieu fee does not meet either of those requirements. Rather, as Collective Impact Lincoln has said before and continues to say, a feasibility study for an inclusionary housing scheme would closely examine exactly how many affordable units or how much of an in lieu fee should be required of each housing development. An in lieu fee equal to 0.6% of the cost of the development is insulting to the people of this city who have made it clear that they care about affordable housing for ourselves and our neighbors.
1 minute.
Thank you. Even if we only compare the $721,000 in lieu fee to the public subsidy of the $24.15 million in TIF, the in lieu fee is only equal to 3% of the public investment in this project. The decision now rests with you, with this council, and only this council. It is squarely up to you to decide if TIF is to be a tool for the common benefit of all Lincolnites or as a benefit for the wealthy few. We strongly urge you to vote no on this project.
Thank you. Questions for Casey? Councilman.
Since you're a staff attorney, I'll ask you this question. How would you describe TIF?
TIF is a public subsidy to help fund development. How it operates generally is, from my understanding, is that it freezes the property taxes on a given TIF area or project and uses the proceeds of that, the increase of tax revenue on that property, to pay the developer to develop that area.
And does that money come from the city? Does it come from a bank by itself, or?
Yeah, it comes from the city.
And then in your expertise, I'm not trying to mince my words. I'm just trying to figure out how to articulate this. If there was no project that was being developed, and if it was still maintained as a gas station right now,
sure,
would the city receive additional property tax dollars?
I'm not an economist. I don't feel
okay
equipped to answer that. I think the idea of TIF is that it increases that particular property tax value and perhaps the surrounding property tax value as well. But it freezes and uses that increment to pay for the cost of the development at the expense of whatever else is used for property taxes, including schools, public infrastructure, things like that.
So is it a loan that the developer has then?
No, I wouldn't describe it as a loan, no.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, very good. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, hold on just 1 second, Bree.
Bree is up. Up to the podium, Ellie Ryan, and then on deck is Mike Hillis.
All right, floor is yours.
Hi there. My name is Bree Boozer. I'm a current resident of the Haymarket and a local realtor here in Lincoln. And I share the concerns of my peers here today about this development. One of the things I want to ask y'all is, do you know the vacancy rates of luxury condos currently in town? Vacancy rates are the percentage of units in a building that are empty versus occupied, right? I would say none of us, including the folks behind me, could give you that figure because most of them are still being built, right? There's a lot of luxury housing in Lincoln going up currently. I wasn't able to find them, but my guess is they're probably pretty high. And the reason why I think that is because according to the census in 2022, the average income of a Lincolnite is around $31,000, which equates to around $14.90 an hour. I think all of us here can agree that that's not luxury living income, right? So I talked to a local lender and I said, you know what? With $31,000 worth of income, what would you max pre-approve a buyer right now with today's rates? And they told me they would likely experience a max mortgage amount of $150,000. This is only if they have zero debt and $50 a month or less in HOA fees. Okay? There are 3,000 Nebraskans right now that have student loan debt, according to NebraskaNewsService.net. And it totals around $8.3 billion. Okay? So it's safe to say the average Lincolnite can't even afford $150,000. Last month, we sold 7 condos. Only one of them would be considered affordable for the average Lincolnite. There are 30 condos listed right now. Only 4 would be considered affordable to the average Lincolnite. I don't normally gamble, but if I was to gamble here, I would say that the units in this luxury condo development probably are going to be more than $150,000 a unit. And I would probably venture to guess that the HOA fee is going to be a little bit higher than $50 a month. Lincoln isn't unique for experiencing a need for affordable housing. And certainly after hearing these figures, it is reasonable to assume adding 22 stories of luxury housing wouldn't benefit Lincoln at all. So if we aren't building spaces for the people who actually need them in Lincoln, who are we building them for? Where did Lincoln Bold developers find demographics to justify a construction loan for this project? Because I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it anywhere. My guess is this is why it can't move forward without public funding, without tax money, without TIF money. Because they just can't do it. They can't justify it. A lender would say, absolutely not. The figures aren't there. They're just not there. So who does this project benefit? Because from what I can see, it's not Lincoln. I do believe this would be a very clear example of misallocation of TIF funding. Again, make it make sense. If you're wondering why Lincoln continues to experience brain drain, it's because of decisions like this. Before you move forward with your votes, I have one thing I'm going to ask of you. Are you a council for the people who live in Lincoln or just for the wealthy? I yield the rest of my time.
Any questions for Bree? Okay, very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Next is Eli Bryan, also called Mike Hillis on deck.
Hi, my name is Eli Bryan. You got it right that last time. I don't blame you. It's okay. Hi, Council. Nice to meet you all. I wish Tammy Ward was here, and I know she can't be here next week. So again, with many others, I hope we can push at least this vote back until she gets back. I love architecture and development and growth, and I love Lincoln more than any of those things. The Downtown Quarters project that has passed several reviews and several of public hearings and public showcases really celebrates Lincoln and actually adds value to guests and residents of Lincoln. This project doesn't. It just doesn't, and it won't for a very, very, very long time. Forgive me for lack of eloquence. I don't have numbers or vocabulary of anything like some of the other speakers we have. I also just heard about this hearing. I heard about the project in the paper like many of the people who actually have a business that's impacted. Luckily, I don't have any business like that. But I heard about this hearing hours ago thanks to a niche social media page. I'm a valet captain at the Embassy Suites in downtown Lincoln by Hilton. You can say valet all you want. It's not gonna solve anything. You can say valet all you want. You can say it's free all you want. And convenience is something people will choose every time. Every time. Valet sounds convenient because you just drop off your car, like another gentleman just said. But it's going to be 15, 20 minutes, especially with closing off a whole block and having the valet run 2 blocks around the corner to get that car, work their way around the own construction of the place you're already valeting at to get their car, and then make their own way out of the construction onto the road wherever they're going. Valet will not solve any of your problems. It won't. I can't even, sorry. I wish I had a whole essay prepared, a nice short one, 5 minutes. That would be nice. Especially on game days, just a daily thing. As a valet, he's working 40 hours a week and has also worked in the Laszlo's in the Haymarket. Parking is obviously a problem, and you've heard this for 2.5 hours. And I'm sure you've heard the same thing every 5 minutes. But every voice matters, and that's why we are all here. Husker game days, you already have the Haymarket, the farmer's market. They can't even make it on a normal day. Parking, work on a normal day. If we don't learn from the past, like the Harris Overpass and other big projects, and the projects we're having just a few weeks ago and a few months ago, like the Lead Place, history will just repeat itself, and it's going to hurt more every time. In the rebuttal, I invite you to address where the business notices were and the specific details of any part of the project. Please don't repeat already stated information. I think we have a right to that, but you owe us some more information, more specifics. And honestly, it just doesn't seem possible, but good luck squeezing your project onto 205 South 9th. Talking with balance with the stalls and balance in general, this building and development doesn't add to the balance of Lincoln, the balance of the history here. Downtown is not defined by tall buildings, it's defined by history and the heart of a city. You can't compare Lincoln to Denver and Chicago and Kansas City by basic facts of the number of people here and their own histories that are so unique. I guess I just want to reemphasize, it's ridiculous that Ward can't be here for the vote that's scheduled next week. Thanks for doing with my irregular thoughts coming in and out, in the pattern and such, in the poor format, but I appreciate all you listening behind me. I admire all of you on the stand as council and what you do for the city and everything that you have done and will continue to do, and even more so admire those who have spoken before me and that we have such a great voice here. Thank you.
Eli, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Madam Chair, Madam Clerk.
Mike
excuse me.
Hillis?
Don't worry about your bad format because I wasn't planning on coming up here and speaking. I'm Mike Hillis. I have Hillis & Company. I own the building and lot at 230 North 7th Street in the Haymarket, and I've been there before the Haymarket was the Haymarket.
Mr. Hillis,
there,
could you please speak into the microphone
sure.
just to make sure our folks watching
there,
can hear you?
When there was just a bar on the corner and we bought the building. And so I'm not an expert on parking. I'm not an expert on TIF money. I do know Steve Glenn because I opened the flower shop in the Cornhusker Hotel when the Cornhusker Hotel opened its doors, and Steve opened his business at the same time, and I certainly admire him as a business person. So I'm not going to talk on those things that I don't know about, but I do know about aesthetics because we've done special events and weddings and corporate events across the nation for 35 years. And I know why I bought the building in the Haymarket, because as I would drive through that area, being a high school kid, I loved that building. I love the area, and that's what made the Haymarket the Haymarket. It's the unique, it's the creative, it's the arts, it's the historic. And I see this project, I'm not disagreeing that it's not going to be the most beautiful building between Denver and Chicago, but I don't think this is a spot for that beautiful building. I see this project as just starting the deterioration of the Haymarket like so many other unique areas in cities. It's like the artists in Soho. They all went to Soho because they could afford it, and everyone loved Soho in New York because it was unique. It was the artists, it was the quirky. And now, I was there last week, those people aren't there anymore. It's Louis Vuitton, it's Chanel, it's the huge Gagosian art galleries. It's not the artists. And I see that this big building is just the beginning of the start of that. We love the Haymarket for what it is, and we need to keep that for what it is. As Todd said, Lincoln is not unique with our parking situation, but the Haymarket is unique in Lincoln. And if we don't do things now to save that, it's going to become just like every place else that you see. And so I think this project, it's probably a good project. I just don't think it's good for this location. Are there any questions?
Any questions? All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
If there's anyone else here to testify on this on these items, please step forward, state your name, and make your testimony.
If there's anyone else who's ready to testify, now is your last opportunity to do so on these items. Okay, very good. Well, then I will invite back Mr. Marvin for questions.
I wanted to introduce Scott Verbka, and I thought we'd run through some slides. Wayne Mixdorf, parking manager for Parking Enterprise Fund, was not available, will be available next week. But we did, with the assistance of the Parking Enterprise Fund, have the ability to work through some numbers. So we're going to try to address, I would say, what I took, the comments that I'd like to talk a little bit about was the height of the building, which I think we've mostly addressed, parking, which I think was hit upon multiple times during this meeting, and I can give you a little bit of my working understanding of tax increment financing. Hallie can talk about what the public investments and the sources and uses, the $3.2 million would go towards. We can talk about the notice. I think those are legal issues. And also, we have Shane, who is still here, yes. Shane can talk about construction staging. That seems to be kind of a general way to address some of the issues that I heard. Obviously, we're available for any questions you might have, too.
Let's start with your list, and we'll see how many questions of ours you knock off.
So let's start. Scott's going to kind of do the play-by-play, and I can be the color analyst on the slides here.
Okay, thank you. Once again, I'm Scott Verbka. I'm the assistant parking manager with the city. And so one of the things we did look at was basically how has the pandemic affected us in the last 3 years. So what we see here is we see for the months of August through January, the amount of transient vehicles that we've parked between the period of 1920 till the current last fiscal year that we're currently in. So you can see we have approximately, just in the month of January, a drop from 64,000 down to 41,000 vehicles that we've parked during the month of January.
Can you expand that, please? Can you make it just a little
You
bit
want me
larger?
to zoom in?
Yeah,
Okay.
or something. I just
Made it brighter.
I want to see it.
Oh, I made it brighter? Well, where's the plus? Oh, here we go. How about this?
Perfect. Thank you. Oh, keep going.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
So
Okay.
We'll switch to the next slide, but the point of this is a system-wide transient count number, and it shows that we are running roughly 20,000 vehicles per month as a transient parker. These are people that come down and they're in the building for anywhere between less than an hour to hours, but they're paying the hourly rate. That's a transient parker.
Okay.
And so what this would illustrate is system-wide, we've seen a decline in the amount of transient parkers in the system. That's
Which means
just,
we have a lot more capacity than we used
and in this period of time, we've actually added 2 parking garages. We added Gold, which is this parking garage, and then we've rehabbed the parking garage, which was the Eagle parking garage. So now we're going to try to zoom in just a little bit and look at parking numbers for the specific garages that encircle Haymarket.
And that circle means what, Dan?
This circle would be, if you were to identify Laszlo's as a point, then 1,000 feet in any direction from Laszlo's would encompass all of these parking garages. So when Todd talks about the data that shows the amount of parking in this area, this is the vast amount of the parking garages that we have system-wide are located primarily over here.
So that's a total of 6 garages that have 4,400 stalls in those 6 garages, along with the on-street parking of 484 spots that are in that area.
So so the next slide is going to talk about the Haymarket parking garage. So we can go through each one of these as long as you'd like or as quickly as you'd like. But I think this will, you'll start seeing a pattern about the amount of available parking that's in some of the parking garages.
Very good. And I just want to add to my peers, let's ask questions along the way, as I don't think we need to be overly formal here. Ask questions along the way while we have them up here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So the Haymarket parking garage has a 408 stall capacity. We currently have 275 monthly parkers that are in the Haymarket garage. That does not mean that all 275 parkers are in there all the time, and we don't reserve the parking as such. In fact, when we do our counts and when we underlook the average occupancy, the monthly lease parkers show during week 1 18.93% of those 275 parkers were in the facility at that time when we did that count. So we don't have anywhere near 275 in there at that one time. We probably only have about roughly 20%, which would be roughly 50 parkers in there during that point in time.
And we track these hourly, the amount of people that are in our parking garages.
And just to confirm, what this count does is on Monday through Friday, we count between 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, and 3. Every hour on the hour, we do counts. So this is an average of those counts between Monday through Friday, 10 to 3. So then we also do a total occupancy count, and that would show the 42.27% during week 1 was the total occupied at Haymarket during that time. So once again, we see that we have quite a bit of capacity here. The next column below that is the peak occupancy. So we show the peak occupancy during the period. So we show 58.97% during week 1.
What does peak occupancy mean?
That means the highest.
Yes, I follow. What is there a set of hours? Is there, or are you talking about peak occupancy total from 10 to 3?
Between 10 and 3, the highest count on the hour. So if
Okay,
at
very
12
good.
o'clock, that was the highest count,
Okay.
that would be the peak occupancy.
Okay.
And what color is that?
The peak occupancy, well, the color is broken down between monthly leases is the blue, the transient or the hourly is the orange, and the total occupancy is the gray.
Okay.
The monthly blue.
Correct. So basically, we can see a fair amount of capacity at Haymarket Garage.
So the next garage, and I just, as the color commentator here, Market Garage is the garage that is located here. Just as a side note, when I started at Urban Development in 2019, I would say it was our poorest performing garage. There was some speculation as to whether, this was a good garage for us to be able to retain or not. So, and Market Garage is the garage that this redevelopment agreement is allocating spots to. I think that many in the past would have thought that Marketplace Garage is not a complement to parking in Haymarket proper, even though it is within that 1,000-foot distance, and it has typically had low occupancy numbers, which we'll see when we get to the evening numbers too.
Correct. So that garage has an occupancy of 385, and that's only the public occupancy. If you remember with that garage where the Journal Star was, they had their own separate entrance, which is the roughly 66 stalls that they will take, and that will be outside of our system. We don't consider that a part of our system. So our monthly parkers in there today are 219 parkers, and then there's a monthly lease rate for the average occupancy. You can see during a regular week, we never got above 20% of those parkers were in the facility during an average week on the average time. So basically, maybe once again, 50 parkers or so, 50 of the monthly parkers were in there on an average time. The rest would have been transient parkers of the total of roughly 33% to 52% on the average. We have a lot of space in this garage right now.
And just so we know, the typical, now this redevelopment agreement is going to provide more 24/7 parking ability in Lincoln Bold. But these monthly parkers, these are people that if they're not in the building, they are available stalls that other people, transient parkers, would be able to park in.
Correct.
So we go down to Lumberworks.
Lumberworks is a 530-seat facility, or 530-car garage facility. We have 415 monthly parkers in that facility. Once again, we take a look at our average occupancy. It never goes above, barely went above 20% in week 5. 20% of that would be about 90 parkers maybe that would be there during the day between 10 and 3. And then the peak goes up just a little bit on that. Our next facility that we look at, we'll look at the JPA facilities, red, green, and blue.
Yes.
Sorry. Can you just point to the map where those are at?
Okay.
Just for my own.
So the last one we talked about was Lumberworks. And now we're going to go down the list, red, green, blue. I don't think we have the numbers on gold because it
Gold
just
has no
recently
numbers.
opened.
Sure.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Well, before we move with it, you said that was the circle's 1,000-foot radius from the
So
red dot that's
from this point is 1,000 feet.
a little more than a football field.
About 3 foot.
Well, it'd be like three. It's basically 3 blocks when you count the distance across the street. It's a 3-block radius.
Our next facility that we're going to look at is Red 1 Garage. It's a 947 stall garage. And if you look at the we have 407 monthly parkers in there. Monthly lease amounts are 5% during the day. We have very few that actually park there, but that's kind of by design because of the arena. So that's kind of why we have low percentage in that facility. Green 2, 747 stall garage. Monthly parkers are 643. The average rates run from about 25 to 28% in that facility. Once again, not a real large amount. And the peak times run up to about 32% for the monthlies.
Yes, go ahead, anytime.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I understand this. So if there's a garage capacity of 747, monthly parkers 643. If the monthly parkers are not parking in there, then there is space open. It's not like that those are completely
Right. So what this would be saying is, if it's 750, we'll just use round numbers here. A third of the garage is full. That'd be 250 stalls, and there would be 500 available stalls, using week 5 as an example.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I say that again just to wrap my mind around it? So
All
like
right. if I'm just rounding here.
Yeah.
750 total capacity, a third of that through monthly parkers and transient parkers have occupied spaces in that building. That means 250 stalls have been taken, meaning there's a remaining 500 stall capacity unused. Is that accurate?
Absolutely correct.
Okay.
Okay,
And I
that clears it up.
I'd like to add one more question to the mix here. So are monthly parkers paying a monthly fee and then not parking?
That does
Maybe at
happen.
work.
That does happen.
I'm sorry, that might happen, and
Well,
They may be at work, so at the time that we're doing this, if it's during the day, we're going to get to some evening hours, and you'll see some changes, but maybe that person has left and gone to work, and their vehicle isn't in the building, which creates opportunity for those stalls to be transient parkers.
okay.
All
Thank
right.
you. I'm trying to wrap my head around.
Or,
Someone could
I
live
got to tell you
downtown.
another issue too, which we didn't do when we showed the overall decline
Mm-hmm.
in total transient parking in the downtown, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. The number would have been steeper if we would have looked strictly at monthly parkers. Is that
Yes,
fair to
that'd be
say?
true.
We've had a steeper decline of monthly parkers. Why is that? It's from work from home,
Right.
Sure.
okay?
I'm sorry to belabor this and push that button, right?
That's
So
okay.
when you, monthly parkers, I assume those were people who had driven to the Haymarket to work. They don't live in the Haymarket. Is that, are you saying that's an unfair assumption?
Some of them
Might live in the Haymarket and
when we
drive
get
someplace
over,
else to work.
when we
Could be
get,
residents downtown. They could be people that are working downtown and they're driving from the suburbs or from the outlying areas.
it's a mixture of both.
You're both.
And we don't track, where everybody comes
And,
from.
and the truth is, the office workers that are coming in are maybe taking a space, they're both monthly parkers. The office parker is coming into the building, and then the resident is maybe leaving and going out.
And you may have people that work different shifts. You may have people that work at night, so they're basically paying for their spot at night, where versus your daily worker paying for it during the day. We found, well, we'll give Center Park as an example, but pre-pandemic, we used to actually oversell our monthly spots by a large amount because we had a large amount from different shifts. We had an early shift and a late shift that came in, and they were separate parkers. So we were doubling up at the time, which was great for us, but it's not happening anymore.
Right.
Before we
So-
go too much further, Market Garage is the garage that will be agreed through with the Lincoln Bowl development, is that correct? I
This
think you
is the
mentioned that.
garage that we have in the redevelopment agreement
Okay.
allocated stalls to,
And there were 200, is that correct?
200 in the
Okay.
redevelopment
So will those be
agreement.
permanently taken from, will there not be flexibility? Will they permanently be taken from the park?
Those would be 24/7 stalls. Those would be not likely to be double sold.
Okay.
And then,
I'd say some of them will be, being an aggressive parking person.
and then the
Yeah.
Atmosphere has 200 as well
No,
there,
they
or
have-
they're applying for 200? They have,
They don't have an agreement, I don't believe.
They don't have an agreement with us, and I don't know what conversations have been had with the parking department.
Yeah, and I have.
When we asked Wayne that, he said they haven't come to me.
okay.
Okay.
So the last garage, I think, is kind of interesting as it relates to the conversation that the Haymarket garages don't serve the existing Haymarket district. So this is a 981 stall garage.
Correct. We have 537 monthly parkers in there. About roughly 20% are on the average peak, and then also pretty close to the peak. And then our total occupied is running about 50% in that garage. So we probably have roughly 450 stalls or so that are always open
And
during those average times.
The hourly transit number is an indication of shoppers utilizing the blue garage as a place where that they can go into. And so what that would say is that at 37% of a nearly 1,000 stall garage, that about 350 of those stalls would be transient parkers, which is a large number.
It does seem to be a large
Especially when
number.
you compare that to Lumberworks or some of the other garages, which are much smaller. These garages are serving a transient parker to go into what we would expect to be Haymarket.
Yes.
So now we're going to run through.
The next set of slides that we have are our evening occupancy. We do not track our monthly parkers at the evening because we just hadn't seen a reason to do it for the most part in the past. We just kind of want to know what was our total demand period. So that's what way we only have one gray thing on the chart is because it's just all hourly or transient occupants.
And the
that are
hours
in
you're keeping the track are from 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. until midnight.
Yeah, so this is all transient and monthly parkers that are in the garage. It's all occupancy is what we're seeing here. So this is evening occupancy from 7 to 12. We counted at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and it's the average of those times. And this is Monday through Friday. So you can see on the Haymarket garage, we run from a low of 39.05 for the average to up to 62.33, where the peak goes as high as 86.32 in week 4, which would probably be a full garage at the time. We would probably have the full sign on at that time. So you say that it's not 100%, but we're holding spots back. We've got the hotels that we need to make sure we're taking care of, and any monthlies too that we need to get in.
Before we go any further, will you gentlemen be talking about occupancy rates or anything of the sort like this for weekend?
Friday would be included in these counts, and I think Fridays are going to be very similar to a Saturday, and
Okay.
Sundays are going to be Sundays are very quiet.
Okay.
So, the next facility is the Marketplace Garage. We can see the total occupied on the average runs from 10.71% to 20.03%. The peak occupancy was up to 50% in week 4. Possibly maybe a lead center event or something was going on that week. I'm not sure. Okay, we had a high amount.
But the capacity in the evening in that garage, you know, is averaging in something that's under 20%. Lumberworks?
Lumberworks is our next facility. 530 seat capacity garage, or 530 stall, excuse me, ran from an average capacity of 21.48% to 37.25% in week 4. Peak occupancy ran from a low of 38.17% up all the way up to 78.519%.
But again, the occupancy levels, when you kind of smooth out, what I think is, you know, you'll see a dinner crowd come in and the garage can get, you know, busy, and then capacity drops off.
Our next facilities will be the JPA garages, starting with Red 1. 947 stalls at Red 1. Ranges from an average of 12.89% to 23.35% for the average occupancy, where the peak occupancy jumped from 16.85 all the way up to 73.75%. Once again, probably was an event in the arena. Green 2.
This one, I don't think there's a lot of
Green 2,
explanation.
our staffs, we had a little problem with the information, so we weren't able to get that. Blue 3, 981 stall garage. Average occupancy ran from 51.07% up to 67.83%. The peak occupancy went from 55.51% all the way up to 86.67%.
So going back to Red 1, if we could just go back two slides.
Okay.
So peak occupancy for Red 1, that would include Nebraska basketball games.
If there was a basketball.
If there was a ball game Monday through Friday at night.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Which in January 2023, I'm assuming there
Probably
were.
was.
Probably was.
So, okay. So okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's what we asked Scott down here for. If you have any questions about parking, I think would be a good time to ask any questions you want about parking. We have some anecdotal information. I asked Wayne to come up with numbers for the last 3 sold-out crowd events, to give you an understanding of what transient parking would be available. So when we go out and we sell parking for a basketball event, or we sell parking for a concert, we'll have people holding a sign up that says $10.
Event parking, sure.
And for event parking. So that's a different category, but in the last three events, Blake Shelton and, oh, there it is. So the last three events that we had, we had, it may pop back up here, but in the last three events, for Blake Shelton, we had 2,266 event parking tickets sold. So those are not monthly parkers in there because they're not occupying that space. And then the additional 2,600. So it gives you an idea of the ability to flex and grow capacity in the system to meet a 15,000 seat sold out event at Pinnacle Bank Arena. And we've added a garage that we didn't include would be Gold. Gold will be connected to an apartment complex that is next to it, but Gold will also have capacity just like
about a 700 stall garage.
It's a 700 stall garage.
Will any of the monthly parkers at Market Garage be asked to move elsewhere? The
Usually
290?
with a long period of time with construction here, we'll just see attrition. And so we'll use the attrition to basically draw down on that.
And then, but I think that that triggers another discussion point that we've had. The Atmosphere project has been seeing construction workers, or what we think, because we've seen an uptick in parking in the Marketplace garage. And we think that as the building, if Lincoln Bold were to be built, it's built by the same group of people, Houseman would be doing it, they'd be using the same subs, they would be familiar with a Marketplace garage as an alternative to provide parking for those construction workers.
And we do see peaks during the school year with monthly parkers. So when the students leave for the summer, we do see a drop off. And so that's a lot of times where we do use some of our attrition rates. So if we need spots, we kind of have to always think that when we're assigning monthlies, if it's getting to be, April, let's go, well, maybe we can be a little more aggressive now because we know we're going to lose them all come in May. So.
Sure. I don't believe, and Director Marvin, please correct me if I'm wrong, have we been sent this information at this point in time?
No, we
Okay.
we were just reviewing it this morning,
Okay.
and I'd be happy to
Could you please send it?
provide this in a manageable form, and
I
we'll
would
absolutely provide it to you.
Appreciate that. And then, is there an ability to, when looking at this data, to include Saturday and Sunday as well in this data?
I'll have to check with our staff. I think we probably do, but I'll have to check with the staff.
Okay. If so, I would be interested in looking at those numbers as
Certainly.
well. Okay.
We have a wealth of data, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, the data is very interesting. Councilman, yes.
So there's a social media graphic that was going around that says current parking situation in the Haymarket, and I think I'm probably talking out loud more than anything else. Haymarket Garage, Marketplace, and Lumber Works, and essentially it was kind of giving the impression that there's no more parking left. But when I look at the stuff that you're handing out, that social media graphic essentially leaves out red 1, green 2, blue 3, and gold 4.
Correct.
And
it takes the maximum number of monthly parkers and assumes that they've taken every stall. And that's the important takeaway that I wanted to be able to share with you, is that oftentimes that's not the case. That monthly parking car is out circulating somewhere, or they are teleworking from home and they never came into the downtown.
Gotcha. So just because there's a monthly parking spot does not mean that that is like completely like
that stall
cut
is
off
gone
or whatever.
No.
Gotcha. So it's not. Again, you've answered this like 5 times, but sometimes I just need.
No, that's fine.
So essentially, it's not like there's going to be 200 spaces completely open, reserved for those monthly parkers in that garage at all times.
We do not hold all those spots.
That's what I'm getting. I just made up a number 200.
Yeah.
But
When the pre-pandemic, we had to be really careful with trying to make sure we were serving our transient customers, but we had to make sure we were able to get the monthly customers in. So we've got people that have worked with us a long time and have a good ideas about, well, how much spots do we really have available? And by taking a look at these numbers here, when we know that only 25% of them are roughly showing up, we know we can be a little more aggressive with letting a transient customer in.
And for the valet parking, they're going to be going to Marketplace, which is arguably the furthest. I mean, it's almost even outside that 1,000 circle thing. That's where the residents of Lincoln Bold would go to, and that's where the valet parking would go to also.
I think that there's opportunity for valet or construction workers to go to Marketplace. To be frank, I don't exactly know if there have been discussions about where the
I don't think we have decided that's
where
on
would
our
be
side,
the
we have not said
optimum
that they are
point
in
for them to
Marketplace.
go for valet service.
But for the residents that would live there, eventually live there long-term,
Yes.
Marketplace is where they would go.
Yes.
Okay, that's really helpful because I was reading the social media graphics and knowing that it cuts out red 1, which is 947, green 2, 700. I mean, there's like almost 1,000 in each of those. I'm kind of rambling. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is this a new way to, in terms of the 200 reserve 24/7? Is that kind of a new agreement? Have we ever done anything like that before?
We do have in University Place designated stalls in the University Place garage. And I would say we've done it on rare occasion, but they will, you know, from a business perspective, if we're looking out for the Parking Enterprise Fund, that would be the highest rate that we would charge, would be a monthly parker that controls that spot.
Okay.
So we'll be compensated for that.
And from a capacity standpoint, what we prefer is that we don't have a reserve stall in the garage, because a reserve stall is harder to sell because you basically can't. If they're just in the facility, if it's open, I can basically sell it if I know they're only going to be there 25% of the time.
Mhm.
But if it's reserved, I've got to hold it back.
Could you explain a little bit more about the 200 reserved spots for Lincoln Bold? I don't know quite how that would work in relation to how you're describing parking and
So
crates.
those would not really be able to go back into circulation. I think there was testimony, I think John even mentioned that. I think that would be a less likely stall to get put back into circulation other than for that individual. But remember, this was the parking garage that had the lowest amount of demand within the system pre-pandemic, and even today, overnight, the amount of parking that's in that building is quite low.
Yes, Counselor, go ahead.
When did it get? Because I vaguely remember this. I have the memory of a goldfish sometimes. So, because I remember, what year did that get rehabbed? Was it like 2021, 2000?
Which garage?
The Market.
Well, Market was actually
Marketplace.
Well, Marketplace was actually built, not rehabbed, and Marketplace was built in. Of course, it's not on my sheet.
It's too old.
Well, yeah, it's been quite a while. The only ones we've rehabbed have been the Eagle Garage on 14th and N.
Okay.
That's the only
We
garage we've ever
rehabbed that garage and just recently opened that one within the last year.
Mhm.
And so when you start looking at the amount of transient parkers system-wide and how they're down 20,000, but yet we have opened 2 parking garages that effectively have added additional 1,000 parking stalls into the system.
You may be thinking of the Q Place expansion, which happened in 2000. Q Place was actually made bigger, and that was in 2000.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was a 225 stall expansion.
Any other questions on parking?
Can I, yes,
Thank you.
You're welcome. You can actually go home too, Scott, if you want to.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for staying.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Let me do, if it's okay, I'd like to talk a little bit about the TIF agreement. I'd like to talk a little bit about how tax increment financing works from my perspective. All right? And what I judge is a equitable arrangement in terms of what we receive, because first of all, let's talk about what it is. If I have a property and it's valued at $500,000, or let me give you a real life example, because I voted on this one, called the option agreement. I voted on the option in 2006. It's over by the option 13 is over by the post office, and it's 13 apartments. It's 13 townhomes that are over there. When it came before me on the city council, the assessed valuation of that property, the base value, was $186,000. So that means the amount of property taxes we received, property taxes at 2%, generally is the number we use, was $3,720. The option went in. They did their development. The development allocated tax increment financing to pay a TIF note. In their particular case, the TIF note was $472,000. The tax increment financing note, the amount of money that they would go borrow from a bank. So when we speak of a TIF note, what is that? It's money that you go borrow from a bank. And you borrow that money from a bank, and what you'll see in the agreement that we have with you, because the way we did things in 2006, quite frankly, is a little bit different. The agreement in 2006 was probably like 45 pages. Now now they're like, so somebody said something about efficiency. I think we've gone the wrong direction on that. But nevertheless, there were streetscape payments that were made to the city on that of $75,000. There were additional dollars that were captured off of that did other street improvements within the Haymarket that are outside this agreement. So we got additional dollars, just like on Russ's project, when we brought Russ's Huber project, we said, hey, at some point, if he's paid off his note, can we go do the alley behind there? So we've included additional projects that would come on at the back end if the TIF note gets paid off. But the developer then goes, in this case, Lincoln Bold will go to a bank and they'll say, I've got a project that's on the tax rolls for $500,000, and when I get done with it, it's going to be worth $105 million. And I'm going to be paying that extra 2% on that property. So I'm going to owe 2% on $105 million, not 2% on $500,000. So instead of me paying $10,000, I'm going to pay whatever 2%, $2,100,000. All right? And they'll borrow $24 million. They will provide to us, directly to us, cash. What's the cash for? Cash for streetscape improvements. So we will get $2.6 million directly in streetscape improvements that will then be administered for the Haymarket district itself, and Hallie will go over what some of those dollars would go for. Or there's this EO process, because the developer is going to say, well, I've got a sidewalk right out in front of my building, but I've got workers out here, and I've got a schedule that I'm going to meet, so I will do this through executive order in all likelihood, so that I can do the sidewalk improvements in front of there. Just provide me the drawings and the designs, and we'll vet all of that and bid it out using city bid processes, but we will control that end of it so that our people can work the schedule on our site, which is typical. So that's $650,000. So we get $2.6 million in streetscape improvement dollars that are paid to us, $650,000 that are paid elsewhere. Then the other number that I think Hallie queuing up here for me would be the city administrative fee number. The city administrative fee number is $352,000, and there's a little bit of explanation on this one. because council passed a resolution or ordinance some years ago in the budget resolution that within the biennium, if we collect more than $200,000 in TIF admin, all the dollars that come in above that go into an affordable housing fund. So we have genuinely been able to generate an additional $200,000 a year in TIF admin that goes into affordable housing. This project, by the virtue of the size of the TIF, will generate an additional $352,000, of which I would say most of it, but some of it will be allocated towards the TIF admin fee, but it will clear that threshold, and the balance will go into, along with the other projects that are taken through this body and approved, will provide for affordable housing. And then on top of that, this project will also provide $721,000 in affordable housing funds. So genuinely what you can say is that the dollars that this will generate, that are dollars that you otherwise approve with other parts of the budget. So here's the city budget from last year. We provided in the city budget $1.5 million citywide for sidewalk repair with property taxes. We provided $710,000 in the city budget with property tax dollars towards affordable housing. This project on its own will produce $3.25 million of sidewalk public enhancement, areas that we typically would spend city taxpayer dollars for. It will spend those dollars here, and it will generate those dollars, and it will generate it from a loan at a bank that the developer is responsible for.
So can you say that again?
Yeah.
Because I think that that's very important.
I think it's very important, because what I hear, the misunderstanding is, I don't like to say, you know, Mr. Glenn's in the back of the room here. Hey, you're on the hook for all of this, but he is on the hook for all of it.
So the bank note is being repaid by whom?
The bank note is repaid for by the increased property taxes that the building generates, not the base value. It's paid for by the increased property tax. They will cut a check to the city for street improvement dollars when we ask for it. They will cut a check in TIF admin that we'll use for affordable. They will cut those checks to us, but the city's responsibility for debt repayment to the note that is borrowed from the bank that provides the funds to the city is their responsibility. We're out of that end of that obligation at that point.
So, if I may, over the TIF period, Director Marvin, the city is not making payment.
No.
To the developer.
We've divided the taxes.
Other than maybe acting as a facilitator, or the county acting as a facilitator to collect property tax dollars, just like the county does for every property owner. But it's the property owner that is contributing those dollars that then go back.
They will be
repay.
writing a check to pay their property tax payment, and then they'll turn around and the assessor will get a division of the taxes, and it will maintain the base value, which will continue to go to all the taxing authorities that are currently within that base level. And then the increment, the I, will then be divided and then go to service the debt service for the $24 million loan.
How much money from the city budget, Director Marvin, goes towards TIF projects? I mean, you know, I often hear people saying, you know, the city is subsidizing these.
No, well, we're not writing a check.
Correct. Yeah, or taxpayer dollars being used.
When I used to on the other side there, I used to say during tough budget times, I wish we had a printing press in the basement, but we don't. The tool that is And in other taxing communities, what you'll see is called a tax abatement. And in an abatement, they just don't charge the tax. That's not legal in the state of Nebraska. So in lieu of an abatement process, we have a increment where we allow for 15-year periods or for 20-year periods the ability to use that divided taxes to repay the borrowed money that they borrow at the bank. And I think Hallie will correct me if I'm wrong here, so I'll just make sure that I haven't jumped over my skis. So that's really the way the process works. And with option 13, we were receiving $3,720 before the project went in.
Mm-hmm.
We received $3,720 while the project was in. And today, at its current valuation of $10,078,800, we collectively receive $201,000 15 years later.
Every year.
Every year. And as a matter of fact, we receive in 1 week the amount of property taxes that were paid on that site a year. We receive in 1 week the amount of property taxes that the option, pre-option, was generating. And in it, this one, and if this project works out the way their numbers have indicated, the amount of the increase, this is an increase of 60 times. This would be an increase of over 200 times in terms of additional property tax that comes in at the back end when this program, when the TIF note is expired and the bank notes have been paid off, or 20 years, whichever comes first. So it always, in another life, I used to be kind of an investor and we would work with things. You're not going to find something that's going to generate a 200 times return in a 20-year period or a 60 times return in a 15-year period. So yes, we would have been better off if the option would have occurred and we would have never done a TIF agreement, but there is no certainty that that's what would have happened. And the controls that we have with those dollars that come to the city to do streetscape improvements or affordable housing, and I know I spoke about affordable housing earlier, but we're doing a program over in Soto at $15,000 per unit. If this generates, with the TIF admin amount of close to $1 million, you could see 60 grant requests to be able to ensure that an apartment stays energy efficient, that it's in good condition, and that there are protections within that the rent rate does not escalate beyond a non-affordable. Is it the ideal way to do things? We've all had this discussion. I know the answer to that. It's not the ideal way. Is it a way to address the issue of 20-year TIF and being able to provide some level of funding that creates that broader equity? I think the answer to that is yes, it does do that. Some people would say, well, it's not enough. This will be the largest in lieu of payment that we've received, and it is equal to the amount that council approved with property tax dollars just last year. And it's just one project. So I believe in lieu of, as a vehicle to provide that kind of equity to expand affordable housing within the community, is a reasonable tool, albeit a backup plan, because we have brought other projects before you where the units are contained within the project. But it's not likely that a $2 million condominium is going to get priced at $150,000, and the hit can be changed off on that. But it is possible to rehab hundreds of apartments all over our community and provide assurances that those rents stay at an affordable rate for a very long period of time. And that, to me, I think is an equally equitable way of addressing that issue.
About 10 minutes ago, you referenced, or you started to say a number of amount of money that was going towards sidewalks. And I thought I heard 3 million and then
2.6 plus 600, it's right here. So the number that would be, can I write on this?
the 3.2 million was the number, and you were talking about the right-of-way improvements that are in section 401 and in section 305, or article 305
Yes.
and articles 401 of the redevelopment agreement.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I just want to try to track, and as numbers keep flying around, I'm just like, okay, I hadn't added those things up in that way
No.
exactly, but that's what we were talking about.
I want Hallie to talk a little bit about the 2.6 million.
Okay.
Because there are creative things. We're not talking about just putting in sidewalks. We are talking about trying to do something that will enhance patrons' experience into the Haymarket for years to come and improve pedestrian safety. So if you,
Sure. So with that 2.6 million, there are 3 primary projects that we are talking about in order of priority in discussions with both Lincoln Haymarket Development Corporation and Downtown Lincoln Association. So the first is the Haymarket Barricades Project. You may remember this project from discussions that we had with Historic Preservation Commission and other discussions. This Haymarket Barricades Project, we did a lot of research on it, involved fire, police, Haymarket businesses, walked around Haymarket, looked at alleys, looked at the area used for farmers market, as well as 8th Street used for Euro Bike Night, and there's interest by Brian Kitten with Brewskis and others to potentially close off the street for other events. Also, Joel, who was up here earlier talking about events for St. Patty's Day or Tipsy Tina's and Cinco de Mayo, other street closures that could benefit from a barricade project. So we have been talking extensively with Haymarket about what those barricades look like. I'm glad we took a step back from that original barricades project because now there is much more interest in putting in anti-vehicular barricades and those that would be a little bit nicer or more pedestrian friendly. So we've talked with some new folks about those barricades and installation and cost, and feel comfortable moving forward with a project, design of a project. And in fact, we built a portion of this, over $300,000 at the notice to proceed date. When the developer comes to us and says, we're ready to go, here's your check for the design of those barricades and a little extra for some installation, so that we can move forward with that piece of the project as soon as they're ready to go. The second item is the Downtown Corridors project, and it's a big name, but there are specific items that Haymarket and Downtown Lincoln Association has identified both in the Downtown Master Plan and then conversations. And that includes improving safety, street crossing, reducing crossing distances, and addressing other issues along the way, shade and vegetation, to make the area a little bit more hospitable along 9th and 10th. And it comes all the way down to O Street with this district. I'll just flip it over. So this is a really broad district. Actually,
maybe I need it this way. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
North, pointing
So
north.
R Street, O Street here, 10th, all the way to 7th is what we're talking about for these barricades, for the streetscape type of improvements along 9th and 10th, and helping with those street crossings.
Let me interrupt here.
Mhm.
One of the, what this map, which comes in every plan amendment that we bring forward to you, illustrates is where the tax increment finance dollars can go. So we usually will include public right-of-way that is outside just the area that it would be the affected, so that those dollars can be used in other areas and float to an area of greater need.
So the barricade project can be used a block over, for example.
Right. So it's down in where it's needed for farmers market, for Euro bike night, for other types of street closures. And then
is the alley that runs east-west between 9th and 8th, Q and P, hatched in that area, or is it hatched out of that area?
that is in the area. So that's the third and final priority, is looking at doing some alley improvements. Now, this is the most challenging of the three, and the other two are pretty challenging. So it will be, I know we've heard from John and Jonathan about wanting to bury those power lines, and we have had some initial discussions with LES, so has Lincoln Bold, about undergrounding those lines and other communications fiber. And I think, you know, if you've seen me up here talk about other projects, that's one of my goals, is to get these lines undergrounded with every project that lines are next to. This one is particularly complicated, and we're working through the potential of doing this. I know there are some others in the block that may not want to do that project, and you know, Jonathan himself has brought up, for example, the what happens to the dumpsters if you do a project like that. So we don't necessarily want to have to relocate the dumpsters out to 8th Street. So this might be a timing issue. Maybe there's a way we can do it after Bold is complete. So there are some options that we're looking at, so we don't have to put dumpsters in 8th Street.
The last notice, we heard some people talk about notice. I don't know if we might have lost Abby, so we might, but we could lean on Johansi here. But I know that discussion has been had, and I know the conversation about the 230 South 9th Street. I don't know if you have any comments on that. The other parts about the notice that we've done has been prescribed through state law. We follow state law in providing public notice.
I can talk a little bit about
Yeah.
that. So in 2018, the state law changed to require a different notification procedure. So our previous method for notifying the public included adjacent owners. The state came back and said that the state requirement is notify all neighborhood associations. And so we changed our method. Is it the best method? I think that it's worth discussing. And what I think I did want to point out, though, is although we changed our method to notify all of the state required folks, is that we still continued to work through the associations that we have typically worked with in the past. So we did follow the state notice procedures. We sent it out to the neighborhood associations. We ran the legal ad 4 times for the plan amendment. So it was the October 14th and 21st advertisement requirement for the November 2nd Planning Commission meeting. I ran it again in December 2nd, December 9th in the Journal Star for the council meeting. And then I did want to point out, I know there's been comment about, well, we don't want to necessarily have to be a member of an organization to receive notification. But that's a little bit how the process works. If you want to be involved in some of these discussions, be part of the groups that we reach out to, neighborhoods, DLA, Lincoln Haymarket Development Corporation. We met with the DLA board on October 25th, November 22nd, and January 24th. And we met with the LHDC board on September 19th, October 17th, November 21st, January 23rd, and then their executive board meeting on January 9th and March 6th, just last night. So we are doing this outreach, and now that we have another contact with their business association, we can reach out to that organization, but that organization didn't exist until recently. So we wouldn't have had that association to reach out to. But we're more than happy to reach out to a body. It's again a little bit more difficult to reach out to individuals, especially when they're businesses rather than property owners. And that's part of the complication, is that there's such a concentration of businesses in that area, that we actually did reach out to a few property owners in Haymarket as part of the associations. But again, they are representing a large number of businesses. So then they would have to notify their tenants. And that doesn't always happen either.
And we're talking outreach on the city side. I know there's been outreach side on the developer, and I know Danae was going to come up and probably address some of that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Marvin, Mr. Camp presented us with a piece of paper, P47, civic participation, which kind of undermines the state law. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, or where it reads, action steps, notify surrounding property owners, interested groups, and other appropriate agencies of formal development applications. Is this part of the comprehensive plan, or is it part of, are you familiar with it? I guess the question, are you familiar with it, would be the best.
I'm familiar with the comprehensive plan, not that particular page section.
I was just going to point out, I think that's a reference to the comprehensive plan.
Which is comprehensive plan development?
Which is different than the notice requirements that they were just talking about.
Right.
That's a process of developing the comprehensive plan.
And I think that Councilman Bowers asked the appropriate question, is did the city of Lincoln violate any laws? And I think the answer, we don't believe we did. Can we provide more notice in the future? I think Hallie's gone through and talked about how state law changed and told us to notify the Clinton Neighborhood Association, simply because that's a state law that we have to follow.
Right, and I can appreciate that the state law changed. I will say that when the state law changes and some groups stop being notified because the state law changed, that is important to note and pay attention to. And there's nothing that says that we have to do less than what the state law, and there's nothing that says we can't do more.
Right.
And when our comprehensive plan says that it is the policy of the city to try and engage as many people as possible, or to particularly reach out to those who are affected by a decision, then I actually want us to do that, even if it goes beyond what the state at minimum requires. And I am not trying to cast aspersions, and I'm not trying to point fingers and say things weren't done right, but I'm going to tell you that when we hold by the comp plan, when we hold that comp plan up over and over and over again, people read it and they believe it. And so I really, when it comes to civic participation and engagement, this is an area where it actually warms me up. And I really think that we need to make certain that we are living by our highest ideals.
Well noted, and I do think that, I believe there were conversations with the developers and the camps that would predate many of these dates as well. And Danae might be able to clear that issue up. So I think we were under the impression that many of the businesses were well aware of what was going on, simply because it was a high-profile project.
And it's not just the businesses, it's the residents
Right.
who are property owners. Actually, many of them are property owners of condos who did not get the notice and who would have, in some other situation, perhaps have gotten notice.
Do you want to talk construction staging? Is that?
I'm sorry?
Do we want to talk construction staging?
Well, let me check with my peers.
Can I just ask two
Yes,
quick
sir.
questions about TIF, so we can cut TIF off and move on from it?
Okay.
So just to be clear, if tax increment financing or this tax increment loan was not being asked by the developer, they would have the right to build this without addressing any of the issues.
Right,
Parking.
correct.
They could just put it up. So if people were saying the developer needs to go find outside funding, and let's say, like, and I know the whole you need a if not but for or whatever. If people ended up getting that wish, then the developer would actually be less obligated to the community in the project.
If you, and I think Hallie can correct me if I'm wrong, if you walk around where Haymarket is presently and you look down at your feet and you look at the pavers or the other sidewalk improvements, I'd say the vast majority of those were all paid for with tax increment financing. I got a nod, so I was right. So we're fairly judicious in our efforts to use TIF, which, again, the origin of that is property taxes, and you appropriate property taxes in the regular course of business, but this is a way to supplement and augment that effort to provide improvements specifically in Haymarket in particular.
The last TIF question that I'll have, or clarification is, so if with tax increment financing or this tax increment loan, the developer is not just getting $24 million. Essentially, and generally speaking, he has to pay back that $24 million to the bank.
He's on the hook for all of that money, and he's obligated to make the payments over to the city to do the public improvements.
I don't mean to keep beating a dead horse.
No,
but I've
that's
had, like,
fine.
hundreds of
That's fine. I
conversations
mean, I
with folks on
just
the phone
throw.
about this.
There's another way that I've looked at it. I mean, I don't know what alternate universe we would live in that would allow the development to go forward without TIF. Okay, it's possible that exists, but I also know it's possible that it could remain a gas station as it's been a gas station for 50 years. That gas station is paying $8,900 a year in property taxes. We'll continue to get that under this arrangement. That $8,900, 15% of it would come to the city because we're 15% of the levy. We're not 100%. That $1,500 to be able to do $4 million in what is arguably city right-of-way public improvement expenditures would take 250 years to cobble together in a piggy bank to get us to the point that we had $4 million if it remains the gas station that it is. But for this development, we would not be able to make those additional improvements.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions before we move on to a new topic? Okay, I just have one question about notification before we move on from that. If Lincoln Bold was not seeking TIF, if Lincoln Bold just wanted to go pull a building permit tomorrow, who would be notified of that?
I'm getting shakes of no. I mean, they have by right. Nobody. They have by right the ability to build the height of the building that they're doing in the zone that they're doing. This is why you don't see a change of zone before you. And in 2017, I know Hallie talked about the height change. It was proposed to be lowered. Planning Commission raised it back up. And in 2017, Councilman Camp voted in favor of maintaining the height at 275 feet on that particular parcel.
And I was a part of the Planning Commission during that point in time, and that the South Haymarket redevelopment plan at that point in time, talk a little bit about, I can't remember, and I'm sure I don't want to put you on the spot.
No, it's
but,
fine.
But that was a community-wide discussion.
Right.
And I would assume hundreds of people were notified during that point in time.
Right.
If I remember correctly.
And that was a South Haymarket neighborhood plan, so it's a little bit different than a redevelopment plan.
Right.
But it is a sub-area plan for the comprehensive plan. They reached out to pretty much every individual owner in that district to have conversations about the use and reuse of buildings within the area, the layout, the public uses. And then when they went to make some changes at Planning Commission and City Council, it included things like South Haymarket neighborhood design standards, and being very clear about boundaries, where downtown design standards applied and where South Haymarket neighborhood design standards applied, and where the historic district was. And then there was that discussion about the height limits, about Capitol Environs down on J Street. So there was quite an extensive conversation as well as public notice regarding that plan. So anybody could have come and testified in support of that height reduction to 75 feet.
And people did show up and opposed the reduction specifically on 9th Street.
Yep. Okay.
And that's why it was amended out.
You had something else you wanted to add, Director Marvin?
I didn't know if we wanted to talk about construction staging.
I think we do.
Yes.
Okay.
And just as a precursor to, Shane, come on up, but just as a precursor to that conversation, we've had multiple conversations with Haymarket regarding farmers market, regarding events in the Haymarket, on the how the street closure will impact special events or access to businesses. We've had multiple conversations, and I don't think we've arrived on a final plan, but I know Shane has been involved in some of those conversations.
We asked Shane to give up his evening tonight so that he could speak to, I want people to understand there's a process here. It isn't just us drawing a line on a street and saying, here's where the fences can go. It's more involved, and I think that he can speak to that. And I also want to add that Haymarket is a very active area. It's turbulent. The streets open and close quite a bit with farmers market, with football game days, with events that are going on over in there. So it's turbulent to talk about how that goes. It isn't normally seen closures in the area on P Street between 8th and 9th, but there is a process.
Right. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Shane Dostal. I work for Lincoln Transportation Utilities at 949 West Bond here in Lincoln. So yeah, what Dan's talking about is anytime that a structure or construction is not physically removing any part of the street, sidewalk, or boring anything under the street or sidewalk, but either the contractor and or property owner needs to come to the city for what they call a street use permit in order to occupy space to build their structure, do their boring, anything like that. So when we get those requests from a contractor or property owner, we take a lot of things into consideration, like, for instance, the size of the structure that they're building, the types of materials that the structure is going to be built out of, whether it's going to be concrete, whether it's going to be a wood structure, whether it's going to be, whatever type of building material, and then what equipment is needed to build that structure. Can they do it with a mobile crane? Can they do it with just a lift? Do they need tower cranes, and et cetera, things like that. Once we get all that information, then we do some other things on our end as far as streets go, say the amount of traffic volume on the street, can the request that they're asking for as far as number of lanes to be closed in that, can we accommodate the traveling public to get to and from places with that little bit of traffic that may result from several lanes being closed? And then the other things we look at is some pedestrian facilities around the area in order to get pedestrians to and from businesses safely. Because the last thing we want to do with a street use permit is deny any business, any property owner, anything like that, access to their business, because that's how they survive. So that's one of the things we do. And then once in a while we take in time constraints of a building structure. I mean, do we want partial lanes closed for 6 years, or do we want full closure for 2 years? What is least impactful on those businesses in the area? So that's one thing we'll take a look at also. And then just other things that we look at is what other construction projects are going on in the vicinity of the existing project that these individuals are coming in for street use permits on. So, I mean, when you're, I guess if we're talking about this project, depending on, I mean, we have made no concrete decisions on what's going to be closed, what's going to stay open, and things like that if this project takes place. We have been in talks with Houseman Construction a little bit about things that they want, maybe they're not going to get, and things like that. If they decide that they need 2 tower cranes to build this project, there probably is going to be impacts on 9th Street and probably impacts on P Street. Because my guess is, like the Atmosphere building there, they were able to place the tower crane in the middle of the building to pick every point on that block in order to build their structure. So it takes a little less footprint on that part, but you still have, the staging of your materials and things like that. So, those are a lot of the things that we look at. 9th Street's going to be a different animal because it's a state highway system also. So not only do we have to approve what they can and cannot have, also the state has to weigh in on that decision also. So
I think we did have some council members have some questions about site staging.
Sure.
So, Mr. Councilman Shob, did you?
I'm good
on staging?
I'm good on staging.
Councilwoman Washington?
I do.
Okay.
So there were some questions and some concerns from business owners in the area about detour routes. I realize it's not quite a staging issue, but it is an LTU.
Yes.
So both staging and detour, folks are concerned about how many parking spaces will be removed, and even if you can't give me a number right now, will they, what are the options for removal on the north side of P, or on the, sorry.
Yep, north side or
Oh, it
south
is,
side.
north side of P,
Yep.
south side of
Yep.
P.
If we do, if we do a full closure of P Street, I wouldn't say that every space is going to be taken away on P Street. There's still going to be opportunity to provide parking, if there's valet drop off. I know I've talked to Park and Go a little bit, and if we do close P Street, they have a lot of interest in various, I'll call it options along there, whether it be, anywhere from the buses for the graduate, loading and unloading, unloading and loading zone during certain times of the day, ride share programs that bring people to downtown, to businesses, and take them away during certain times of the evening. So there's that. And there's also, potentially options where, if we have to close westbound P Street, that if eastbound can stay open, we can do some reconfiguration of some of the parking stalls, and P Street kind of can become a one-way street westbound. And so your angle parking will be the same and potentially not lose very many stalls at all on P Street there. As far as detour routes, essentially if you're coming off on 9th Street, essentially your route into downtown to the Haymarket's going to be Q Street. very unlikely that westbound P Street will probably remain open during the project. So Q Street's going to be your entryway into downtown. If you're coming, or, like we do when Hallie's talking about special events. So football Saturdays, we, with the city, don't allow people to go into the Haymarket coming on 9th Street except for N Street, because there's too much congestion downtown on something like that. And so people could also use N Street to get down to the parking garages, use the Pinnacle Arena Drive road that was built with the arena to
Yay.
get to all those parking facilities, and it's an easy access to and from there. Same thing, 10th Street. 10th Street, if you're coming on 10th Street, you really only have one option, and you have two. You have O Street, that we call it, lack of better terms, slip road to get down to the Haymarket.
My favorite.
Yes, or Q Street. But things could be done during the project, to set, various, I'll call it, alternate routes with message boards or some other type of signing to use N Street if you're coming from 10th Street to get down into the Haymarket area as an alternate route. So not everybody is using Q Street. There's other alternate routes to get there. So, there'll be, there can be lots of detour signing and stuff like that being put up during construction for everything.
Sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Taylor, who owns a shop on the north side of P Street, said in his testimony he's worried about a fence being placed in his front yard. I wrote down yard. I'm not sure why I wrote down yard. That doesn't sound right. But pedestrian access, we talked about maybe closing P Street. You talked about one-way access down P Street from east to west. How will this construction staging affect pedestrian access on P Street?
So on P Street, the pedestrian access on the south side of P Street will remain open the entire time, going east-west all the way through Haymarket to downtown Lincoln. The north side pedestrian access will be closed, at 10th or at 9th and P, and everybody will just have to be detoured over to the south side and then to 8th Street, and then 8th Street over to P Street on the north side to get to those businesses on the north side. So, yeah, realistically, the only access to those businesses on the north side will be from
8th and P.
8th and P
down by the
area.
mill. They'll be able to
Yeah.
walk up that way,
Yep.
but then
Yep.
walk back down.
Because we'll have to close that north side by the
Where the
gas
dis-
station, and we'll also have to close the west side of 9th Street pedestrian access by the existing gas station also. So those, and as far as fencing in your property or next to your property, the only fencing that will be up here will be back of curb, so it'll be on the street. So that's the only fencing, and then there'll be concrete barriers also, just like the existing Atmosphere project, where the construction site is all encompassed within those Jersey barrier parts of that closure part.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I don't know if you're the right person to ask, but there was some questions about the dumpsters, the commercial bins
Mhm.
that businesses use for trash, recycling, and for grease.
Yep.
And I am curious, is there a chance that those bins are going to have to move down to 8th Street on the sidewalk?
They won't go on the sidewalk. That we make sure of. So
All right.
an existing project that we did, it was an actual city project, was a storm sewer project by the NRC building here at like 13th and Q this last year. So all those businesses that had dumpsters in that alley, because we physically closed it then, we moved all the dumpsters out onto 13th Street into a parking area so that, or there's the option. You can either do it in a parking area, or we have areas around Lincoln where at corners, we block off those corners with paint and stuff like that, so there isn't a parking stall there. And those are always options also, so you're not taking up a parking stall. You're actually taking up some space that we don't like people parking in because of certain standards we have for sight distance, things like that. So yes, there is that option that it could happen. But in the other hand, you know, we work with trash haulers and things like that all the time, you know, and they're not against backing into an alley to pick up an individual's trash and things like that. You know, just because they don't have access from 9th Street to go down that alley and drive down it, yeah, they have the capabilities of, you know, backing into areas like that, and we may not have to move any dumpsters in that. Yeah. So, and I looking at that alley, I don't know that there's really any businesses adjacent to that gas station. That I think there's some tenants in that one building right next to Barry's there that might have some trash facilities outside, but that can, you know, easily be moved to the west a little bit and probably accommodated.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions for Shane while we have him up here? Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm just back up just to know if there's any additional questions or.
Are there any additional questions for Director Marvin? If not, I think I've been asked to take a break. I think now might be a good time to do so. So it's 8:20 now. We will reconvene at 8:30.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. We are back in session of the Lincoln City Council meeting of March 6, 2023. Wanted to check with my peers here. Do we have any other staff questions at this point in time for urban development, or any other staff members that we have, which seem few and far between?
I do not have staff
No?
questions.
No?
I do have questions, but
Okay.
they're all for the applicant.
All right, very good. Well, then let's bring forward the applicant. Danae, please come forward. Councilwoman Washington, would you like to start, or Danae, would you like to
Would you
talk?
like give me just a couple
Sure.
minutes for some opening comments, maybe what I would
You might
consider
address-
rebuttal or response to some of
Yep.
the things we heard, because again, that may answer some of the questions. And I'll try to be brief because I know then we can get to the questions. But a lot of conversation regarding the parking. Obviously, Dan and those guys had all of the information, but a lot of questions about those 200 reserved stalls for us. So it's typical that the city might give you a portion of your stalls reserved, but maybe not all of them. But what we're going to do with our 200 stalls is we're managing a 22-story building and the parking through valet for that building. And so we may be using those stalls to cross park. So we are internally doing some of the same things that the city would use with transient parking as we manage the stalls. So that's why it's important to us to have them reserved so that we can utilize them in that way. There is a provision in the redevelopment agreement that if we get to the point where we are not using them, then the city can open them back up for some of the transient parking. And I think you heard Scott say they would do that, right?
So if I am understanding this correctly, you would be using the parking for both, of course, monthly or resident parking.
We'll be managing
but-
our residents' parking internally, yes.
Right, but if I were to come visit the Lincoln Bold project as a visitor of an office user,
Yes,
for
and then
example,
they'll have some-
I may be able to. You would use my car as in that garage as well.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yes. Okay. Councilman Shope, did you have a question?
Yes. So you keep saying lots of people keep saying you're reserving stalls, and those stalls are all free to you? You pay nothing for them?
No. Those stalls get paid for every month. And because they're reserved stalls, you pay a higher rate. So no, every month we pay the city to have those stalls reserved.
Payment was the part I need.
Yes. So it's not free. They're just allocated as reserved stalls for us, but they have to be paid for.
Councilwoman.
Those are both very good clarifications, but I'm interested in your managing the allocation within within the 200 that you've asked to be reserved. When I met with you a week ago or so, you had said that you would be providing valet parking for all the residents and all of the commercial or office space.
Mhm.
And I wanted to know if that was still
Yes.
Your
If-
plan.
If they live or work in the building, they're required to use valet parking. We will not let them use any street parking. That's part of the lease and part of if they purchase or if they're an apartment dweller, so.
And could they say, well, I will pay my own garage fee and get out of using your valet parking?
I have, quite frankly, hadn't thought about that. I apologize, but we assumed that we'd make it so easy with valet parking that they would want to use our parking stall.
Okay. Will valet parking be offered 24/7?
Yes, we have a 24/7 concierge and also 24/7 valet attendance.
And for how long do you expect to run the 24/7 valet? Is it for 5 years until you find out that maybe you're not using all the spaces? Or?
No, it's built in our performance as part of the permanent structure and the operating expenses of the facility. So this is not temporary, even though we think in the near future things will change radically with people owning cars and in that process, as we've all seen kind of with what's going on with EVs and other things.
And would you remind us, what is that return date for if you don't use all the spaces? that they go back to the city?
Well, I think we have a certain period of time that we have to take down the spaces, right? There are deadlines for doing that. Once we've taken them all, we have to pay for them. I suppose at some point we could turn some back over to the city, Sandra, but I think they're going to then monitor how we use them, and depending upon our utilization, they would have the right to come back and say, hey, we noticed for a period of time here you're not even using 50% of your stalls, and so we're going to open them back up to, I think that they can do that evaluation, you know, during any time during the process.
Can I ask a question about the valet service during construction?
Yeah, I was gonna, I got a couple more parking comments. So, there was a question about construction parking again. I think Dan may have mentioned it. Hausman's already doing some parking because of the project they're working on in Marketplace Garage. We anticipate they do the same thing, finish one project, the other, still utilize that garage for construction workers parking. And then I guess with the valet, I think one of the things we see as the benefit for the valet system during construction. So Todd said plenty of parking, it's just maybe not always located in the spot where somebody wants to park and walk. The beauty of the valet is that we can work with the city, and you're gonna go a couple blocks no matter what, taking that car. So we have the flexibility to take it to the car that has the space available for cars during the busiest hours down in the Haymarket. So we're providing the service on the busiest days during the busiest times. Probably Friday, Saturday nights is probably going to be the busiest times, right? So there's the flexibility to take it to the blue garage, to take it to the red garage, to take it to the green garage. I mean, we will work with the city to find out where is their space, and we'll be taking then those cars out to the garages on the edge, and which would make spaces that are typically on-street parking more available. So I think we see a benefit not only to allowing the ease of them to get downtown, but we shouldn't be taking away parking spaces that somebody else who's coming downtown on their own would normally use. Sandra, you're looking at me like, is that?
No, that makes sense. Pardon me for already thinking about my next question.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. My apologies. Folks have said that valets, I mean, we have a professional valet here with us this evening. And it said that valet isn't really going to solve all these issues. And I also received a letter from someone who brought up an issue that I had never considered, but I think that you should consider, and that is valet for folks who have a handicap sticker. So they have some disability, and they would typically use on-street parking, or they would look for a handicap space, and they're independent, so they don't rely on someone else driving them. They drive themselves, and their car is operated with hand controls. They've had not the best experience with valet drivers who say, oh, I can handle this, and in fact, they can't. And so have you considered making arrangements, and maybe this is for the city, to make certain that we have a few more handicap spaces flagged for independent disabled drivers who cannot or should not allow someone else to drive their vehicle?
Great point, and I had not thought of it. I have to be honest with you. The good thing is if we can push that fencing further east and keep some of that parking there, I would think that would be the perfect place to make sure we have that type of handicap parking, that they don't have to do the valet.
Yeah.
So that's a wonderful point, and I had not thought of it.
I won't pretend that I'm the smart one. Someone called and told me that I should pay attention to this issue. Let's talk a little bit about the construction period valet and advertising. So you told me that you were, and you've told the audience here this evening, that you would be spending, or you've set aside $250,000 to pay for valet services, but that $250,000 also includes advertising services for businesses. So can you tell me how that cost where's the cost breakdown? Because a 24/7 valet service, I'm assuming for 3 years, takes a little bit of money. And businesses are also concerned about the perception of no parking or the perception of being closed because of
So
construction.
we have to clarify one thing on the valet parking. The valet parking for the Haymarket during construction is not 24/7, Sandra. That will be, we're going to work with the DLA and LHDC to determine what are the most optimum times to be providing valet parking down in the Haymarket during construction. The 24/7 is Lincoln Bold providing it for their building tenants and owners.
Thank you for the correction.
Yes.
So optimum times.
Yes.
And you'll work, this is part of the MOU.
That's part of that MOU with DLA and LHDC.
Distributed.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
I think it says the busiest
Here.
times, the busiest days, but details and logistics to
Okay.
be worked out.
All
So
right.
I'm sorry, then.
So tell me about the mix between what's going to be spent on valet and what's going to be spent on helping businesses advertise that they're still open for business.
We'd plan on 15 to 20% of that to go to advertising, because if people aren't aware that there's free valet parking, that it has very little meaning, because it won't overcome the obstacle of saying, hey, I don't want to go down there when it's 20 below and park 3 blocks away and walk. So we've already reached out and contracted for some with cable, so that each one of the businesses that are directly impacted will be able to help build their own commercial and say, hi, I'm Matt with Tavern on the Square, and we're open for business. As a matter of fact, if you come in to our business this Friday and Saturday night, you get free valet. Pull right up to the corner of 8th and P, and we have a free valet service for you. Come in, have a great time. And we literally will have an app similar to what Bryan Hospital does. And where basically you get a text message and say, when you're ready for your car, press this URL. They press the URL and it says, we'll have your car right up for you. Here's your number to get your car. So we've taken kind of a lesson from Bryan Hospital on their valet, and it seems to work great for them. And both the technology and the process. And we also have a commitment to staff the valet so there's no more than a 5-minute wait. Now that's a commitment. A 5-minute wait is the fastest get my car that we are aware of. So that means we have to have not just 1 or 2 people there. You can't do that when you've got people coming out of a business. So we're committed to this valet, not just to be words spoken or two. My thing, and that's in business. I think people will years believe it. That not only do we listen, but we try to show concern here tonight.
And that commitment's in writing?
I want them to help us develop the advertising and
For example, going to dinner at,
to handle additional.
Right.
We will do that, but
But
that
is one thing I've observed some time.
parking is going to be a from job, I think, talking you through that there's a big process to go through with the city when you want to use that right away for construction staging. But I wanted to make a few things really clear. Never in anything that we've been looking at for construction staging have we ever indicated we'd be closing down 8th and P. I'm not sure where John heard that, but
No.
we haven't shown any plan that would close down 8th and P. I don't think we've also shown any plan that would, for our benefit, close down 9th Street from Q to R. I mean, what we've been talking about is directly adjacent to our site on R and then P. The reason we don't have an exact plan to put in the agreement and show everybody is that it's still moving. As I mentioned before, we thought we had a great plan, just closing the north half, right? Leaving access out of the Haymarket on the south half. Then the idea came up, well, maybe if you closed more but pulled it back, you're less impact to the businesses along there. Started looking at that, talked to a few of the businesses. That may very well be a better plan. We don't want to close the door on anything that would end up being a better plan, given the feedback that we get from the neighbors and other ideas that we get from people to look at that staging. I think we've committed to try to do the best thing we can with the least impact to neighbors and still meet our needs, which we have narrowed down for construction staging. So I just wanted to make those comments, and we don't have a final permit for it, so it's a little bit hard to attach something when you don't actually have the permit for it either. So we'd be happy to answer any questions on that topic.
Construction staging questions.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilwoman.
I think you had talked about 2 tenants that would be most impacted by this work. I think at first it was going to be 6, and now there's just 2. So what kind of communication have you had with those 2 tenants that are right next to your buildings? I think you mentioned
we've
JJ
had
Hooligans.
personal meetings with the camps, with there's 6 primarily businesses right there.
On the north side,
on
right?
the north side,
Right.
that we thought would be the most impacted. And starting from the mill and next to them, there's 4 businesses on the west half of the block that have street frontage that we thought would be most impacted. And then the grocery store and the JJ Hooligans, which are closest to our project. Now, the owner of the building next to us is in support of our project. So, so that's.
But you're meeting with them as we develop
As
this
we
staging
develop, yeah.
plan. We've been meeting, like when we decided to try to pull it back off of P to leave a little bit more of the area in front open. Like you went back, visited with the neighbors that would be impacted to get their feedback on that. Is that a better plan to you?
Yeah.
But obviously, we're balancing neighbors on the north and neighbors on the south, and so there's some of that has to occur too, and the city will have to help us balance that.
So the thing, like, we've taken steps, like we went and listened to them and they said, here, I got a problem, this. And we went back and said, how do we deal with that problem? There's no parking now in front of their space. And so we said, well, let's do valet parking. And so those 17 spaces on the north side of P, with valet, they can turn into 100. We just take them to another parking place away. And then they said, hey, if we can take that fence and push it east, you know, and so they can see my store. That helps. So then we're working with LTU about that to make sure it's functional, they think it works, all those things. But to us, I'd love to do that because as a small business, if you can see them, you're more likely to go there, both visually and parking. So.
But there's a trade-off to doing that,
But
because
see,
then
that's
the site needs to go farther south, and you may cut off the access out on P. So there's a balance that you're trying to.
Absolutely.
Trying to
I
weigh.
mean, it's very good that you're paying attention to the businesses that are directly adjacent to you, but there are also other businesses that are saying, we're going to be affected as well. And I know the Graduate Hotel has not come down tonight to speak on their behalf, but any staging area that starts to shift stuff around and remove their bus parking.
They've been part of the conversation.
But they didn't come down tonight, so,
No.
but like, they're part of the conversation.
Yep, they're part of the
and certain
conversation.
Gentleman who has offices on the 3rd or 4th floor of the Apothecary Building, he thinks that he's going to be affected as well because his customers or clients often park in street parking for 45 minutes. And the folks from Crescent Moon came in tonight to talk, and they're on the other side of the street at the corner, but they also believe that they'll be impacted. And I'm curious about the economic impact zone that you're dealing with. And I realize that not every business needs the same kinds of things. Everyone needs, this is what equity is about. You need what you need. You don't need exactly the same thing that someone else does, but they also feel like they're going to be impacted. And I guess I would encourage you to have conversations with them, even if their needs are not as great, they still are expressing some concern.
Right. Which kind of leads me into another topic I was going to hit real quickly is communication. So part of this is it's hard to catch every single, you've got property owners and you've got tenants. So just because we talk to the property owner doesn't mean we've caught every tenant, right? So in all of our meetings, what we have done is we have communicated with the two established groups that were established when we started going through this project, DLA and LHDC. And LHDC has largely been a spokes group for the Haymarket, and would be looking out for better interests of the Haymarket. Obviously, a new group has formed. But we have had multiple communications with DLA and LHDC. And part of those communications have been working through how this valet parking and advertising might be. Part of it's been having conversation with them about how their special events can work while we've got construction staging in some areas and how it may affect access or location. In return, they've asked questions. During your construction, is it possible for you to extend electricity to this corner that would help us during a special event? We'll take that back to our contractor and we'll talk about it. And maybe it's something we can do. The point is there's open dialogue. I think what Todd was trying to get across is throughout this process, this team has had a willingness to look for solutions, to listen to concerns, to answer questions, and we'll continue to do that even after the city council vote on this project. We'll continue to meet with LHDC, Downtown Lincoln Association, and other neighbors who are impacted. It won't stop tonight, but there has been group communication with what were the established groups by this team.
And we'd be willing to commit to a monthly meeting available to any of the people down in the Haymarket after this. We need to hear what they feel. We need to find out what their problems and their pain points are. This isn't we're their neighbors. We got to be a good neighbor. This is going to be, hopefully, over a period of time, it'll just be a great fit together because neighbors help neighbors. And we've tried to go beyond that by putting it in writing with a memorandum that just says, this is more than talk. We're committed to this. And I'm sure we're going to find out other things we could do, just like the handicap. I think those are great ideas. I just hadn't thought through them. So perhaps I didn't do my homework well on that. But.
Well, we just try to address the issues as they come up if we get new issues that are thrown at us, right?
Did you have other items you wanted to address?
I think Dan and Hallie did a good job on the TIF, right? The city benefit of the TIF from the project. There was a comment about maybe our numbers growing. Well, if you quite imagine when you're going through the redevelopment plan amendment a few months ago, you're swagging numbers. Since then, we brought on a contractor, actually got a better handle on our numbers and our costs, which, surprise, the numbers are a little bit higher than they were back in the original discussions, and so that's just the result of having a little bit larger TIF number. But it's still within the allowable percentage for what was approved within the redevelopment plan amendment. So, I guess I'd be happy to answer really at this point any other questions you guys might have.
Any other questions at this point in time for the development team? No? We will start with Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I have to ask some questions. I'm not counting any longer how many emails I've gotten on this project, and I've gotten a lot. And I've tried to. I have not answered everybody yet, but I have started to tabulate everything that people have said. And so I need to ask. You mentioned, Mr. Glenn, at the very beginning that you had looked at 4 locations and you'd done a feasibility study. Mm-hmm. Can you tell all of us what were the 4 locations you looked at, and what were the parameters or the guidelines or whatever that led you to choose this?
Yeah, I would say we had general parameters that we were going to build a 275-foot building, so it had to fit within the zoning of that we had to look at. We were looking at one along O Street, the current one on the north side of O, this current location, and 2 others that I had a non-disclosure with. So I don't feel like it would be appropriate for me.
Okay.
But we didn't start with this site. That's what I can assure you. We didn't say this is where we want to build. We said, where should we build this? And so it is, we've invested now almost $2.5–3 million in this site with plans and architecture. So we have quite an investment already in the site.
And was the primary driver on the the site selection, the height, being able to build something that was 275 feet?
It was one of the original targets or goals, and the reason being is the business model for the building is the top is the condominiums, okay? They subsidize the apartments in the middle. They literally subsidize those apartments. And to sell a condominium for the prices that were mentioned here tonight, you have to have a sight line, and that sight line is they can see Memorial Stadium. That's what they want. And so if I put it too far south, they can't see the stadium, I can't build a building. It just doesn't work based on a feasibility study. Because this project just to build the shell is like $350 a square foot just to build the shell. So the apartment across the street, I'm guessing, probably spending half of that, I would guess, and that's just a guess, so I'm not saying that, and that's fully built out, whereas this is meant to have apartments that are luxury apartments for people that want to come down there and live in that area that's targeting our market, which is a person that's going to be in the tech field.
And so you mentioned the business model and how the condos subsidize the apartments. Is the mix of residential and office space a necessary mix? Like, could this project happen without the offices?
You know, the nice thing is we have people that have shown an interest in leasing 2.5 floors already. So we can't let those sit empty. We can't afford it. Just an empty shell there, no banker would loan on it. So the whole idea with the commercial space is that's so low to the street, they were worried that some people wouldn't want the noise or the other things in that first 5 floors. So it was suggested by the designers, make it commercial. And I said, well, that's great if we can get it leased or sold. But otherwise, if you think about it, if I have 4 floors empty on this project, it will not be successful. I can't even put a shovel in the ground if that is like that. So I have a vested interest in not letting that go empty. And a bank won't loan the money for me, because they're going to look at it and say, how can you have 36,000 feet empty on this project? They won't loan me money for it. So a lot of this is based on a business metric in this whole process. So not only do we have guardrails with what we're doing here, but we have financial guardrails from the people loaning the money. So they're going to say, hey, you can't go too far here, too far here. This has to be a viable project so we can get paid back the money that we're going to loan you. So it's those are great questions. And once again, we really can't start the project until I've either leased or sold the majority of that space. We are not going to even start the project until we have over 60% of the condominiums sold. Okay. So we can't afford to have an empty building. Here's the cool thing, whereas the lead place is all condominiums and hardly any amenities, there's 3 people that live in there. And that's why we have apartments, is to build this energy where people live there. And we anticipate our condos will probably be about 50% full all the time, people living there, the people that we've talked to about buying it. But the apartments should be 100% full. That's their home all the time. And we think that's what makes the building have an energy to it. We have to have an energy to it. So that's why we're excited about those apartments, is they will give it permanent energy. And we have a ratio of 77 apartments to 33 condos. So double, over double.
77 to 33. Okay, I think I'm done for now.
Good.
I don't think anyone. Check all my notes.
Any other questions? Councilman? Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think you've had a lot of information to digest here this evening.
Okay, very good.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you
Thank
both.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank
So that ends the public hearing on our ordinance's second reading. So, Madam Clerk, let's move on to section 6 when you're ready.
I'll be calling item 6A. Amending ordinance number 21376, authorizing the issuance of tax allocation bonds for Gold's Tower redevelopment project in the amount not to exceed $4,200,000 by changing the maximum period of dividing taxes pledged for repayment of the bond from 15 years to 20 years as stated in the corresponding redevelopment agreement. Introduced by Bowers.
So moved.
Second.
Second, Shob. Comments? All right, seeing none.
Washington,
Yes.
Suarez,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0. That concludes section 6 of the agenda. Section 7 is resolutions. First reading, items 7A through 7C. Section 8 is ordinances, first reading and related resolutions, items 8A through 8C. And our pending list are items 9A through 9C.
I will entertain a motion.
I motion adjournment.
Second.
Second, Suarez.
Suarez,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes. We are adjourned.